All your slurs, huh? Top hat tyrant, you know.
Yeah.
The top hat is hilarious.
It's good stuff. Nice to meet you. I'm Abe, as everyone says.
And that's
I-
Abe
Ben.
is the hostess with the mostest.
And Emmett has closed his camera.
Yeah, for now.
He's getting there. He's getting there.
Are you drinking wine, Desiree?
It's 5 o'clock.
I should have. This is the one day, Emmett. I don't have my wine. I always
It's
drink
5
wine
o'clock.
on
Oh.
stream. I always.
We only
Hard
have
for-
two wine moms. We only have one wine mom.
Yeah, now we only have
Jesus.
one.
She's a
I
little
like my
quiet.
wine with ice. I'm really
Is she?
ghetto.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
she's
will-
a little
Desiree's
quiet.
quiet.
All right, I will up her volume some here. Do that. Okay, how's that?
Cheers,
Are
Desiree.
you playing an intro to the start of your show or no?
Nope, I'm just going to open it straight up. Well, I mean, I might start with the music playing and then pop up like I usually do, and then
Okay.
we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Right. All right, so we will hold off on like super chat questions and stuff like that until after, I don't know, probably we're starting at 6. We'll open it up for super chat questions and stuff like that at 7:30, and then we'll go from there. And if we decide to open panel, we could do that after the super chats and everything else. Does that sound good?
7:30. So wait, how long are we going for?
I think we're going. The plan was 2 hours, Emmett.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure how far behind me you are.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
8
yeah.
o'clock here.
I was thinking,
Okay, so it's 6 p.m. my time. Sorry.
Gotcha. We good.
Yep.
so we can do about an hour and a half and then read any super chats if we have super chats, and if not, we can just move forward a little bit.
Sounds good.
I got
Sounds
all
good.
night.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna throw us all in the back. I'm gonna get this thing ready to queue up, and then we'll do introductions. All right.
Where'd Desiree
Oh,
go?
there you go, wine mom. You do have some wine with you.
There it
Oh,
is.
okay.
All right.
There she is.
Oh,
Wait, we can't
you're
hear you now,
muted.
Desiree. Desiree, I think you're muted.
Maybe it's on
Did you mute Desiree?
mic mute.
Is your mic muted? You can always leave and rejoin, I think, right, Abe?
Yeah, if she needs to.
Yeah, if like
Sometimes
nothing else works, then just you can close it and open it back up.
Sometimes
I've had it-
StreamYard's.
if my mic gets unplugged, sometimes I have to like just join the whole thing.
So the only thing I would say, Confluence and everyone, but you just joined, and I already said it earlier, but I'm gonna try to make sure we're all respectful. Don't like spurg over each other. I know that it's easy to get into that mode, but if we can avoid it, that'd be good for all of us. I think keep it coherent, you know.
Sure.
And I said that to Beth and Emmett once already, but oh, I got a second Beth, or I got a second Desiree.
Can you hear
See.
me now?
Yes,
There's two
Yes.
Desirees. Oh,
Okay.
there we go.
Sorry.
Perfect, perfect.
We all good?
Yep, good to go. Good to go. All right, everybody. So yeah, we'll just try to keep it as respectful as possible. I'll try to guide it to the next topic. We'll start with like an open question, and then let you guys go at it, and go from there. We'll see how it goes. All right, putting you all in the back now. All right, here we go.
He walks through the dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire, untamed.
All right. Welcome in, chat. Welcome in. I hope you're all ready for dating wars or date wars, whichever. So I have 4 people in the back ready to have this discussion. Before we get started, this is going to be about 2 hours long, about an hour and a half in. I will pull up super chats. If you have any questions, you can super chat them in. I will read them off, and we will let the panel discuss the question. Try to keep it respectful to the contestants. I'm going to bring them all up and let them introduce themselves. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. I hope you're all ready for it. So here we go. First, I have Emmett. Welcome, Emmett. Good to see you.
See you, Abe. How you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing wonderful, as per usual. Next, we have... Good to see you. Next, we have Beth. Good to see you, Beth.
Everybody. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the invite tonight.
Of course, of course. We have Confluence. Confluence.
Your hat is
Good to
looking
see you.
tall as usual.
Thank you, thank you. And finally, we have Miss Desiree. Welcome in.
Hi guys, thanks for having me.
All right. So in the order I brought you up, one by one, you guys can introduce yourselves and let us know what your stance is or who you are and what you are. So Emmett, why don't you let us know?
Name is Emmett. I am a clown on the internet that does a little bit of political ideas. I have a show tomorrow that's called Force Karaoke that you can come up and riff a little bit for it. I'm a very conservative man that believes in Christian ethics and values, and yeah, I'm very happy to be here talking with Confluence and Desiree, which nice to meet you, and obviously Beth.
Okay, over to me.
Yeah, Beth, on to you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Beth Mayhew. I have a channel called Culture Corrections over on YouTube, and I try to host a platform where people can come and discuss ideas and thoughts and have debates. And it's a pretty new channel. It's gotten off to a good start. I'm pretty excited about it. And I know everyone here except for Desiree, so it's nice to meet you, Desiree, and it's good to see everybody in the chat.
Nice to meet you, Beth.
You're muted.
Oh, am I still muted?
I was me. I was muted because I'm a dork. All right. Confluence, on to you.
Okay, I'm Confluence. I'm Confluence 358 on YouTube. I make political and entertainment videos. So yeah, I'm center right. Emmett would call me a liberal, but don't believe him. I am in fact conservative. I'm just slightly more moderate, but I'm not a rhino. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to this exciting, chaotic dating panel we're about to engage in.
Fun, fun. All right.
Alrighty.
And Miss Desiree, on to you.
Oh, we lost you. Where'd you go?
Camera's black, and I don't hear. Maybe she's having a technical difficulty.
While we're waiting for her, Confluence.
Yeah, I think.
Sweetheart, really, you've got to get over this identity crisis. Not already.
You think I'm a liberal too, Beth? Not you too.
Oh man.
Oh man, if enough
pegged
people
it from
tell
day
you what's that
one.
saying about ducks? If enough people call you a duck, start quacking.
That's true. It's true.
Well,
Okay.
Guys,
You've got a slight.
There we go. That's all right.
back. Sorry, my kids were calling and I forgot to put the do not disturb on.
I see. Okay. All right. So, are you all ready for the first topic?
So ready.
Oh wait, Desiree, you got to
Okay.
introduce
Oh,
yourself.
oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. You got to
Not
introduce
ready.
yourself.
Not ready.
I am Desiree Noel. You can find me as Desiree Noel on basically everything. I am branding myself these days as an adult infotainer. So I somewhat blend every different thought process and life experience from all different realms and thought processes, and I synthesize it into kind of like what ChatGPT does, where I'm just here to give the data through a female human perspective rather than take firm stances one way or the other, if that makes sense.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Now, are you all ready for the first topic?
I need to
Ready.
I need to refresh real quick, Abe. Give me just a second, okay?
Alrighty. Gotta work them kinks out.
We thought we had it all worked out, but this is the internet, folks.
We're
Are you
kinky.
not
We're
entertained?
kinky here on the internet.
Plenty of kinks. Yep. All right. Let's see. Let's do that. Do that. Okay. Here we go. First topic of the night is. Let me pull this banner up because it's easier that way. All right. Is there a duty to date? That is the first question for the panel, and I will let you guys go at it.
There's a duty to procreate, I would say. We agree with that. Well, I don't know. Who agrees with that one to start? Because dating is like a bar below. But you have a duty.
I would say it's a collective duty, but not an individual duty. So both.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And then
Can you have a collective duty that is not based on the individual duty of something?
Yes, you can. For example, it's a collective duty of parents to take care of their own children, but it's not an individual duty for, let's say, a 12-year-old neighbor to take care of somebody's child. Does that make sense?
Well, wait a second. You know, when it comes to parenting, no, that is an absolute individual. Like, there's no excuses for that one, and that's why we call, you know, parents who don't do it deadbeats. Collectively, though, I mean, like, you're gonna have outliers who maybe aren't made for dating and procreating, right? However, that's the thing, is the outliers don't make the rule. So
right, but they're still computed into the collective data. So if there's even one individual, which there's many individuals, but if there's only one individual that is not wired to carry out that particular role, then we can't make a universal claim that it's a duty for everyone.
Well,
we could say that it's
no
a
different
duty
than
of
like
most.
It's no different than a law, like not to, you know, not to unalive people, right? That is a collective duty. However, of course, you know, there's going to be some people who maybe can't comprehend or have a mental lacking of some sort that would exclude them from being responsible or liable or responsible for their own actions. But we deal with them differently, and they are not excluded from still having to follow the rule.
But what about if we look at like the Bible, you know, not to drag it into that, but we do have examples of like Paul talking about, right, saying like it's better for a man not to marry. So obviously we have examples of celibacy in the Bible throughout church history. And so like, not everybody has, so I would say it is a collective duty. Not everyone, and some people are just like missing the ability to, you know, have kids as well, right?
That's being
well,
taken out
the
of context.
duty there. So the duty there has to be like, if you can control yourself to the point that you don't need any kind of sexual relief, then sure.
But what's the highest?
If not, you do have a duty to date, right? You do have a
duty to date. But if you don't, if Paul is saying it is better not to, so if you don't have that, if you're not burning in your loins or whatever word he uses there, then it's better to not date. Now, if everyone did that, society would collapse. So I mean, it has to be, you know. But that's, most people have burning in their loins, so it kind of works itself out.
Just to clarify, are we using the definition of dating in terms of, let's frame what is the word, what are we even talking about when we say the concept of dating? Are we talking about partner selection for the sake of procreation, or what does dating even mean in this context?
That's a good question.
Because dating is a very new concept. We didn't do it this way for most of human existence. So it's an odd situation.
Yeah, I think it was better. I think what we had in the past history was far better than what we have now. I mean, the entire construct of dating and marriage has been completely just shit on. So I would honestly, though, I would say that when you're looking at dating, it should be with the intention of finding a partner that you're going to settle down with for life.
Well, that's what I think is
But
interesting about the prompt in a way. It's like, do you have a duty to date? It's like that's why I
Right.
started with procreation, because like, do you have a duty to get married is one thing, but then like to date, like no, obviously if you have like a, let's say you do a courtship model or you live in a society that does arranged marriages, obviously your duty isn't, no one has a duty to date. You could argue that I think we have a duty to, yeah, to bond and produce offspring and stuff. I think there's good steelmans for that. But to date, I don't know. Maybe in Western society we have to, because that's the only way it kind of works. I don't know.
well, even
But
in
it's
those,
still not.
even
It's still not.
even in
Well,
the
we're
what
talking
you
about
cited,
we're,
those people, those situations, they do have like a courtship situation that the family typically oversees that does count as dating. Sorry, Emmett,
Would
go
you
ahead.
say that's dating?
Yes, I
we're
would.
talking
Okay.
about we're talking about the current state of affairs in the current society. We're not talking about the past. I understand that that's a good question, and I would say I don't know if you can agree with me, but I will put up a definition that would be the the way in which a man and a woman are meeting towards the idea of marriage and then procreation. So this is the proposition of people going out in order to select a mate, getting married, and then have children.
I like that definition, but that is hyper specific, and I would say most people don't date that way. I think we'd all agree with that, right? Like most people on dating apps
Not
aren't
in,
like,
yeah.
I'm looking for a husband and I'm looking to make babies. Like that's not most
Well,
people. So I love the definition. I just don't think most people would use that definition.
Yeah, like I think when the average person in 2025 hears the word dating, I don't necessarily think that that's where all of their minds are jumping.
Right.
So it doesn't necessarily translate to the conversation in real time.
Well, so then does that bring up a question of is courting and dating the same thing when it comes to mate selection and your future?
I don't think they are. I think
Yeah.
dating can fall under, you can be dating with an eye toward marriage and procreation, but I think courtship definitionally has an eye toward marriage and then hopefully procreation. So it's like one is a subset of the other is what I would personally say. I don't know what these guys would say.
I think that I don't think so because you do see a lot of people who were dating and courting. It is so comparable that I don't personally see the difference between it.
But you
You
agree
get
with
a
what
lot of
I'm
people
saying,
who
that
don't.
there's people who date that don't want to marry. They're just dating for fun. So that's why I'm saying it's a subset of that, right? There is, you can date
However,
with no eye toward
yeah,
marriage. I mean, I know we
I
probably
get
all
what
know
you're
people
saying.
I've known people that have dated for 20 years and they have no intention of getting married, right? They're just still, they're forever dating, which is strange, but
The
that's
mass,
what it is.
the usually, well, I think that you end up with a lot of people though that end up dating with the intention of getting married, and so therefore, how would you distinguish between the two if both of them end up getting called dating at the end of the day?
Well, that's why I would say one is a subset of the other. So not all dating will lead to marriage, but all courtship is designed to lead to marriage. So dating is a broader field that includes people who just want to have fun, people who just want a partner, and people who do want to live to marriage or go to marriage. So that's one of the aspects of dating. But I would say in our culture, especially as Emmett clarified, if we're talking about in 2025, I would say most people opening up Tinder, not looking for a spouse. I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Probably not, right?
I would make a different argument, but we're talking modernity, and I don't want to bog it down.
Do you not think that's true? Do you not think most
It's not.
people opening up like dating apps, do you think they're looking for
No,
their
yeah, no.
forever?
I agree with you.
well,
I agree
Oh,
with you.
okay.
I'm
we
just
can
saying
we
the
can add a
idea of
different term.
courting.
We can add a different term. If we're talking about dating, that's the definition I proposed for the conversation that we're having. But
Mhm.
if you want to talk about degeneracy, we can talk about degeneracy all you want, but that
Oh, I
would be a
want to talk about
completely different
degeneracy.
idea. Yeah, I know
Oh
you
yeah,
want to talk about
you
degeneracy.
look.
That's why I said that
You've
you're a
been
lefty.
chomping at the bit, Confluence. I see you.
Yeah. So if you have a better definition or a different definition that you want to propose for the purposes of the conversation, you can come up with it.
Yeah,
Otherwise, that's my proposition for the definition in case of this debate
yeah.
or this talk.
I'll just, this is just off the dome, but I would say dating is where people have some romantic goal in mind, where two partners get together to pursue some exclusive or semi-exclusive relationship on a romantic and sexual level. So that could lead to marriage. It could just be for fun.
Semi-exclusive?
Well, I mean, there poly people exist. If you want to talk about degeneracy, I think that's degenerate, to be clear. Okay,
I don't
but
know. I don't want to talk about degeneracy. That's why I didn't
I
bring
know,
them up in
but I
my
think if we're gonna
definition,
say
right?
dating, like we have to make a definition that matches the culture. And polyamorous people exist, and they would say they're
Polyamorous? You
dating.
think the culture is poly?
No, I think there are people in the culture that are poly. That's just a fact.
That's not the
fact
question
either
that
of
I
us
ask.
might like.
Mm,
But
The
when we talk
question
about
that I
date,
ask
okay,
is it?
a good
Do you
definition
think
for
that
a
the
word
culture
needs
we
to
live
encompass
on is
everything.
polyamorous?
No, but a good
Wait,
definition needs to
Then
encompass
why
all of the
we're
aspects
talking
of what we
about?
mean by dating. Like that's just how the dictionary works, right? Like if you're gonna give any good
No, that's not how it
definition,
works.
yes, it is. It
maybe
has to.
one of the big,
No.
I mean,
maybe
look
one
it
of the
up in the
biggest
dictionary.
problems.
It does it say
Did- did-
leads
did-
toward
Now,
marriage?
when I look a
No.
word
Hang
on the
on,
dictionary, there's
because
exclusionary terms in the definition so that I can decide and delineate what I'm talking about. If I'm talking about all-inclusive definition, that the word becomes all-inclusive. It means everything. We have to have
Dictionaries, Emmett,
delineation.
dictionaries are descriptive, not prescriptive. It's how people use language.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
okay,
people
and
And they
let's
are in
talk about
open
describe
relationships,
using what?
and they
They
would
describe
describe
using what?
themselves as dating. People, even in the '60s, this isn't a new thing. People would date
Confluence.
multiple
They
different
describe
people
using what?
using words.
Yeah, and what are the words doing?
The words are describe. I feel like you're leaving me a
Arguing
circle.
over
The words are
Delineating
describing.
that thing from
Yes.
another thing.
Yes.
So if I have
descriptively,
an
not
all-inclusive, if I
prescriptively.
have an all-inclusive definition, how is it possible that I can differentiate between one set of one thing and the other?
It
They
can't.
mean everything.
It
That's
can't be
all
the
inclusive.
definition I gave is not all inclusive. It specifically
Yeah, it
was
includes
romantic
polyamory.
and yeah, it does. Okay, so all inclusive
It's
to
all
you has
culture
to
considers
include
polyamory
absolutely everything.
dating?
Confluence, would you say that that's the normative intention, though, of dating?
I would say the normative intention of dating is to maybe I'll make it simpler. I would say because I do think it has to include that because that is unfortunately a part of the culture. I would say it's you're pursuing some type of romantic and or sexual semi long-term or short-term relationship with somebody else. That's like the best definition I can give, and I think that is accurate. I
No.
think to specify it more is to lie about what dating means in our current 2025
But
year.
even then, you're lying about what dating means because, by all standards, up until more recent years, okay, like the last few decades since the sexual revolution, even sexuality, it's been completely trivialized. Before that, sex was meant for marriage, not for dating. So maybe that's another big problem with the dating culture.
Right, but I would say I would punt you got to punt back a lot further than that, Beth, in my opinion. I mean, like dating in like
Let's go where?
in like the 70s, that's like 50 years ago, people would be
Yeah.
dating. You ever read like Archie comics, right? Archie's dating Veronica and then he's dating Betty. He's dating both of them. He's not like polyamorous, he wouldn't say that, but dating was like
No.
you go on a date and you like you see if you
Dating's like
vibe.
getting
Where's
to
the
know
sex?
somebody to see if they might be a potential long-term or marriage partner. I
Yes,
think
yes.
that we put too much pressure, those of us who are maybe more traditional, or we still want to maintain the sanctity and reverence for marriage and the pursuit of marriage or long-term, lifelong partnerships, while at the same time we need to understand there is sort of this muddled middle ground area where we do have to get to know people and sort of try on different personalities, different future visions, and things like that. And the thing is, if we're not taught from early childhood to actually get to know ourselves as an individual, and then we are not taught how to go and pick friends, partners, whatever, based on different levels of compatibility. We're just taught, pick somebody that you're attracted to or somebody that goes to your college or this and that, and you only went to college because your parents told you to go there. Well, then no wonder. It's like nobody can really sort themselves out to even know themselves, and then to go find like-minded, like-wired, equal partnership in this sort of game of getting to know other people. Like, we don't even know what the hell we're doing. So it's just kind of this free-for-all.
And here's the thing, even with that, we can make a perfect argument for the fact that when it comes down to dating, once you start adding sex to the table, it fucks up the entire process. It's going to put in emotions that may not necessarily be there. I mean, God, how many people continue seeing someone just because the sex is good, whether even though they don't
Well,
actually.
yeah, and you're having this. There's a problem in that the female body system is a oxytocin regulatory system, whereas the male body system is a dopamine regulatory system. And so you put those two things together, and it's very easy for men to get addicted to dating for the sex, and it's very easy for women to get addicted to dating for the oxytocin boost in order to regulate their nervous system with external forces, much like a drug addict or any other type of dependency, which is where the terms come in, like love addict, dating addict, and things like that. It's real shit going on.
Absolutely.
Do you
Absolutely. That's
think-
why you get people who
wait.
say, and sorry, go ahead.
Do you think, because we are saying, we're talking about that specifically, then would you think that it's completely immoral then to have any kind of sexual relationship when you're dating, right?
I don't really like to go into the realms of morality and right and wrong, because it's not necessarily that it's right or wrong on a moral level, in my opinion, as long as there's consent and the whole thing, of course. And
Let's talk about.
When that poison
let's
the
put it
well,
utilitarianism.
I can speak from like a developmental trauma informed perspective to say, yeah, there's issues there when you just bring in something that is inherently as bonding and complex as a sexual interaction, when you're just bringing that in with just anybody you met on Tinder on a swipey swipe mood. I mean, yeah, there's inherently tons and tons and tons of potential issues there. Now, I can speak personally to say that there has been a time and a place in my own journey and maturation and healing where sort of kinky, we could even say BDSM type of experiences, off the cuff experiences, have actually helped me integrate parts of myself that nothing else really did, therapy or whatever. So in that sense, I could say that it may have been helpful, but then in other ways it was like, oh, this was just a shit show. I just like traumatized myself more. I activate my attachment traumas in this whole process, and it's not helpful. So I think it could be both and that's kind of the messiness of human relationships. It's never as clean as we want it to be.
This is why we should be encouraging for. Sorry, this time I am going to finish. This is why we should be eliminating sex from the entire dating process, honestly, because otherwise, we don't really even know who the person is that we're getting attached to. And so therefore, confluence, your definition would be wrong. Sorry.
How?
Can I add something to that? Can I add something
My
to that?
definition is descriptive. It's not prescriptive, Beth. I feel like I made that very clear.
Well, it's not descriptive enough.
It is
I have a
descriptive
reframe.
enough.
I have an idea for a reframe.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it potentially remove at least some of the problems of quote unquote non-committal or casual sex if we started being really honest, men and women being really honest with the fact that perhaps in some seasons of our lives, we are simply looking for a sexual partner and we are not actually looking for
See,
I wouldn't. And can that ever be a valid developmental phase?
I just want to say quickly, I wouldn't personally then call that dating, I guess. Maybe.
Right, exactly. It wouldn't be dating. It would be like
why not confluence?
Else.
You want to add every single detail to the
because
idea
I don't
of
because again,
dating.
I'm sorry, Emmett.
A quadruple is dating according to you.
Words
right?
are descriptive, and when people say date,
all it
they
does
don't
is make
mean
it poly if you're still dating other people while you're having.
How many couples do I have to be so that's not dating?
When people say dating, they don't mean I met a girl at a nightclub and I hooked up and I never talked to her again. No one means dating by that. They mean something short to long term that is romantic and or sexual. That's not. I'm not saying that prescriptively. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying that is how people use that term.
What Desiree and I think what she and I are talking about is quote unquote, let's call them non-relationships where it's strictly sex. no strings
Right.
attached.
Right.
Right.
Guess what? That's how my
Almost more
20
like
year
a practitioner, or you go to
that's
your
how my
massage
20-year
therapist
marriage
to get a
started out.
massage. It is
Okay.
what it is.
Sure. But I think we all agree
That's
that's
how
not.
my 20-year marriage started out.
That's
And
probably
what a
not
fucking
dating
mistake that
though,
was.
because dating I think has intention
idea.
behind it to some degree. The intention is some type of
We're,
continuous.
and I don't think we're disagreeing. I think we're just saying perhaps it clarifies the meaning of dating if we just remove the whole cohort of people who are just simply looking for a sexual exchange, similar
Yeah.
to how somebody would
Oh,
go to a massage
yeah,
therapist
no, yeah, I
and
don't,
get a
yeah,
happy
I don't,
ending, and
I
then they
don't,
go
I don't
home.
agree with that.
The
Yeah,
massage
I don't
therapist
disagree
is
with you.
probably not getting attached, and
I don't disagree with you.
practitioner is probably, you know, the
I
person
think
probably
dating has to involve some emotional
So
component. I
let me
would
ask
agree
this
with that.
question then. Let me ask this question then, because you guys are on a trail here. If hooking up is not dating, is dating not courting? And is there some degenerative process that has happened where courting was a thing and you would go on dates while courting and that became dating and then dating then became hooking up? Is there a degradation of the foundations of pair bonding in that?
I think that hooking up is a completely different animal all of its own, because when you're hooking up, there's no intention behind it other than getting that quick fix. And it's really not healthy for anyone. It also trivializes sex. It does not help people's self esteem. It sets horrible examples for our youth and our children. And there's a lot of reasons. I mean, like, listen, if you're 41 like me and you're divorced and like don't have any plans of whatever, I mean, sure, I could understand where you get to a point where you might have some kind of loose arrangement with someone, right? But I think that it takes hang
Stop
on,
being
don't
vegan,
shake your head.
damn
Emmett's
Hang on,
head shake.
hear me out for a second, Emmett. I think that it takes
Pure
let me finish, Emmett. Hang
virgins.
on. Emmett, hang on. It takes extraordinary circumstances to get there, and you'd have to be willing to accept the fact that not many people are ever going to want to see you again on that kind of level. So it turns into, you're trading one bad for another. Being alone for a hookup? Nah. Now do you see where I was going with that, Emmett? Just a
No,
little.
you're still
Reprove
no,
her,
it's
Went
Emmett.
over your head.
Reprove her.
Emmett, the point is, especially when it comes down to women who enter non-relationships that are strictly based on just having sex and hooking up, everybody ends up knowing about that. And then you are no longer a desired partner on the market.
Yeah.
Even if you
You
wanted
know,
to
if
get
you want to
one.
have a relationship in that case, go to a monastery, become a nun, get a relationship with God. That would be my
Everybody should have a
my
relationship with
Should
God
we
to
be
begin with.
courting the divine
no, a real
Lord
one,
himself?
not an imaginary one like
Should we be
Confluence and
dating
his
Jesus?
Gnosticism. Should you,
Oh,
you want to
dang.
be dating Jesus Confluence? No.
Absolutely.
Well, that got
Not
awkward.
the.
That got awkward
Absolutely.
No.
real quick. Okay.
You know
Wow.
that one, don't you, Desiree? Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm the
not
queen of
sorry.
controversy, so I do like to bring in these more taboo concepts of, especially because I think the biggest problem that I have found coming from being a church counselor actually into being doing OnlyFans, and the confessional of OnlyFans. But what I found is that I believe that the core disconnect and the root issue of all of this is the separation between the spirituality and the sexuality. I think that's the inherent problem. I don't necessarily think it's how on paper each individual is expressing themselves sexually. I think it's the lack of understanding of your sexuality as an extension of or an expression of your spirituality. And I think that is where things are getting very wonky and unintentional. And there's a lot of con artistry going on with guys with
Okay.
the lines and all this. And it's just getting a little creepy. It's getting a little sleazy out there. It's getting
Okay.
real sleazy out there.
Yeah. Can I ask you a
Out
question then,
there.
Desiree?
Sure.
Can I ask a question? Okay, perfect. So, if we go into a pure utilitarian perspective in that case, would you be in favor of imposing religion by force? so that we can get away from those kind of problems.
We've already done that, honey. A lot of times it didn't work. It
And it
just
worked
made
pretty
everybody
fine,
Well,
right?
actually,
And it worked
conversion by the
amazingly
sword
right,
works
right?
wonderfully.
Like more than 2,000 years going down in degeneracy, and then we
Conversion
stopped
by
doing
the
it for
sword
100,
was
and
pretty
it's just going
successful.
up.
Man, you guys are gonna put me and Desiree on the same team on this one, hey? Because that's fucking
Sweetheart,
It
you
doesn't
already
work,
were.
guys. I told you
Yeah,
it doesn't
that's
work. It might have worked slightly better than other variations that we've tried, but on the whole, it actually doesn't work. And you can tell that just by the ancestral traumas that have been passed down generation after generation, no matter
What
if
if
the
they
family
didn't
is
exist,
religious or
Desiree?
not. And it's primarily sexual in nature. There's
What if they never existed? What if they lied
if
to
what?
you and they told you that there was ancestral trauma, but your grandma was just very happy being plowed by your grandpa? I mean, my grandma was very
Wait, what?
happy being plowed by my grandpa. They
What
had a
is
ton
that?
of kids. They
What
were
does that
fucking
even-
happy. There was no sexual trauma there. I
Hashtag
don't
believe
understand
all
where this idea
ancestors,
of sexual
Emmett,
trauma
okay?
comes from.
Wow.
Yeah, being forced. Look, when you start looking at the spread of religion, and especially when it was forced, right? Because we can all agree conversion of the sword was something that actually did happen. The only people who actually ended up with some kind of trauma were the ones who resisted it. The
Yeah,
ones
no
who went
kidding.
along with
No
the show,
kidding, Beth.
of course, but the ones who went along with it and adopted this religion and then interjected
Beth,
this
was your
and made this
grandma?
part
Was
of
your
their life.
grandma? Wait. You had a grandma. Was your grandma happy being plowed by your
Oh,
grandpa
my
and
grandma
having a ton
loved
of?
getting plowed. Are you
Yeah.
kidding me?
Yeah.
Y'all
Confluence.
talk-
Did
y'all
your
ta-
grandma? Did your grandma
was-
have problems?
I
Did
don't,
your
Both of
grandma
my
talk to
get
my
grandmas-
granny
plowed by
about
grandpa
this.
and
I
have a
don't talk
bunch
to
of
my
Here's the
kids?
granny
point.
about this shit. No,
Here's
thank
the
you.
point,
No.
though, is that
She had a
over
bunch of
time,
kids, right?
the point
No,
is,
she
Noel,
didn't have a bunch of kids.
Desiree, I'm sorry. The
Hold
point
on.
is, over time, once Christianity took hold within families and it became a tradition passed down, there was no trauma to speak of. So I don't understand where you think this sexual trauma is
The
coming from.
trauma was not to speak of. So the mind no longer knew how to articulate the blocks and the trauma that was trapped in the body because we adopted this concept of duty sex or the wife's body belonging to the husband and these sorts of things. Well, what I found as a church counselor is that what happens then over time is when a woman gets married, all of the residual, unprocessed, unspoken of traumas arise. And what I found universally as a church counselor is that the sex drive in the married women was basically non-existent. They didn't like sex. In my whole
Okay.
15 years
I'm
as a
gonna
church
call
counselor,
BS,
I think I talked
but
to
I'll
Okay,
have
2
one.
Desiree.
women who
I'm
actually
gonna ask
call
you
BS
the
as well.
same question I asked Confluence. You have a grandma. Did your grandma had a ton of fun with your grandpa being plowed and having a bunch of kids? Or
I
was she
come from a
completely?
long line of mail order brides, essentially sex slaves or domestic slaves on my mom's
So she
side.
didn't like.
So no,
She didn't like it. Is that what you're
no, the
telling
women
me?
were viciously abused.
Oh,
Viciously.
so all of your grandpa was an abuse. Is what you're telling me?
Yes. Both
Yes.
sides down every
Emmett, do
generation.
you think that's
as
impossible?
far
Do
as
you
I
think
know.
that history isn't like predicated on grape? Because that's just like that has happened
No,
throughout history.
I don't
Like,
think so.
It's real.
I think that's a very.
Your
I think
body
that's a
knows
very
I wanna
and
new.
address
your
something.
mind
Rome was
doesn't.
I wanna
literally
address something
founded
Desiree
on the
said.
grape of the Sabines, Emmett. That's
I
how
wanna
Rome was
address-
fucking
No.
founded.
I want to
Yes, it
address
is.
something
That's just
Desiree
I'm
said,
No,
if I
it
can.
wasn't.
Yes, it
Okay.
is. I'm
Let's
sorry.
let Beth.
Look it up.
Let's let Beth address Desiree real quick.
Before you guys go spurging out. So, when it comes down to like the wife, the husband owning the wife's body, right? If you actually look at that scripturally, that goes both ways, and there are conditions under which you can withhold sex for a period of time. But here's the thing, and some churches absolutely get this wrong completely. I admit it up front. Sex was created by God to be that glue that strengthens a union, that holds you together, that no matter, come on, everybody's had angry sex at least once or twice, and all of a sudden the argument is done and over with and gone. So in all actuality, I think that it's kind of being mischaracterized here big time.
Well, I would say it this way. From my experience, again, I can only speak to what I know, is that if there are particular residual trauma patternings in an individual, and then they hear that scripture or that indoctrination, they are not taking it and applying it in the same way as, let's say, a woman who had a healthy upbringing, healthy men around her. She saw healthy sexuality and man-woman relating. That
But why
person
would we
might hear
trust you?
those
You didn't
scriptures
have any
and
healthy
it gets applied
upbringing.
right. In my family and my situation, the women hear these scriptures and they use that to actually stay in horrifically abusive relationships that then pass on the trauma to the next generation of children. And then those children recreate the same dynamics over and
Okay,
over again, and it can
Wouldn't
never be
you say?
released.
Desiree,
Wouldn't you
that makes a
say
lot of
that
sense. Wait, that makes a lot of sense to me. But if that is the case, why should we even listen to you, since you are the continuum process of that, right?
You don't have to listen to me. I mean, chuck it in the
No,
fucking
but I mean,
as they say. You don't want to.
why would I take
Okay,
any kind
well,
of advice or idea from a person whose idea of
Because
what
I
a
am a valid adult member of society, adding to the
What kind of
conversation that
question?
we're
no,
having. So
you
you
are
don't
the
have to agree
product
with
of a
it,
family of
but
no,
it's
you're a
valid.
product.
Emmett, what the fuck?
You're a product of a family of
Emmett, hang on.
rapists whose only
If I-
So
frame
that
of
means,
reference
okay,
about
well then, so no one can
wait,
listen to
confluence,
Tone.
calm
No one
down,
can listen to a lot of people, I
confluence.
guess.
I'm not
Hold on,
done.
hold on,
Calm
hold on.
down. So you're the product of a family of grapists whose frame of reference when it comes to any kind of relationship is based completely on grape, and you are born and raised on this grape mentality. So if I was to look about how a good and healthy relationship was to look like, the last person I would ask about it would be you, according to your own worldview and sentiment, right?
So
I don't
dumb,
think we
Emmett.
were talking about giving prescriptives for healthy dynamics. We were just simply having a conversation
But you were
about
saying what were the
dating.
problems of it. If you're not contrasting that to a prescription, what are you doing? Just
God,
giving
I'm gonna
just giving
spurg.
a
I gotta ask Emmett.
you're just
I
telling
gotta-
us
All
what
right,
you
yeah.
Can
think.
I
I got a
ask
point,
Emmett
too.
something?
Let's let Confluence and then Beth
Okay,
go.
thank you, Emmett. I don't. Okay, so your argument is because someone's parents are something, that means that them as an agentic being can't possibly have a different perspective. Like,
That was
well,
Straw
then
her.
you're
man.
shaking your head. But what are you
That's
saying?
a
You're
straw
saying
man.
because
You're straw
she has
man.
this
I
past
used
trauma
her
in her history that she can't possibly
confluence.
communicate.
Let me explain to
anything
you
now.
this real quick. Just two words.
Okay.
This was her worldview, and I made a question in accordance to her.
I don't think. I mean,
worldview.
I'll let Desiree
I
speak,
was
but I'm not saying
simply
she can.
speaking to represent the section of society, which is quite large. I hate to break it to you, that did not come from a happy little
Right.
perfect family life. And so when scripture
Oh, I
and
never
those types
said-
of
My
things hit
turn,
them,
Emmett.
it
My
hits
turn.
different.
To
That's all
finish
I'm
it,
saying.
to finish
And
what
so
I'm saying
my
briefly,
you
turn.
have
briefly,
to be very
just very
careful with
briefly.
that.
I think we can break patterns. I think that, and Desiree can, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have patterns that we fall into, but we can also break them as being
Exactly.
individuals with souls and free will. We can break those
Exactly.
patterns.
How?
Exactly. And when
No,
you
wait.
in
No, we
that
can't
pattern,
because
free
this
will,
is
Emmett.
be
descriptive.
guided.
What
Boy.
we heard was a description of what's to come. It says we follow these and then we listen to these and we follow the same pattern, and we're just describing that we're following same pattern.
That happens
is
to a
why
lot
I
of
made
people.
that.
Yeah,
So-
that happens to a lot of people. It doesn't happen to everybody.
Yeah,
Don't
you're
make
not
me have to
special.
write
You're a
down
lot
my
of
I
people
wasn't
too.
saying
Okay,
that
you're
I'm
in
any
between a
longer
lot of
in
people.
It. I'm
No.
simply
No,
speaking
Emmett.
for the people.
Yeah,
who
you're
are
included in a lot of
Don't-
people.
No, that's the
Don't
worst
make
thing
me
you
have
ever
to write
said
down
to
my
me,
thoughts,
Emmett.
Okay.
fellas.
All right.
So,
Let's let Beth go.
Desiree, question then. Wouldn't you say that, and this isn't to victim blame, but wouldn't you say that victims do have some duty to mitigate their situation and to get out and to do
100%,
something about it?
100%.
Have
And I
responsibility.
have done it, but I will tell you, it was the hardest freaking thing I have ever done. Now, I've never been like a hard drug addict or anything, but I would liken coming out of that type of toxic family system and church system, I would liken that probably on a nervous system level to harder than kicking any heroin or anything like that. Because you have to imagine, for me to get out of an abusive marriage, leave a church that was not supporting, me in my healing or anything like that, leave a family system that would not acknowledge the fact that I had ever been abused, let alone could we ever repair the damage later on. But getting out of that has literally been the equivalent of like leaving a satanic fucking cult that feels like I need it to actually physically live. It is that deeply ingrained in the nervous system. Again, I'm not saying that this is how it's like for everybody, but
No.
I get it, and I can have compassion for the sort of wonky, kinky expressions that people start to take on as a way to sort of soothe the pain of trying to overcome and get out of cyclical trauma responding like that.
I
I did a lot of off the wall shit, but I can see now I added greater and greater levels of conscious awareness and heart or intent to heal behind my behaviors with a non-judgmental perspective of myself as like this child that needed to be re-raised, right? And so I found that a very powerful healing path, and all I can do is speak to where it came from. And Christ, I have a genuine relationship with Christ, or Christ consciousness, however we want to conceptualize it, apart from religion, and that really did honestly carry me through.
You left the church, got into OnlyFans, and now you have a conscious relationship with Christ?
No, I always did. I started a conscious relationship with Christ when I was 18. I thought that meant that I was to be a Christian in the church. I didn't understand that it was a personal relationship with my own higher conscience, or relationship with God, you could say. I didn't understand that those two could actually be separate, especially in the case when there's not healthy doctrine being taught, or there's not trauma informed pastoral leadership. Or
I got it, Emmett. I'm sorry, love you to death. You know me. Listen, so we haven't met before. Everybody who has spent any time around me knows I'm very, very open about the fact that I personally spent 20 years with a very abusive man who ultimately crippled me before I was able to get away from him. No shit, he broke my back, caused spinal cord injuries. I got a really fucked up life now. However, I can understand. In the beginning, I absolutely did everything I could to make excuses, to defend things. I stayed where I was.
Right.
By the time I was ready to get out, there wasn't anybody really around anymore. Okay, I mean, because we're talking 20 years here, as well as, 2 kids who grew up in the middle of this. I think that there is not enough responsibility that gets taken on by the victims themselves for where they're at. And I think that when we start
it's the same as an addict.
Excuses, that's what it is. It turns into excuses. Every reason I had for still being there was just an excuse. Every reason I had for whatever, I can't blame other men. And my trauma, if I don't deal with my trauma, that's my fault. Not my kid's fault, not my ex-husband's fault, not Emmett's fault. It's nobody's fault.
Exactly. So, and I'm in the same boat where it's like, we all have to take our individual path to recovering from the addiction to being abused. At the end of the day, we're adults. It's our responsibility.
To say that developing kinky behavior and straight up, doing whatever, straight down to like doing OF or being a whore or whatever people want to be, is a way to deal with trauma is nothing more than absolute cope in order to avoid accountability and responsibility. And it ruins everything that you are, not only for yourself, but for your poor kids whose friends are going to see you somewhere doing something. That's all.
That just hasn't been my experience. I can understand where you're coming from in your perspective. I just haven't personally had that experience. I've had the experience of miraculous type of healing that literally no other modality ever brought me to.
Wait, so Des, do you still do?
That's just my truth. That's all I can say.
Do you still do OnlyFans?
Desiree, have you experienced death?
Yeah, I have my OnlyFans there.
So you still.
Desiree, have you experienced death?
Have I experienced death? Physical death, and how to
have you experienced death personally?
Experience?
Personally, have you experienced death?
Like a near-death experience, or what are we talking?
Yeah,
I've had
No.
near-death
Personally, have you experienced death?
like going unconscious.
So you experienced death.
Like for her or for other people around her, Emma?
Yeah,
is
what are you
she's
talking
asking.
about? Like I've been with people, I've held them while they died.
No, it's a personal experience. When I'm talking about, if you can only talk about your personal experience, and that's the only way you can give any prescriptions about anything or even know if anything is real, have you experienced death?
Well, I mean,
The question becomes after. I can give you that.
Being,
I
so
can give you.
obviously I have died many times, and I'm here now.
Okay, I can give you
I'm
the
not a
next
physical
one if
body.
you want
Desiree's
to.
red pilled.
So because you've died many times, that means that you believe in death, right? You will die and will not be born again.
In death? That I believe in it?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, do
I
you
wouldn't
believe in
say
death?
I don't believe in death on a spiritual level.
Death happens?
I believe in it on a, I guess you could say, a physical plane, not on a spiritual plane.
Okay. How do you know it happens if you haven't experienced it when it comes to your body?
I don't believe in it. I told you. What are you talking about? I'm lost.
You don't believe? So there's gonna be your body is always gonna be the same forever, and you're never gonna die.
Oh, like, will my physical body stop?
Yeah. Have you experienced
being
death in
alive?
your physical body?
I mean, I've had many instances of going unconscious, how close to death I was, or if I died and
So
came back. I have no
you
idea.
think that going to sleep is the same as death?
It's a little death.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
would
not.
say-
That's what.
Yeah.
That
As
is
the- as
the
the
great
French
way
say,
to
I think the whole
Le
traumatize
petit
concept of
mort.
death
Oh,
is
man.
something else.
Having worked as a
Oh, this
having
is
worked as
amazing.
a hospice care aide, trust me, going to sleep and having wild orgasms or anything, even getting choked out is nothing close to dying. Okay,
Okay.
nothing even close.
Different question. Desiree, have you ever experienced the future?
Yeah, I think every
Yeah?
time that I imagine or dream up a desire that I want to manifest, I am essentially experiencing the future, and then I bring myself to it.
See, Emmett, me
Yeah,
and
so
Desiree are
you can-
both
you can tell
sometimes
me-
prophets, okay? That's what you're learning.
You can
I'm very
tell me-
metaphysical.
You can tell me that you were able to touch, feel, that smell, listen to, see, or taste the future. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could say that.
This
So-
is I'm impressed by your capacity
Would
of
you-
experiencing something that is
would you
impossible to
qualify
have
that
in a,
as
in a,
like-
in a
Well, I'm
physical
getting off
realm.
on that one, so I won't ask that question. My bad, because that'll take us somewhere.
We're really
totally
off the
different.
rails
Yeah,
here.
Yeah, I was
We're
gonna
now-
say-
Yeah, a little bit off the rails. I just wanted to.
Manifestation.
I'm looking to you.
I wanted to know if you were gonna be honest with me when it comes to metaphysical terms that you cannot experience, but we know to be real. But you are the only person in the universe that has experienced the future, and I'm really
Not
amazed.
the
to meet you
only
because-
person, Emmett. Not the only person.
No,
Not the
you
only
you
person.
you haven't
Oh,
experienced the future
Anybody who
confluence.
understands conscious manifestation and how the imagination actually works and understands that we are
W.
co-creating with
Desiree.
infinite.
I remember that time when I,
mean,
was
we're
like, I'm
all
gonna be a
experiencing
Spider-Man,
the future or
and
the past.
I imagined
See, the
it a
thing
lot.
is, your mind does not know the difference between the past and the future. It's experiencing all at once. Hence why athletes and these different people can visualize their desired outcome, and it actually is proven that they then go and perform that way that they visualize, because their nervous system accepts that imagined future outcome as happening now, and it's real.
I'm doing it
These
right
are
now
just-
because I'm gonna
these
be a
are just like
Spider-Man.
little avatars that are walking around
You know,
perceiving in 3D reality our spiritual beingness.
I am manifesting the spider that's gonna come on me, bite me, and then I'm gonna become Spider-Man. It's the manifestation is getting
The
inside of me right
Mexican
now.
Spider-Man.
I'm
That
feeling-
would be a
I'm
DEI Marvel movie.
I
Is
am
that the
feeling
fucking Marvel?
the manifestation of the future.
I don't want the Mexican.
Okay,
Spider-Man.
are you guys ready for another
We're
topic?
ready.
Wait,
Yeah,
before,
let's do
topic.
Let's
before
go.
the other topic, I
Death to
actually want to
death.
bring it back briefly. I want to agree with what Abe said originally, just to close it out. I do think we have seen a degeneracy, to go back to what Abe originally said like half an hour ago, that we have seen a degeneracy from courtship to dating to hookups. So that was the original thing that he said, and I actually do
Yeah.
agree with that. I think we're seeing we're sliding down the scale of what sex means.
That
and
makes
what
sense.
Righteous.
sense.
Make courting great again.
Make all the great again.
Stop
being
With the
trivializing
church
great
involved.
again.
You know how you make courting great again? You get the Orthodox Church right in there, and then you're like, no kissing. You can see each other once every now
kissing?
and again,
Brother,
and
no
then you want to kiss.
kissing.
If you want to kiss,
No
you gotta get
kissing
married,
before marriage?
and then you're gonna have a
You're like,
bunch of kids.
stay
Yeah,
away. You can
no
only
kissing.
go 12.
Kissing and
That
sex.
And
sounds
no
like what we
OnlyFans.
did in. That sounds like what they made us
Kissing and
do with
sex are
social
things that-
distancing.
Yes.
Kissing and
Social
sex
Yeah.
are
distancing.
Yeah, I
learned.
wanted
Fauci,
social
ouchie,
distance for women.
Emmett.
Especially
Kissing
the
and
ones
sex.
that have OnlyFans. I want them as far fucking away from
Okay.
me as possible.
More than 6
All
feet,
right,
you're saying,
let's
Emmett.
go on.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
like 2 miles. In fact, we're gonna put them in a specific place on the planet.
Emma,
It's called
Emma,
ghettos.
Emma.
Okay. Emmett.
Emmett.
Okay. So, if men have the responsibility to provide, do women have the responsibility to keep the relationship healthy?
Yes. Right off the bat.
I would like to know
Absolutely.
your answer, Desiree. I'm gonna allow myself to be manifested by your answer in this case.
A relationship takes two. So I would say this. I do wholeheartedly believe in the dom sub dynamic in an erotic
Not what this is.
partnership.
Why?
But,
Why go there? Why?
But I would say that no one person in a two people partnership can carry the weight of keeping that entire unit healthy. It has to be back and forth. So I would say it like this: if it's a man's responsibility to provide and he's providing, should the woman essentially take a knee and submit on the areas of facts of the matter of the provisional things that he's providing? So for example, if the man is providing this amount of income, I would say it's the duty of the wife to live within the means of that income if that's what the man feels good about. So she could submit to him in all manners of finance and all of that.
You're
right?
taking
But
the-
that doesn't mean
you're
that
taking
like
the-
if he is an alcoholic, how does she keep him healthy? That I don't
you're
understand.
perfect. So listen, so the man has the responsibility to protect and provide for his family. Make sure there's a house, the bills are paid, things are taken care of. Women, it is with our nature to be nurturers. And therefore, men don't have that. I mean, they have it, but not in the same way that women do, and not to the degree that we do. And therefore, it is not only our children that we are responsible for nurture. We have to do these things for our husbands as well, especially because they tend to have a stoicism about them, where they don't like to show when things are bothering them. However, you know as well as I do, you can always tell when there's something that's bothering him. So yeah, at the end of the day, I think it's absolutely our responsibility, just as we nurture our children, to nurture the relationship while he is carrying the burden of everything else that provides for us in the meantime. It doesn't even have to look, you don't even have to look at it as being submission. It's a full out duty.
I've just never seen it go very well. Once a man starts feeling his woman as his mother,
it's not about being a mother.
That's a fine art piece that I think.
It's not about being a mother. Nurturing doesn't. Can you nurture if you have a dog, you nurture your dog, right? I mean, you take care of your pets, you take care of your children.
Not in that way.
Well, not like, no. Why are you putting some kind of sexual connotation on that?
You said that. I didn't say that.
No, I didn't. I said nurturing. Taking care of them in the sense of.
I think if we're talking about taking care
needs.
of him in terms of like meeting his sexual needs and making sure he has a lunch and the groceries are there and stuff, then yes, like I totally agree with that. I don't know what we meant by the word health if that meant like the physical health to make sure he's like eating and stuff, then
The
like
health
yeah,
of the relationship, not his health, the health of the relationship itself.
I would still
Making
stand on the
sure
fact that it takes two to tango. I mean, you can't
he's
have one
doing his
person
part.
keeping a relationship healthy.
No, but Beth,
That's
you
not
would-
a
you would
thing
agree-
that adults
Because
like.
men
You'd
can
agree
tend
it's
to
not-
carry
it's not-
stoicism, they don't sit there and they don't advertise when things are bothering them,
But
right?
Beth,
And
it's
when,
not. You
when they're
wouldn't say
having a
it's
hard
fully
time.
on. Like I think I agree with the prompt if I'm remembering it right. But you would also agree, like it's not like the man is excused from every emotional duty to like keep the
Oh no,
relationship
no,
healthy.
he's not.
Right?
Right,
Absolutely
like he
not.
has
Okay.
to be
But-
willing to open up and talk about things, and then
No,
of course
no.
like, the woman can be there to
Do you?
No.
Okay.
He doesn't have to tell you everything just because something's bothering him. You don't need to know exactly what it is to know that maybe right now he just needs that extra bit of attention, that a foot rub. Just something, even just to sit next to him so that he's not alone for that last 10 minutes before he goes to bed at the end of the day. Okay? He doesn't need to tell you that he's having a hard time with something for you to sense that he needs that support. And that's what I'm saying, is that we do have an absolute duty to pay attention to that stuff, because
But I guess
the stoic nature of men, they do not tell us.
Beth, I want
They
to
don't
want to
burden us
I want
with
to
that.
ask you, do you also think that men have a similar duty? Because I would say, even as a man, if let's say I'm providing for some hypothetical future wife, inshallah,
Mhm.
right? Like I would still say I have a duty to make the relationship healthy, even if I'm the sole provider. It's not like I go home and I'm like, woman, make my relationship healthy. I would still think, like as
No,
Desiree said, it
it's
takes
not
two to
about that.
tango, right? So
It's not
do
like
we-
that. Listen,
So do we agree?
like I said,
or-
I'm not excusing men from having emotional responsibilities when it comes down to the family. Absolutely not. However, when it comes down to the more, the tougher stuff, I think that as women, we were made by God such a way that we can tell these things without needing to be told. And we were given a nurturing nature, which has nothing to do with sex, everybody. We were given a nurturing nature for a reason. This is our tool. This is how the number one thing as women that we can do for our family. And it is what, at the end of the day, is the number one contributor to keeping your relationship healthy and strong.
W Beth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I agree.
the
with
question, I think the question goes a little bit further when it comes to this. Like, let's say that you had all of this awakening to all of your kinkiness and stuff like that, right? And it had to be done outside of marriage. Like, why? Wouldn't that be cool that you had experienced all of that with your husband, and he would have been happier, and maybe getting you more kids out of it?
I was the kinkiest while I was married. I mean, I'm just saying,
So I don't understand when it comes to the idea that you can have.
The
I
thing is
understand
about
when.
kink is that kinky people need to be with kinky people, and non-kinky people need to be with
Wait.
non-kinky
Do you
people, and then it
think?
works out.
sex
Just
is
a sec.
something
No,
that
Beth.
develops
Beth.
between two
Beth.
people.
I'll let
It's
you.
not as good.
Wait. Hey. It's my turn. I'm doing
Woman,
this.
be
Then
quiet. I got
questioning
it.
now. Okay. Do you think guys don't like to have a sexy wife at home? Like, have you ever you had a husband? If your husband came home from work and you were using skimpy clothes and be like, I'm all over the fuck you, do you think he's gonna be like, no woman, get away from me? That's how you think it happens, or do you have a different experience, or
Yeah,
you
I
do
had
have
a
a different
husband who hated
experience?
me.
When it
Yeah.
comes
That
down
wasn't
to
my
sex,
experience.
when it comes down to sex, listen.
You have like all of it. Wait for just a second, Beth. Just a second.
Sure.
You have like all of the exceptions in your life. It's like a guy is a hot blood in America and he wants to just go ahead, plow, and get a bunch of kids, and you're like, no, I had the one that is not hot blooded and doesn't want to have anything. And then it's like, oh well, I went to church and I had all this fulfilling stuff, and then it's like, no, I didn't. I
There's
went
that
to church and
holy
I
water
had
in
the
it.
opposite
I
idea.
think because of each of our individual religious indoctrination, our sexualities as individuals were trying to be forced to express themselves in a certain way, and I don't think that those ways were true to ourselves as individuals. So I don't really think he necessarily wanted to have
Well,
sex with
I
females,
don't
and I
I
didn't
don't
want to have
remember.
sex with him out of duty, and it just was not a good combo.
Oh, so you didn't want to
Oh.
have sex with him, right?
Emmett, please.
Yeah, why are we
Yeah,
going on?
let Beth.
Oh,
let-
so you didn't want to do
Oh,
it.
This is a
So when I ask you the
Wait.
question, about you being on the skimpy clothes, waiting for your husband so you can plow each other, you were
Emmett, stop
thinking
writing
about it in a
fanfic.
different way, right?
Wow.
I'm not writing any fucking fanfic.
No.
We're talking about dating. We're talking about, this is in the confines of marriage, Confluence. Why are you so uptight when it comes to marriage? But in any other
Fanfic
case,
should be
in
involving
any other
marriage,
case, you would
okay?
be like, yes, I like everything.
Okay.
Attracted to each other.
Yeah.
My turn.
Okay, Beth.
Listen,
Go ahead.
when it comes down to sex, especially within marriage, it's within the marriage that you develop the things that you like, the things that you want, where you get adventurous, where you don't have to be ashamed or insecure with your partner. That's how it's supposed to be. Within, don't shake your head, Emmett. That's how it happens.
Emmett, why are you shaking your
within
head at
marriage.
that? What the fuck?
Within marriage. But here's the thing: is if you
I
are in
can't
a
fix your Confluence.
if you're in a place where you don't even want to have sex with your husband, if this is a more permanent thing, then it's a relationship you shouldn't be in, and you shouldn't have gotten married to begin with.
Exactly. But I had that religious indoctrination and family indoctrination that this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to marry this
we
person
I
at
don't
this
remember.
time and have
all indoctrination. Everyone rebels against it at some point in time. That's just cope.
I did. 7 years into the marriage, I left.
Well, let me put it this way. Okay? I remember all of my indoctrination when it came to Christianity. In none of my indoctrination when it came to Christianity did it said, you have to accept the first guy that says, will you marry me? It pretty much said, you can have as much sex as you want after you get married, but it didn't say anything about you having to accept whoever proposes. You have there's this thing that means say yes when it comes to marriage, and you're not forced to say yes, as far as I remember.
I didn't personally feel valuable enough to understand that I had options because I was an early child of rape and trafficking. And so by the time I got married, I had already been with many men. And so that was my thought process I'm not blaming this on anybody. I'm just saying where my mind was at 20 something years old was that I'm broken beyond repair. If anybody wants to marry me, I gotta take it. Like I don't have any wiggle room here.
That doesn't
live that life. So that was where I was coming from with it.
Okay, I'm really sorry, but that sounds like the opposite of Christian indoctrination by any standard. Wait a second, Beth. Calm down, Beth. So
yeah, I had paradoxical parents. So my dad was like this perverted, atheistic guy who literally like a sociopath who trafficked me, and my mom was a super religious. Like,
if you guys want to know more, go to my channel and watch me and Desiree's interview where we go in depth on that subject.
Shut up,
always be
Confluence. I can't fix you.
Always be plugging.
Here I am trying to be like, what is going on here, guys? And trying to like formulate some sort of an internal structure that was cohesive enough to continue on in life.
You keep on saying that it was your Christian indoctrination, and then you're telling me that you were completely indoctrinated by pretty much a satanic cultist. That's your dad. It has nothing to do then with the Christian indoctrination, right?
But they'll say they're Christian. So in my mind, I'm simply saying the word Christian and the concept of Christian.
We're gonna go ahead into definitions now, Desiree. What is a Christian?
No, please no. Please no.
Confluence is not one, for example. He's a Gnostic. So
not a Gnostic.
Doesn't that
what is a Christian?
That
what's a Christian? I'm assuming you're one. If you're asking.
Yeah, but how would you know if I'm one or not?
I'm just.
Is there a way?
Your line of questioning.
Yeah.
Typically, people who aren't Christians don't really care to to articulate the definition
What?
of Christianity.
Well, but you
That
just
is
said that your
true.
dad
That is
said
true.
that he
saying.
was a Christian, didn't he? Like, I'm so confused.
I'm
You
really
keep on- you keep
confused
on
now
doing
too.
this-
That makes no sense. You can
You keep
define
on making-
Christianity.
You keep on
You
making
said you
these.
were indoctrinated into Christianity. What is Christianity to you?
You keep on making these contradictory statements. For example, you said that
All
your dad.
religions that
Can you
claim
guys
Christ
hear me?
as their deity or authority, and
Can
use
you-
the Bible as their primary text that they teach from. I'll say it that way.
But you said that he was an atheist. Why would he use the Bible?
Well,
No
in
way.
principle, but he would say he's a Christian. Like we would say,
But
like most Americans say they're Christian. That was my dad. The Ten
How
Commandments
would
on
you
the
know?
fridge and everything. Meanwhile, he's
how
trapped.
do you-
Planes of existence.
At
Emmett,
this
come on.
point, it doesn't matter. How at this point you're making a contradictory statement. He's an atheist and a Christian.
Have you ever been around a sociopath? They will say that they are whatever, a con artist.
Yeah,
a
I am
sociopath.
one.
That's what I was raised by.
Yes.
Emmett, I
Well,
feel like you would even
isn't-
agree
isn't-
with this,
But,
Emmett.
I didn't
wait.
saying you are so,
Hold on.
let's say that
hold
I
on.
say I'm a Spider-Man. How do you know I'm a Spider-Man?
Right,
But you
right.
would-
But
you would-
isn't there? Wait. Isn't there a level at which you're raised in something and believe it to be a something, and it isn't that something? But once you're old enough to realize it's not
Yeah.
that something,
Yeah.
you go, "Oh
So the
shit!"
point-
it's
the
not
point
actually
at
that.
which
Yeah,
I
but
was
what would be
mentally
the-
old enough to understand. I was 33 years old. That's when I mentally had my real big girl awakening to where I was like, this is a bunch of bullshit. And I don't really know
How would
what's
I
real
even
and
know?
what's not, but I gotta go get out of this and find out what's real. And that's what I did.
Well, I don't think you know what is real. You haven't
Well.
told me what is the difference between a Christian and a person that is an atheist that says that is a Christian.
But Emmett, how do you distinguish?
How would I know?
How do you distinguish?
I
again,
have a lot of ways to
What's the matter?
distinguish it, right?
50%
Confluence.
of Americans describe themselves as Christians, and they're obviously
Yeah.
not.
It
we
means
kind of know them
nothing.
by their fruits.
How
We
do you
them-
know Confluence?
Exactly.
How
You
do
know
you
them
know?
by
You're
their
making a-
We
fruits.
know
But
them by
here's
their
the thing:
fruits. We know them by what they
No.
say. We know how they
Before
act,
that.
and we don't know fully because only God knows, and that is your Eastern Orthodox opinion.
But-
just so you know,
Exactly.
by the way.
hang on. What
What would be
kind
the
of
first
what
thing that I
kind
would
of
point out to a
May I-
person when it comes to being a Christian? What do you think would be?
Probably orthodoxy. Like
Oh,
a
God.
small.
Really? That would be. I would say orthodoxy, and that would be the first
small
question
O
I would ask.
orthodoxy. You would ask, right? Because if they're not, let's say, if they don't believe in that Jesus is divine, you would say, well, they're not Christian. So not large O orthodoxy, small O orthodoxy, right? Like correct teaching.
The question would
The
be,
big
what
O.
would I try to
Big O.
use
Not
to
not
figure
not that O.
what? What would be the thing that I would use, or what would be the thing that people would use to at least try to figure out if a person is actually a Christian or not? Is there a
Orthodoxy,
way?
they would ask
Is there
them.
anything?
They would ask them, right?
no.
If someone denies
Christianity
Christ,
is
someone
a
Orthodoxy.
says I'm an atheist, that's a
spiritual
pretty good indicator
relationship.
they're not a
It
Christian.
shouldn't
That
be
is
a
the
legalistic
beginning thing.
definition. It's a
It's not a
spiritual back and
legalistic
forth
definition.
relationship with the divine. That's what Christianity is. It's finished. There's no
Did you-
more need
your
for
dad
this
had that,
legalistic
right?
Shit. I don't
Your dad
understand
had
how
that.
others are not getting that.
Your dad had this weird kind of relationship with the divine that he believed he could do almost
My
anything
dad
that he
didn't have
wanted, and
any
he
relationship
used.
with the divine. He just used that terminology in order to manipulate situations to get
That
what
would be
wanted.
his relationship
Well,
with the divine,
totally
right?
different.
Why wouldn't he be
Hang
able
on.
to use it
It
to his
wouldn't be,
to his advantage?
It wouldn't be. That's why I
If
brought
I-
up half
if-
of Americans that call themselves Christians
if-
but clearly are not.
If I was a Gnostic
And yet we're
and I
in
could
this
use
whole
Gnosticism to
Christ
my
Joseph
advantage
concept.
because I believe that I have this few revelation that is done to
Not a
me,
Gnostic.
why would it be wrong for me as a Gnostic to use my personal revelation to do whatever the hell I want when it comes to the divine?
That I feel like that doesn't address what you asked at all. You said, how do you know if someone's a Christian?
Yeah, I'm
And
trying to
being
figure
a
out if you
Christian
have.
is
Claim
different
this.
But
than
why did you
being-
balk at what I said,
The
Emmett?
claim
The
is-
first thing you would go is
Hang
if
on.
you
I'm
claim it.
trying to figure out if any of you have any kind of way to know what a Christian is. And so far, I don't think you have one.
You haven't
You
asked
say
anyone
that-
except
Why don't you give it
Desiree,
to us?
Emmett. To be clear.
Well,
What is
I
what
know-
is
Why
what do
would
you
you
think
be
would
asking
be
Wait.
one
the
confluence?
non-Christians for
I
the
know-
definition
Besides
of
your prophetic
Christianity?
Hold
nature
on.
that you
Doesn't
don't
make
that you
sense.
sometimes
fucking
profess.
Hold
on.
criticize.
Hold on, I think
Kind of-
I think Beth wants in on this. I think she'd like to state her piece of what Emmett's saying.
Um, I think that Confluence had a good point when he brings up, you know them by their fruits. Although even then, you don't fully know, because that's a thing between God and the individual, correct? And it's not our place to actually judge. However, here's the thing: is when you're sitting here, you're saying that your dad was a fake Christian, that you were indoctrinated into the Christian faith, and it was a poor situation where a bad representation of a Christian church, if you will. My question is, how is it that, like, all right, and we're gonna go step by step. I want to ask you a few questions. We'll keep it real quick answers so we can get through it. Did your dad bring you to church like your whole childhood and stuff like that?
No, my mom did. My
Your
mom
mom
did.
did.
I think you're misunderstanding.
Okay.
My
So-
dad did not indoctrinate me into Christianity. He just he would use it like a trauma response, knowing that I had that religious indoctrination.
You
and
mean
system
like
embedded by my mother, my aunts, my grandmas, the women in the family.
Yeah, I get that. It's in the sense of, like, children are often told that one of God, what is it?
Do what you're told, or the devil's gonna get you.
No,
and
not
that
2
type of
Timothy
weird-
1:7. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor their mother and
Yeah.
father. Which is first
Yeah.
commandment. Yeah. Okay, so I can understand some kids like to take that as like indoctrination, when really it's that I wouldn't call that
It's
indoctrination.
indoctrination, Beth. It's perfectly
Here's my
understandable,
thing.
and it's fine
So-
to call it that.
So then your
okay.
fake Christian dad, who doesn't go to church, uses what you're learning as a weapon. Number one, how does he even know what it is you're learning to use against you? And number two, if like why was the church and your mother and those who were around not stepping in to protect you as a child?
Oh, because they were engaged in the same abuse dynamics. It was a whole multi-generational thing that goes on. The women essentially are the religious ones, and they turn a blind eye to whatever the men are doing, and the men just know that they're religious, and they use this religious language in order to sort of create this whole family culture of hush hush. This is going on, but we're going to call it this, and we don't talk about it, and da 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 da. And I just happened to be the oldest girl who essentially received the brunt of all the perversions of the men and all the training and coaching of secrecy from the women. And it just became this overarching family culture. And then I actually picked a husband that had that same type of family culture, and we just were repeating the same thing until I exited.
Can I ask something? Do you not think though that probably applies to like everybody though? Like everyone is indoctrinated into some religion. It could be right. Like so when is that's not like a personal thing.
I personally don't believe that the creator of the all of everything needs us to be indoctrinating the youth with our particular exact expression of relationship to creator. I believe that each child has the capacity to build their own relationship connection to source or creator or God or whatever.
Gnosticism.
Not
we shouldn't be teaching
indoctrinating
them
the relationship. What you're actually being taught is this is what the scripture says. This is the way it should be.
I don't believe that we necessarily need the scripture in order to teach how to have a conscious relationship with consciousness.
Yeah, you
right?
should,
Well, how do you
just know it, Beth? You should just know it.
System.
It's something that you just know to do
I
at
believe
some
that
point,
we would
and it doesn't happen to be.
The Ten Commandments. That's right. I
Yeah,
forgot.
no.
God's word was written on my heart at the time that I was created. Yeah, I know. I should have been more in touch with my heart, and I wouldn't have had to read a book.
Yeah, but doesn't it say in Jeremiah but that the heart is wicked continually?
Yeah.
Now, if you want to only use the Bible as the only text of anything, then that's one thing. But the Bible has been so translated
My question,
over and over and over. And not to mention, there's like 45 books that they just didn't put in there.
But where did you hear that the word of God is? But where did you learn that the word of God is written on your heart? It would be from that same scripture, right?
No,
said that.
it's not from hearing it. It's from knowing it inherently as a remembrance of I was created in the image of Creator. Don't you think that I have the imprint of the truth
Wait, so
written all over my
wait, De-
nervous system?
Nope.
wait, Des, do you think every single human that's created, do you think they have that the same thing that you do? Do you think there's nothing that happens in life that
Well,
makes
this
us
is
more
getting
in
creepy
tune with
because
the
now we're
Creator?
talking about a split in the species where there's the divine human branch and what we could call the transhuman branch, where we're starting to do cloning and these weird things where the babies aren't coming from natural means, and the verdict's kind of out on that. I'm not sure that they have the same divine technology that we have. I don't know. I
Divine
don't really
technology.
know enough about. Yeah, I believe that that our body systems are the temple. There is a technology that most of us are very shut down to because
temple
of
for what?
indoctrination.
If the body is the temple, then why would you defile it having, frivolous, meaningless sex all the time?
I don't personally
sex
have
is
frivolous,
something
meaningless
What
sex.
about
When
the-
I have sex,
Okay.
it's not
Okay.
frivolous.
Desiree,
and it's
What
not
about all the-
Desiree,
what
I
about
love
the
you.
kinky
I love you,
stuff?
but what about the OnlyFans though? That is
What
that
about the
not kind
OnlyFans?
of?
OnlyFans is simply a platform
But is it not
for
degenerating
selling
the?
content.
You let
No,
a
but is
guy
it not
bang you in the
degenerating
butt
Have you
while you're
asked
having
what
your head
type
in
of
the toilet?
content I have?
But is
You
it not
haven't asked what
degenerating
type
the
of
temple?
content.
What
Look,
kind of
You
content
haven't
do you have,
asked what
Desiree?
type of content.
Desiree,
I
I've
do.
known you for a while. I know
Didn't-
what type of
didn't-
content you have. Okay, it
What
does.
type of
Didn't you
content
let a guy
degenerates
do
the
do you
body.
in-
Okay, I'm just gonna
Didn't
say
you let
that.
a guy do you in the butt while your head was in the toilet? What's meaningful about
I
that?
was waiting for
That
that
was a
to come out.
BDSM scene. That was a BDSM scene that was intended to clear my ancestral trauma of women. Literally, my grandmas were abused by my grandfathers by having their heads submerged in sinks, toilets, bathtubs. It was
Wait
a
a second.
common
No.
that's a
practice.
good
You
thing
said
to
this was
do?
something for him. You said when you were on
Both.
before.
I
this-
agreed to it because when he brought it up, it matched an ancestral trauma that I had, and
Beth
so I
is
agreed
right.
to it. It resonated.
No, Desiree, Beth is right. That's what you said. You said it was he, and you acquiesced to
Yeah.
it. You didn't say that was
I
something
did
you
because
wanted.
it resonated with me as this makes sense, and so I went
okay,
into
looking
the
back,
scene
okay.
with the
I broke
intention
my
of
arm to
clearing
heal
that
my arm that was
trauma.
broken
Is it,
ancestrally.
you
At the
Desiree,
time when I
this
broke
was a
my
long
arm,
time ago.
I
Do you think
didn't
that
know
was
that
healthy?
trauma can be passed generation to generation like that. I mean, damn.
Yeah,
Well,
it's called
do you think it-
epigenetics. You
Do
can
you
look
think
it
it
up.
was
They went out-
healthy though,
Yeah.
Desiree? That's what I want to
No
know.
wonder
Do you
why I
think the
have
scene you
nightmares.
did
I had
was
family on
healthy?
the Trail of Tears. Holy fuck. Learning
Okay.
something new every day.
Okay, I want
I
Desiree
have a
to
question
answer
about
my-
epigenetics.
Emmett, I want Desiree to answer my question. Do you still see that?
I have a question
No,
about
just
epigenetics
let me do it
next.
quickly. Do you think that scene was healthy? The head in the toilet thing.
Yeah.
The
Absolutely, because the
Really?
clarity that I had about so many areas of my life after that was profound.
Yeah, but don't you
So,
think
yeah,
it could have an effect on?
correlation is
Do
not
I need to do it
causation,
again? Not
Desiree.
necessarily.
Wait, though. So what about when your kids' friends see that online?
It's
Or what if-
2025. My kids' friends adore me. They think I'm like the coolest mom that there is. It's
Isn't
not
there
the
a danger?
It's not the same generations that we were
Okay, I have
growing
to
up.
pee. I'll
There
be
is
Right.
right
a danger
back.
of pink eye, Abe. I'm
Wait,
worried
well,
about
no,
pink eye.
no. I was going to ask, isn't there a danger of people representing that as a natural thing and then also doing that thing that's creating new generational traumas because of the exact same
Well, that's-
behavior?
That is the importance of conscious BDSM training with the ethics of sexuality being brought to the table of consent and having conversations, boundaries, safe words, all of this. That's why I do personally
Pineapple.
I
Abe,
do
pineapple.
personally like the kink community in the sense that there are these conversations being had as opposed to dating where two people just sort of get together, don't really talk about their boundaries at all, and then just next thing you know, they're having drinks and having sex. And there's a lot of traumas that are coming from this because they're not having these necessary ethical conversations about boundaries, where they're at emotionally, psychologically, safe words, what they're
What
into,
if not?
what they
I
like, what
think
their
that-
no's are.
Desiree,
and-
Desiree,
think
wait a
that
second. I have a
perception is
question.
only
Wait a
creating
second.
more
Wait a
trauma.
second.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So, I have two questions, but let's start with the one that I really like. So, you're talking about boundaries and talking about this thing. What if a person is just has no boundaries? It's like, I don't have any boundaries. You can do anything you want. Okay. and then they get married, and it's called marriage, and they just do it anything they want. Is there a problem with that?
I don't see a problem.
Okay, I
What would
agree
be the
with you.
problem?
I agree with you. It's amazing. Now we're gonna go to epigenetics because I have a question about epigenetics for a while that I've been trying to figure out. So my ancestors, my bloodline comes from the Jewish bloodline. And about 4,000 years ago, they were a slave by the Egyptians. Do I still have the trauma of being a slave by the Egyptians in my epigenetics? Like, does it say somewhere in the code a slave?
Do you feel yourself as a slave to anything?
Well, it's epigenetics. I don't think I feel my genetics. I've never have, but I'm trying to figure out if a person that can manifest the future is able to tell me if there is a place on me that says a slave when it comes to epigenetics.
I think that that's a personal question you would have to ask yourself. You would have to honestly scan your entire realm of existence and say to yourself, in every single area, do I feel sovereign or do I feel enslaved to something? If you
So,
still feel
is
yourself
there a
as
way?
enslaved to something, then yes, you're still carrying that ancestral trauma and you have the opportunity to clear it once you
But is
become
there a
aware
way
of
that I
what's going
can
on.
talk? Is there a way that I can talk with my genetics? Like, what kind of exact words do I have to use? Is
You
or
can talk to your body,
because
to your nervous system. Yeah, absolutely.
no, it's my genetics. Like this is epigenetic, which I don't know if you know about epigenetics. I know a lot about epigenetics for some reason because I am a fucking nerd. But in epigenetics, what happens
Autism.
is you have the genetic code, and then the epigenetics. What it means is that there is usually there's like environmental effects, and there is a small changes in the way that the genetic is being formed, so that your body pretty much adapts to your environment, right? That would be the idea of the epigenetics. So I don't know exactly what kind of language, specifically like chemical language, do I have to use so that I can verify if I have the slave epigenetic code within me. I was wondering if you know anything about this kind of biological realm of possibility, because I'm
I
very
just told
very
you the practical way to tell. If you don't want to accept it, you don't want to accept it. But I just told you
uh,
literally how to tell where in your nervous system you're still carrying ancestral, unnecessary tamperings with your divine genetics. If you are feeling yourself in any realm of your existence as a slave or enslaved, as opposed to the sovereign co creator of your existence, then you are in fact carrying that tampering of the slave code into your divine genetics, which I am telling you, if you are a divine human, however religious, whatever religion you just ascribe yourself to, makes no
mhm.
difference. If you are of the divine human ancestry line, you are inherited divinity structures in your body which allow you to have sovereign control of the co-creation of every single aspect of your life, including your sexuality, however you want to express that. Yes, there is a divine code of
Damn
ethics
it.
that is embedded in us that
You called me
understands
a
this
nerd.
to not be predatory and to always be consensual with people who are of an equal level of mental maturation. If
Okay,
you
if
go
I
below,
have
if you go subordinate to your level of mental maturation and there's no
Mhm.
consent, any of that, it is predatory sexuality and you are going outside of the bounds of your divinity. It's
So
easy.
His
now
divinity
that I
is
know,
not for human beings. That is
wait,
incredibly
wait.
blasphemous.
Now that I know that I have this divine relationship, that is because of my genetics, I think, uh, and it depended on me as the co-creator of the world, as you call me. Why do I need Jesus Christ at all?
Because you believe you do.
Because
That's
it's
why
just because
Christ
I
came.
believe.
Christ came to offer a pathway to get there for everybody who couldn't quite make that jump into the faith structures that connect you directly to source yourself.
Yeah,
So
because
for
I
many
I
of us,
wasn't
we need
able
an
to.
intermediary. We need they call it like a transitional object or a transitional guide in order to say, okay, I can't make the leap all the way to understanding that I am loved and wanted and a child of the creator of all of everything and everything that entails. They need some sort of a smaller way to look at that. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. The path works
So in
just the same.
reality, you don't need Jesus Christ. Was what you're saying. I mean, if you can go ahead and just get to know on your own, then you would have the possibility of just pretty much copulating with the divine
couldn't get there.
without.
I personally couldn't get there without Christ. I personally needed that intermediary, the mediator.
Are you
But not
saying
everybody
Jesus
does.
is the smaller way, though? Is that what you said, Desiree?
No, I'm just saying that it is a more palatable construct for us to wrap our minds around. So some of us really need that, especially if we feel unworthy or we're really having a hard time just receiving the full divine inheritance and grace of God. So you have to understand that Jesus, his life and everything he did and his death on the cross did not change the mind of God. It simply allowed access to understanding the mind or the system of God, you could say, through our human body vessel to everybody who couldn't get there just directly, which it is hard. I couldn't get there directly. Most people can't.
Sidebar, actually, I want to ask you, Emmett, is that blasphemous?
Yes.
Oh, that's the
the part of the
you know.
Emmett no longer has rocks with my name on it after tonight.
Okay, did the
Confluence,
death of
just
Christ
let me put it this way. This is the same one, the same heresy.
That's what I'm asking. Did the death
yeah,
of
this
Christ
is the same heresy.
I ran out of the blood of Christ. I gotta get more. I need a lot of the blood of Christ. All my
No, Evan, I want a serious answer. I'm actually I want to know what you think. Did the death of Christ change the mind of God? Because I'm not sure how I would answer that.
That would be that's absolute heresy, but it's the same kind of heresy that you profess.
No,
don't worry.
No, answer. I'm asking.
You're still being part of this kind of heresy.
Fucking answer me. Did it change?
I already answered. It is heresy.
Wait, so it did change or it didn't change?
It doesn't change because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Okay, so you would say humanity, but obviously there's a fundamental shift from
God.
like
in the human nature.
I can't think of the word right now.
There is a fundamental shift in the human nature.
Though, so Jesus was lying when he said that you will do even greater things than me still. And he said that once we believe,
Desiree,
then we are of the same spirit.
Desiree,
that doesn't give you divinity.
Where do you?
Okay, look. Okay.
Wait a second.
Okay,
wait a second. Where did you get this idea that he lied?
Theosis. We do. Man became God so that God might become man. That's an Eastern Orthodox quote. So Beth, I think you and Emmett disagree on
state that again. State that again.
God became man so man might become God. That is an old school
that
church,
does not
Eastern
have
Orthodox
to do. That has nothing to
we
do
share
with
in the divinity.
World.
God
not
really
in
loves
this world.
No, in this world. That's what the Eastern Orthodox. Ask Emmett if he knows this theology. In the Eastern Orthodox theology, that happens in this world. We share in the divinity
in
of
this
Christ
world,
in this
Emmett.
world. Yes.
We do.
In this world,
I think the
Ask
true
Emmett.
spirit of
Emmett.
Christianity is literally
We
being
are
lost
the partaking of. Okay.
to be separate from God. We are
Calm
one
down.
with
Calm
God.
down.
Okay,
You don't understand.
Set us straight.
You're not understanding theology. Okay, calm down. Okay, first off,
this isn't about theology. It's about
it is about theology.
It is about theology.
This question is about
human
theology.
experience.
To be clear, this one is about.
The question they're asking me is explicitly about theology. Explicitly about theology. Okay, so.
And each dogma is going to be
when
a
we're
little
talking.
different.
when we're talking about theosis, which is what you're talking about.
Orthodoxy dogma.
when we're talking about theosis, when we're talking about, we see it as a lifelong process in which at the end you're partaking within the energies of God, and you have become and partaking part of God. That's what you're being, or you are partaking in theosis. But we don't say that like we are little g gods, in the sense of we
Yeah.
create things, we believe, we act in accordance to the divine, in a sense. That doesn't mean that we are the same, or we are the same thing as the divine, especially when it comes to the material body and the material existence of where we are.
Sure, but
Exactly.
you
So
would say
you
And
pre-death
within
we are partaking of the divine. That is according to
pre-death,
Eastern Orthodoxy. Yes, pre-death.
yeah, we partake
are.
on the energies of the divine when it
Yes.
comes, for
Wouldn't
example,
it be
to
more? Wouldn't it be more
what is
like
the
moving toward?
Yeah, but what he's
Yeah.
talking about is like partaking, for example, in the Eucharist. So when we talk about partaking on the divine and partaking within the divine, we're talking about the Eucharist. We're talking about drinking and eating from the body and the blood of Jesus Christ when it comes to liturgy. It's not a we are God all the time in every single essence and sentence,
No, but what?
especially when
Okay,
we are
Emmett,
we
material.
are
how
not
would you
God.
how
That
would
is
you define
completely blasphemous.
sanctification?
What?
How would you define sanctification? Do you not think that is the
It's
process
the
of
That's
is the
that's what I
is
was
the
gonna say, because
process.
there's a
right?
moment at
If
which
it's a
you
process,
become
then
one with the divine,
we're
but then
going
there's
Is the
the
upwards,
process of
right?
sanctification
is
process.
a process of moving towards theosis. So
Exactly.
living within the
But there
that's
is
my
a
point.
moment
If it's
at
a
which
teachings of
a
process,
Jesus
person
Christ and
becomes
partaking in the
aware and
church.
believes themselves inherently as
Aware of
in the family of God, as
no.
being a creation
Th-
of God. The word
Desiree, we
speaks
are
to
aware.
us.
Well, we are aware, for example, when we go to church, we are aware that we're going to church. We don't need to be aware of some extreme mysticism that's going to happen later on. We are aware that we're going to
The
church and we're going to
mysticism
partake with
is
the energies.
the moment by moment relationship of
No.
walking as a carrier of the divine and
W
The moment,
Desiree, W
the
Desiree.
moment by
embodying that
moment,
truth.
wait, no, the moment by moment, the relationship that we have is the death to our sin and the partaking into the uh, into the into the theological process of being and accepting Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. It has nothing to do with knowing a special kind of revelation that's going to come to us, that's going to make us different. It's completely within the realms of being and partaking of Christ.
Is there a contradiction there, though? I mean,
No. What is the contradiction?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we're becoming.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me.
No, I'm saying there's I'm saying there's not a contradiction. I'm saying I think we all agree we're becoming more and more like Christ, and that is biblical. That is in church history.
Well,
I
the
would
question
say
would
it
be.
this way.
My question would be towards you.
I'm personally becoming more and more like creator in the fullness. Jesus was a man. And like a Jewish man,
okay, disavow,
2,000 years ago. I'm obviously not going to be able to express myself in the exact form as him, but I can express my divinity as uniquely a better and better, more consciously aware and ethical embodiment and presence of the Creator.
But you don't know what that is, because I asked you, how would you know a Christian is a Christian? And then you told me you don't know. And then I asked the same thing to Confluence, and she doesn't know either.
You don't fucking
so
know either.
I don't know what you even mean when you say that.
Know either, brother.
Yeah, I do.
No,
I asked
don't.
that question about 2 weeks ago.
No,
yeah.
you don't.
First thing I ask is,
do you
know? Do you know what is the Nicene Creed?
Yes, we talked. We had this.
Oh,
I don't want to.
So that would be my first question as to what is a Christian, right?
How is that okay, brother? If you were like trying to cosplay as a Christian.
What is the Nicene Creed, Confluence?
That's not
cosplay. I like it.
Again, we've gone down this rabbit hole.
Cosplay ends.
Again, I'm asking you a specific question. Let's say somebody who is an atheist, Sam Harris. Let's say he memorizes the Nicene Creed, right? The Apostles' Creed. He knows all of church history. He can say all the facts. How do you know? And he's like living a good life. How can you tell if he's a Christian or if he's not? Your own church.
Well, that sounds like a
that
Christian
you don't
to me.
Fucking know. Your own church
that sounds
says
like
that only God knows.
Confluence. No.
That's the
You're
theology of your church.
you
I'm
are
sorry,
you're
brother. If you're Eastern
conflating so
Orthodox,
much.
I'm not
You're
conflating
conflating so
anything.
much.
I'm not
Yeah, you're
conflating
thinking.
I
anything.
think we are way off in the weeds at this
Ha-
point.
and this
you are
relates to
So far
dating
gone.
because I don't know.
You are conflating so much. You're conflating salvation and judgment
No,
with
I'm not. No,
with the
no,
even
no,
basic
I'm
knowledge.
not.
How
you
can
can,
you know
you think
somebody
you can get that
is
past
Christian?
me? You can't, brother.
Yeah.
Are you-
I won't
I
judge
think
you. I
we've been
don't
off
know
in
if
the
you're
weeds.
Hey,
saved.
our host is trying to
Exactly. You
speak.
don't
Hold on.
Our
know.
host is trying to speak.
You don't
Okay,
know.
you two,
You-
just grounded. You're grounded. You hear me? We're
For how
gonna.
long, Abe? For how long?
Oh man.
I'll get him for you, Abe. Don't you worry.
All right, so we are at 7:30, which is when I said that we would take and look at our super chats. We do have some more topics, but I didn't see any particular questions, just statements in the super chats for the first chunk here. So
Donate
I'm just
to
gonna.
How
Abe.
about we
Ask
do
him
the
No,
first
questions.
chunk and
let's
then
just
we do
Donate.
yeah,
another?
let's just read it, Abe.
Let's read it and
Let's
then we'll
just
do another question. How about that?
Okay, all right. So first we have spiritual, not Christian. Got it. Wagira said, at the very least, we know that OnlyFans can make a word salad. I wouldn't recommend eating it. Wagira again says, this is some of the most degenerate cope I have ever heard. Let's see. Bucket Button says, this is a great example of the type of women that instant gratification spiral that men should actively avoid. Con gets cud giddies for the titties.
That's true. Shout out fucking Button. Love you, brother.
Oh, where's the others? I don't see the other older ones. I'm sorry, you guys, but that's what I got in the back there. And
We'll find him
now
while we argue.
No, you should have them in the start. Go to the start.
that was the start. Let's see.
Where's the
Oh
question?
yeah, okay, there we
Go
go.
to Abe.
That's what I'm saying. Bucket Button says words. Words
Well,
also
words,
confluence shows
words.
Bob's.
Show Bob's.
Look, if you go to my channel and donate enough, I will show Bob's. Okay. To be
What? Well, I mean,
What?
what? On one of the streams, you said you wanted to rip off balls, so I
Well,
don't.
that's all,
and-
on every stream I say that, brother. Okay. That's kind of my catchphrase.
Oh,
Let's see. Healing BDSM sounds like a degenerate word salad. Oh, same one. Let's see.
I don't think the youth of America understands what BDSM is.
I think they
Bring back taking women from towers.
yeah.
With our long hair. Maybe that's why I keep growing my hair long.
Well, he's talking about kidnapping, to be fair, so.
The, the feminist coat part is the reason why there is a lack of respect for churches, despite Christians growing. All your bodies are belong to us.
Sweat test adjacent. Wow, bold move, fucking Button.
Emmett is looking fabulous tonight. Unlike Wine Mom. I think he was
Oh.
talking to you.
That-
Confluence.
I'm not drinking wine, so he must be talking to Desiree. But I do
It's
agree,
me.
Emmett do be looking fine. I do agree.
Thank you.
No homo. No homo.
Pretty
Sure.
fly for a white
I'm
Mexican
What's
guy.
wrong with the homo guys?
That's you. You can say no homo all night long, but I mean, this whole thing with you playing with balls and ripping them off. I mean,
It's not playing. It's not playing with them. It's not playing with them. It's just the ripping thereof. There's no
Look.
playing involved. Okay, I don't want you to
Look.
shame me.
It's just weird, okay?
whatever
It's
cope
just
you
it's
got,
a
it's
normal
all
thing.
good.
It happens in a lot of
Whatever
cultures.
cope you got, it's all good, honey. So,
All right.
Thank you.
Is one sex more responsible for the current state of the dating marketplace?
Yes, the woman.
Ooh.
The woman. All the women. Based
I
red
brought
pill.
you
Oh.
over to the patriarchy side.
Me and Emmett against you and you, Beth and Desiree. Yes.
Very blue-pilled confluence.
No, what? Red pilled. Hashtag red pilled. Are
Ah.
you kidding me? I'm saying the
Well,
women
blue,
are
blue
more
is,
to blame.
I prefer blue. I prefer blue, so I'm taking
patriarchy.
blue, and
Oh, is that the
your
crystal you
side
want,
can take
Emmett?
the red
Is
again.
that the crystal
Fucking
you want?
commies, they like the red anyway.
Confluence,
What
what-
did the saint mean by that quote?
Fucking. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know what.
Oh,
Big
you
soda.
don't know.
I don't know what big
Oh,
soda.
you
I don't
just
know when
you
that.
just weaponized it.
I don't know what big
Oh,
soda
I
means. I don't know
see.
when that super chat came in,
Ah.
brother. What saint? What are we talking about?
That's
Big soda.
just now.
Oh.
He's asking about the
Wait, what?
men becoming God. That's the quote he's
Yeah.
asking you about.
Oh, wait. Can you pull up the super chat again? What did the saint mean by that quote? Well, yeah, the saint meant that we participate through. Again, I'm kind of Emmett Pill
How do you
right
know,
now.
Confluence,
Through
that that's what he
the
meant?
Eucharist, we participate in the becoming of the divine. It's the process of sanctification. We are becoming one. We are distinct from God. We are not lower G's God, but we are becoming a part of the Godhead. That is the process of theosis that is communicated in the Eastern Orthodox Church. That's why I think Eastern
How
Orthodox is more goated than the Catholic Church. I mean, you can just
how do you know
fucking read
that,
the
Confluence?
patristics on that.
Yeah, how do you know that, Confluence? Were
Well,
you to a priest and the priest gave you proper interpretation of that quote? Or did you just found it out on your own and you had your own little Gnostic moment there?
no, didn't have my own Gnostic moment. I've read the Bible. Obviously,
You're never gonna be able to
Ah,
get to God through your mind. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
you do it by
Yeah.
faith, that's true. But that's the only true thing you've said
But-
today that I can agree with. It's not through your mind, it's through faith. But then that means that you
Faith-
cannot have a special
faith
knowledge.
comes from your heart. Faith comes
So
from
where-
your
where
heart.
does
It
faith
depends
Yeah,
come
but
from,
that
Emmett?
that means that you cannot have any
Emmett,
kind
where
of
does
special
faith-
knowledge that's gonna get you to God. It has to do, as you said,
Emmett,
through your
Emmett,
heart by faith
Emmett,
and
Emmett,
through
Emmett,
accepting the
Emmett,
proper
Emmett,
authorities.
Emmett.
Go on.
Where did
We-
where does faith come from if it's not
Confluence
through the
is
heart,
wrong.
or if it's not through the mind? I'm sorry. Where does it come from?
Where does it what?
Where does faith come from if it doesn't come through the mind? What faculty of the human being would you say faith comes from?
From the heart.
From the heart. Is that the same as the emotions or distinct from the emotions?
It's distinct from the emotions.
So what is the heart? Where is my heart?
The heart would be the process of humbling yourself to the idea that you have no total power to know everything, and
You
you
know,
are giving
Harvard
proper
made
place.
a whole school that's called the Heart Math Institute, and they are actually studying the heart as an electromagnet.
That is
So
true.
literally, our heart radiates out an electromagnetic frequency that then magnetizes to
Yeah.
it.
Dr. Joe
exact-
Dispenza.
The exact no, go straight to Harvard. You can bypass
Yeah.
Joe. Go to Harvard. They'll teach you everything about the electromagnetism of the
Did
heart.
you just tell us to just go to Harvard?
Yeah, I should do it.
Just go to Harvard.
Go to Harvard, guys.
Taste-
Finish your
taste-
education.
Read a book. That's what I say.
That sounded a lot like learn to code.
I learned to code.
go,
Just go to Harvard.
go to Harvard.
No, I just meant that hypothetically, you can study what the Heart Math Institute is discovering about the human heart.
Sure.
All right. So,
I don't think you need to go to Harvard for that, though.
do we want to argue about which sex's fault the current dating market
The woman.
is?
The woman. The
I
woman.
would say it's the women. I'd say it's more
I-
the women than it is the men.
I'm not go against the current on this one. I was gonna say it is
Feminist.
Jesus, I hate
Feminist.
saying this, but it's actually the man. I would say it's the man, and the reason why is the man is because they're not putting them in cages at this point, and they need to be in cages.
I was just gonna say I might have to change my. So I think women are definitely doing the things that are the problem, but men are allowing them to do that. Men have allowed things to get to the state. Sorry, fellas, it's true.
Well, the thing is, I believe that the men have not used proper authority to put people
Agreed.
in their proper place. That's one point, and so men are the ones who are going to have to, at the end, be able to do that, and that's why some of the responsibility at the end of the day goes to them. When we're talking about in general, especially when it comes to the younger generations, that they have no power to make any big changes in the world, I would say that in that instance is the woman, because the woman is usually the one responsible for their relationship in the first place, and they are the ones that fosters said relationship. That's why it was important when we were talking about if the man had the responsibility to provide, does the woman have the responsibility to have a good relationship with the man? And the answer is yes, because they are the ones who usually take a little bit more care of that load, and it helps them in their duty bound responsibility, as well as it helps the men and the relationship in general.
When it comes down to dating at this point, women have such astronomical expectations of men that, they don't really, there's a lot that don't necessarily deserve it or earn it. And it's a huge sense of entitlement. And I do think, unfortunately, men have kind of failed in the sense of allowing feminism to take hold as much as it has over the decades.
So Emmett, is your statement is that due to force doctrine, it can only fall to men in the end
I
when
think that
everything
once
reduces back?
yes, when everything reduces back to pure force doctrine, it has to be on the men, and they are the ones that will utilize force to sounds redundant, but enforce
No, right.
the rules for the society. But when it comes to like when we're looking at the framework without the force doctrine, I would be on the woman because they're the ones that foster those kind of relationships.
So more or less, what you're saying is it's both sides for their own reasons have
Yeah,
a part to play in it. Okay.
they do have a part of play, and I don't want to take responsibility away from women when it comes to the actual thing because I don't think they're dumb little baby individuals that have no agency. They have agency and they do have a role to play, especially in society. So we have to be able to give them the place in a sense that they have a responsibility on. And I think one of the responsibilities is that is foster the some kind of relationship when it comes to dude. And you know it's a bit different when it comes to certain cases. For example, Desiree is the exception to every case because all of the men in her family are completely absolutely horrible and they I don't know should be in some kind of prison somewhere. But most cases that I've known of guys, they just are head over heels over a girl in their life and they would absolutely love to come home and see that woman be dressed up for them, and they would absolutely go love to go out on a walk with that person. They would absolutely love to spend time watching a movie or even just kissing. And I think there's absolutely
Hmm.
no reason for me to believe that that's not the majority of the cases.
I agree.
Imagine imagine if Confluence wasn't just in the closet, which I appreciate Confluence, but imagine that if Confluence wasn't in the closet and he
Fuck
had a
you.
wife and he
He's in
would
the
go home
listen.
and he would just receive a hug and a kiss.
His
I think he would be
his wine
happy.
mom his wine mom closet is just for him. Okay, Emmett.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Hey,
Abe.
you
My
know
wine
what?
mom closet
We
is
have
just for me, I
exchanged
think.
flirty. We have had flirty exchanges. I feel
We have.
confluence. I
Confluence.
never
We
picked up
have.
a vibe. I picked up
Clean your
intimacy
toilet,
issues. I
sir.
didn't
Clean your
pick up
toilet.
that it was an issue between women and you. I picked up
Pink
that
eye
you
is
just
a
have some
really bad
intimacy
thing.
issues
Okay,
that are.
let's not spread my
Okay.
personal,
So
You
issues
just gotta
to the World Wide
swim
Web.
through the
Desiree.
intimacy issues.
Desiree, do you have a take on what the
I
greatest
I
contributors
per-
are?
I personally believe that we're at a point in our collective evolution where we are reaching equality as far as responsibility goes for all the problems in society. I feel that for a long time, because the patriarchy insisting that men be the leaders of everything, then therefore you could say that
Sure,
the
they
men
doesn't.
were responsible for all the breakdowns in society. But now I think because women are insisting on equality, that we now equally bear the weight of the burden of responsibility of fixing this shit show, because it is a shit show, that is for sure.
The only way this shit show is going to get fixed is for men to take it back on and take control of it. This idea that men have been running the show constantly, that's no. They unfortunately gave up running the show when they gave women so many rights and so much leeway to do what they wanted to do. We have, as women, been the effectuators of our own demise when it comes to dating, especially.
I mean, but you could take it all the way back to like when this whole propaganda machine started, which was around the time of the Great Depression, and we were sending all the men off to war. That is when these concepts of creating women in the workforce and double taxpayers and all this materialism and stuff, that's when essentially it was commissioned by the federal government of the United States, and the men of our country agreed to it. Rather than saying no, the women don't need all this responsibility, they don't need all this stress on them, let them be at home raising the kids like it's always been. The men were like, cool, we don't have to work as hard.
I find it really.
They're gonna work too. You know, I
But-
have
had
to say it.
insane women in Seneca Falls, New York, who were demanding that suffrage be acknowledged and be put in, and that they get their rights. And it gets down to a point where quite frankly, I think men can only take so much bitching before they're going to be like, whatever, just to get you to please stop. Okay. However, I've been able to
I
show
just find it funny, Beth.
ancient roots. Sorry, go ahead.
I just find it funny how we were talking about how we're gotten into this equality thing, but the men are the problem. They did this. It's the men. They deserve the blame. So if that's the case, I just say, yeah, we do. But you know what? That means that we have the authority, and at the end of the day, you're going back into the fucking cage with all the people that need to be put back into the fucking cage if need be. Because that is the case, right? Otherwise, it would be no. It was women that made this kind of thing happen at the end of the day, and we share the responsibility of this thing.
That the only true accountability for each man is his intimate partner, because that person, he, she, whoever it is, mistress, that person is the only one who truly knows the entirety of that man and where he's at in his maturation or sanctification process. Hence all these freaking trials coming out where it's like, what's P. Diddy really doing? Let's ask his partner and this type of stuff.
I disagree.
Like, it's that woman. And that's where I hold women accountable to all of this shit show, because women have allowed these sociopath type of men who had all these ulterior motives and agendas to just run amok, and none of them were coming out and just taking them out.
I disagree.
Or telling somebody what the hell her
it's very simple,
husband was scheming.
No, it's very simple, Desiree. Since it's the responsibility of men, and men are the psychopaths and the sociopaths, and they do all the bad things. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and just put everybody that disagrees with those men in cages anyway. And when they start yapping, we're gonna tell them to shut up. Okay? Oh, we are going to, apparently, because that's what you want. Because the moment that we go ahead and try to give a nuanced take when it comes to share responsibility, it all comes back to the men are the problem. If that is the case, why would we care anyway? Why would we care anyway? We're gonna be the problem. We're gonna do it right way. And no toilets in cages. I agree with you, Doomer.
Wow.
No toilets in cages.
Can I say my piece?
I don't know. Confluence.
Okay, so I guess so. This is maybe a bit of a pivot, but I think, but I want to pick your guys' brains on this. So I think I said women are to blame for this, but I don't. It's in some way a meme answer, because I think women are to blame because I think the technocracy that rules us, like most people meet on dating apps, right? And so that's owned by Match Group, right? That's just stats for younger people, right? And I think that women are more culpable, they're more susceptible to kind of the dating app degeneracy than men are. Just how the dating apps work. So I would blame the dating apps, but I think women are more susceptible to them, and so therefore are more at fault. But I think I would blame the corporations first of all. Does that make sense, or does that not make sense? If it doesn't, I can clarify.
Now we're getting somewhere. I think we need to primarily blame, if you want to blame somebody, the fucking establishment that has created this whole system of double taxpayers, of a system that is literally destined to fail, so that we become these chronic addicts to all these different things to try to fill the void of what connection with each other was intended to fulfill.
So what's the better system?
The better system is to go sovereign. sovereign citizen, sovereign from everything. Like I'm like off grid living in an RV right now. I don't even have Wi-Fi. Like I am detoxing off of like the entire establishment, reprogramming myself to be a deinstitutionalized actual sovereign citizen of the earth. What a thought. Maybe I'll still be here in America, but when you go actually sovereign, you are then free to link up with other sovereign beings and rethink the whole thing.
Okay,
Until you do
Desiree,
that, you don't really have a lot of leverage to come up with ideas and concepts that are actually going to be able to be rooted and take root in the culture. That all of these ideas and concepts are fun to talk about, but what does that actually mean?
Des, that's not what I love the thought and I agree with you, but that's not what I wanted to pick your guys' brains on. I want to know.
See, you're a fucking liberal. You're a fucking liberal.
I'm not
I
a
told
fucking
you.
liberal.
You
I'm
just
not.
proved it. You
How?
love the thought. You're a liberal.
How?
You proved it.
In what way? Was I saying that dating apps?
You're fucking
Right.
liberal.
That dating
Sure.
apps?
You're a liberal.
Wait, in what sense? In what sense?
Well, Beth just freaking throwing a torch over here.
We're
Beth,
getting
fucking go
judgy.
ahead.
We're getting judgmental tonight.
Go ahead, Beth. Tell me on how my indictment
well.
of Match Group and dating apps is fucking liberal. Go
No,
ahead.
Okay.
you want to go after the establishment.
I didn't say that was Desiree. I didn't
I can-
say that.
I can
said
actually-
it's Match Group that makes women be cucked because back in the day we were meant to live in villages of like Dunbarian numbers of like 150 people or whatever the fuck. And now with like Match Group and all of them owning all the dating
You're
apps, now
right.
they've
I'm so
increased
sorry.
their-
You're not a liberal. You're a communist.
Oh my
In what
gosh.
sense?
Wow.
What
That's
am I
like saying that's
Any-
like calling
even
somebody
the
a
most- Even
narcissist.
fucking what
Don't
Frederick
say it.
Pitt would agree with what I'm saying. What the fuck?
He's so mad.
Let's not throw
He's-
the labels around.
Okay. Is OnlyFans predatory? Also, please explain how we don't know what BDSM is and give more examples of what men should avoid.
I'm assuming that's to me.
I guess.
I believe
yes.
that in general, OnlyFans is predatory because most of the models are using agencies who have fake people in the chat boxes, and that's the primary way that most OnlyFans models are making their money is with essentially chat bots in the chats, and the men actually are delusional enough to think that they're talking or sexting.
Oh, blame it on
I
the
don't
men.
run my business that way.
Blame
I have
it
a
on
very
the men.
small platform. I actually do my chats, and I don't do sexting. And my subscribers know that I run my business model completely differently, completely transparent. These days, I only make solo content or with my actual real partners in the times where I've been in partnerships. So my OnlyFans business is not predatory by any means, but most of the industry, I would say, does fall in the realm of potentially predatory. Now, everybody has to be 18 with a bank account and an ID and a credit card to sign up. So at what point do you let the grown-ups do stupid grown-up things? I mean, I don't know. That's
So it's
That's
the
right.
men's fault
Wait,
now
wait,
that
wait,
women
Beth.
go on.
Give me a second.
Abe, you got an echo, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah, you
I'll
got an echo.
mute.
Beth, sorry, Desiree, did you pay your exes for the content they made?
I didn't make content with my exes.
What about
So
toilet guy?
you have several.
Wait,
the-
yes,
the
you
guys
did.
that you're using
Yes,
right
you
now.
did.
Yeah,
you said that. You said one of the one of the primary people that you made content with was your ex, and that was why it was okay.
Yeah, you said you make content with the people you are with, right?
Yeah.
You had some kind of relationship. Do you pay them?
Yeah, I guess in that sense,
Wait,
the
you
guy
guess?
that I
Wait, you
started,
guess?
the guy
Or you do
I
pay
started, the guy that I was with when I started my OnlyFans, he was the only one that I originally made content with, and he had equal. Well, he was 49% shareholder in my corporation, so we were equal business partners, and I paid the bills, and he, we had the whole structure set up, and then after that, I made content a couple times with like friends in the industry, and they had their own platform, so they were getting paid off the content. Like most people that I had done content with, they have their own platform. So yes,
Paying
they
them
are
an
also getting
exposure
paid.
is what you're saying, Desiree.
What?
You're paying them
So-
an exposure is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're paying them with exposure. You're paying them with
No,
Well, I mean, if they're-
it's collaboration. It's no different
With
than like
content.
we're doing this stream right now, and it's running on multiple different of
I
our
agree.
streams. It's the same concept. So we're all equally in this, and we're sharing the content on our respective platforms. It's
That's
an
true.
equal share.
Abe's not sharing the donos with us, so that's a fair point.
Get
Oh
your
well,
own.
this is exploitation of your persona. It's different. We're not having. We're never
that
going
would-
to have that kind of thing
That
going
would-
on. You and me, Confluence.
That would still be the same confluence. That would still be the same because they would be paying through hers for her. They would be paying through his for him. It would still be
Yes.
exactly the same scenario as it is right now.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
that was my
I
point.
just-
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Well, but it would be
What,
different
that
if
they
I'm
could
making
share
content
Confluence?
and then pretend to not exploit anybody, which I will exploit you, by the way. I don't care. I don't have a qualm with that. And I would be like, oh, there's only exploitation from the men's side, but I have a bunch of content creators that are female that are using men to create content and they don't get any money, for example. That would be exploitation. Lily
The
Phillips is a
funny
good
thing
way.
is, I'll say
Lily
this.
Phillips
I'll
would
say
be
this. That
Lily
there's such a
Phillips. Well, I'm
difference-
almost done. I'm almost done. Lily Phillips will be a perfect example of a predatory woman that exploits men in order to make content, for example. Go ahead.
I'll say it.
Desiree.
I'll say it this way. I can only speak for myself, but if you knew the number of men who beg me to make content with me, and that's how they're trying to hook up with me, it would disturb you. So I don't necessarily know that the predatory or that stuff doesn't necessarily transfer over male to female the same way per se as it does female to male in an exact exchange rate, if that makes sense, because of the differences
why
of
not?
male
Oh,
and
no,
female
no, no, no,
sexuality.
no, no, no,
Wait,
no,
wait,
no, no,
wait,
I'm
wait.
not letting that one go.
But isn't that-
easily.
I was
Why
going to say,
not?
isn't that the same thing as the men issue, right? If men are buying into the system, then they're also a part of the problem of the system.
I mean, men are the primary ones who've created the system and keep the system going. It's
No,
not-
no,
The
no,
women
no.
are just the actresses or the ones that are willing
Uh-huh.
to make the content, but it's a supply and demand thing. If the men stopped demanding it, the women would stop supplying it. I mean, it's basic economics here. It's a very profitable industry to be in precisely because men are wanting it. There's a huge demand. I mean, I hate to say it, but we have to look at the objective reality of how booming the sex industry is.
I mean,
and
that's
we have
true.
to stop
Okay.
blaming
That's incontrovertible.
everybody and just look at why is this? Why?
Okay, I'm
is
gonna grant this argument. I'm just gonna grant it for a second, and I'm gonna ask you something. Let's say that there's a huge amount of demand to have a bunch of sex slaves. Why would it be wrong that I go on and supply the demand if it's just demand and supply?
It's honestly, if you look at it from the level of just objective species provision,
Would be
I
perfectly
don't
fine.
necessarily think there's anything wrong with it.
I
The
agree.
problem inherently becomes
Wait, you
if
had
we
a
are
big problem with it
divine
earlier
species
when you were
and we
talking
have
about
a
what
code
happened to
of ethics,
you.
we
So
have
it's
a
not. Wait a
responsibility.
second. So is it okay when other people become sex slaves, but not okay when you did? Because that's kind of
Are we
what you
talking
just
about?
said.
Are we talking about non-consenting sex slaves?
If it's supply and demand, and the demand is sex slaves, regardless of consent. You just said if you see nothing wrong with that. After you complain.
I do see something wrong with that.
So, okay, good, because earlier, yeah, you were talking about this generational trauma and your horrific trauma that had to be cured with your head in a toilet and something else going on back door. Okay, but
right. So
now
but you
can't-
talked about it
you can't
earlier,
do it.
where a lot of people are not conceptualizing their position in society as anything traumatic. They're just accepting it. So you have to understand that there will always be people that are just like, well, it's a good way to make money.
Maybe
I can get my family out of poverty. I work
So
at
maybe
home. It's a
I'm
good
traumatized
business. Who am
by
I
the
hurting?
idea.
There's always gonna there's not always gonna be those people, but for right now, there is a massive amount of women who have found an outlet, a way to have at-home businesses that are very profitable, and they have simply done what men have done all along and just done it. They just went with it. So
There's been a lot of cartels
So
that have
then
found a
it's
very
their own fault.
profitable.
Wait a second. It's
There's
their
been
own
a
fault.
lot of cartels that have found a way that to provide a lot of trafficking, and in which they just give a lot of value to the people that
I
want
really
it.
think
And
that
it's
it has
perfectly
to
fine.
They're
be the
becoming
men
more valuable, and they
enforcing
just
something
don't.
different.
They're becoming more valuable, and so therefore they don't mind what's happening to them. It's not actual trauma, and therefore it's okay in Desiree's world.
No, I'm not saying it's okay with me personally. I'm just saying that's the objective data.
So then why does
coming in
supply and
from
demand? Why would
society.
supply and demand have anything to do with? Listen, when it still comes down to what some women are doing on platforms like OF is really no different.
Beth,
when you
how
break
how
down
are
what
you
they're
tying
doing.
in supply and demand to consent? I'm confused on that point.
Because that was the question Emma asked, is if sex slaves are in demand, and like she said, the prawn industry
I
is
mean,
about
to me,
supply
there's
and
no
demand,
difference
and
between
therefore
a wife.
she was
A
asked,
wife inherently is a sex slave. I mean, come on.
no,
Oh, okay.
she's not. That is disgusting.
Okay, yeah,
What
that
is
is
wrong?
okay. No, but I want to hear Beth. Beth, I want to hear what because I don't understand how supply and demand.
Okay.
You could have a demand. There could be a demand for like
Chocolate?
child inappropriate material. That doesn't mean it should
Oh.
be
I gotta plug my
fulfilled,
phone in.
right? Like just because you have a demand, that doesn't mean it's moral. It doesn't mean it's consensual.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
Wait, I
consent
can
is not the
I
same
can
as supply and
explain
demand.
you. Wait,
I agree
Confluence, I
with
can
you.
explain this to
She
you.
said, because supply and demand, therefore prawn okay. Emmett asked if sex slaves were supply and demand.
Well,
Is there? And she said she saw nothing wrong with that.
I thought.
So that's why I asked.
Wait. Okay, maybe
I
I,
didn't
maybe
say
I
it.
misheard. Because my thought is I thought Desiree was saying that yeah, with pornography, obviously the supply and demand is a very real thing. But I didn't hear Desiree say that. Therefore, sex
Confluence.
slaves is
Let
an
me-
okay thing. Because
okay,
there's demand
okay,
for it.
Confluence,
Unless I
Emmett,
let me
missed
please
something.
explain.
Let me explain this so you don't straw man it, because I don't know why you had today you had
I
like
don't know
the
how you
page of
missed
a
this.
steel man on your end. So we were talking
Tell
about
me.
why the the OnlyFans industry was a good industry, and she said that the reason why is because it fulfilled a demand of the public. And then I said, okay, I agree with all of your argument. I'm gonna grant the argument that it is good because you're providing a service. But if that is the case, and there is a huge amount of demand for sex trafficking, at what point would it be wrong? And
But
then
there's
she
a
agreed
logical
with
leap
me
there.
that
That's what I don't get.
confluence. I'm not done. Okay. And she agreed, okay, that if we're talking about supply and demand, that's the basis of the moral axiom. He would not have any problem with it. Do
Wait,
you understand?
okay. Well, let's clarify. Desiree, do you
okay,
agree?
okay,
Do you agree? Did you
Confluence.
say that, Desiree?
Conflict. Yes.
I don't think I said that. I think that's kind of
Yeah.
putting words in my mouth. But
She said she saw
it's
no problem
possible
with it.
that I got
Rewind
so
it and
lost
watch
in the
it.
complexity of this exchange that
What-
I
what's the
perhaps
question?
worded something in a
Yeah,
way that I didn't
maybe I
necessarily
missed
mean,
it.
but this is a
Maybe
very
I-
gray area of honestly, it's very gray because I personally don't see the difference between a consensual sex worker doing what she does for pay and the role of a wife. I don't necessarily see the difference if you're talking about it on a simple consensual energy exchange basis, which
Yeah, I know
don't.
one. I know one big one. It's called kids and family.
You can still have kids and family.
Are
and
you
be
supposed
a
to have
sex
kids with a
worker.
guy that is blowing you during corn?
I think that's
we're
Like, let's say that
unconsensual.
you
I
sign
know
a
plenty of
contract.
couples who are porn
Let-
stars and have kids.
Let's say that you
I don't-
yeah. Let's say that you sign a contract. The end of that contract, when you're going to film, I don't know, in isuckdates.com, the end of that contract would be to have kids and have a family and be known in society for being a family. Do you think that's the end result of that?
What?
Yeah, let's pretend for a second that I'm an 18-year-old girl that is called, I don't know, Natalia, and I go to isuckdicks.com and I
Always
sign
be
a
plugging.
contract, and the contract says that this guy's gonna plow me until I'm fucking dizzy. Is the end result of that contract for me to be known as having a husband and having kids and getting a family, or is it just to get plowed for money?
Let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Do you believe inherently in the process of redemption and personal development?
Why are we answering the question with a
It
question?
doesn't have anything
Because
to do.
it seems
I'll answer
like
your
you
question.
have no
Desiree.
conceptualization of a
I'm
human
just
being
saying you
going
Desiree.
can
through
answer the
different
question, then
developmental
ask your question.
processes
Yeah,
at different
Desiree,
times.
I
Like,
will answer that question the moment you answer mine, okay? Can you answer my question real quick?
in your hypothetical situation, yeah, there could very well be a bottom line that says, and after your contract with this is done, you will have this many children for me and raise them.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
there's tons
Well,
of
that could
weird
be in the-
contracts
Do
that people
you
are
have
making
any
right now.
example of a contract with a corn star that at the end said that?
Most
We're
adult
talking about
content
making a
creators
video.
these days
There's a
are
difference
making their own content with their own partners. The whole
There-
system is totally different now.
But there's a difference.
Okay.
Like he's pointing
Well,
out
that
the
was a lot
difference-
of
Go ahead, Simon.
that was a lot of cope. I will accept your non-answer just because of this, and then I will say yes. I believe that there is such thing as redemption. Okay, but redemption is not something that you just say, "Oh, I am redeemed," and that's it, or "I
Correct.
feel bad about this." It's a whole process of redemption. It's usually overseen by a
What's
priest.
super weird,
okay?
what's super
So,
weird
yes.
is when people reach the level where they discover themselves to have a non-conformist sexual identity, and then they do not ascribe to these
What is the
confines of
non-conformist sexual?
sexuality that have been imposed on us for many eons, and they feel completely
You mean
free with that.
What are we
Completely
talking-
fine.
what are we
And they
talking
go
about?
on
and
to live
trivializing
perfectly
sex
healthy
is
lives.
a
Are we
good
talking about?
thing.
Are we talking about kink? Or are we talking about like gay? Or what are we talking
Anything,
about?
anything that's outside the
Jesus
little
help me.
box of religiously acceptable sexuality, and there's a
Just-
lot on the front.
Sure, but do you
There's a
think that
lot.
do you think that nature can inform?
Okay, I was talking to my chat GPT about this earlier because I was like, how do I not offend people while at the same time saying,
Oh.
but listen, guys, if we don't figure out a way to keep procreating and forming healthy family systems that raise children who also want to procreate, I mean, that is for all intents and purposes an extinction timeline. I mean, just play that out. So it's like, we need to have some sort of reverence and respect for those, what we talked about, to loop it back around to the beginning of the show. There's always going to be outliers, right? In the species.
Outliers do not make the rule.
Outliers, but they don't make the rule. And we all have to honestly do our own deep inner work and self-reflect on what part in the continuation of the species on a biological and a consciousness level do we want to play? Do we want to be NPCs where our freaking whole thought process and DNA lines just die off? Or do we want to be contributing members of the future of humanity? And that
Well,
is
how do
really
you-
something we all
The
have to consider.
destruction of
How
the
would we
nuclear
know?
family has done more damage to children than anything else. And when you start looking, especially at what the prawn industry has done within relationships, the way the effects that have had on it, it actually leads to sexual dysfunction within people. Just from watching it, and
I don't
consuming.
disagree.
So-
That's why I personally position myself as like a Trojan horse inside.
The
who
real
is- I capture the audience that is somewhat kind of in this middle ground of like, they're single, they're confused, they're maybe lonely, they're not sure what this is all supposed to be like. And I am just an example of a
Yeah,
real
yeah.
woman.
But
How
not
many
to
of them are
not to
married?
not to
How many of
quote
them are
Emmett,
married?
is that not a bit of cope though, in a way? Because if you're saying the corn industry is bad, but you're participating in it as a Trojan horse,
It,
that's
and that's
it
the thing.
starts to
She
I
said
sound
think
she's
a
that
bit
the
enjoyed
like
it
federal
all
cope,
night
right?
long.
government of the United
All night,
States is bad, yet
all
I
night
somewhat
long.
participate in it. You know, it's
All,
like it's a
Desiree,
transitional type
Desiree,
of process.
Sure.
you have maintained that you enjoy this, that this is like therapy for you. How the fuck are you like being a Trojan horse if this is your
Because
therapy?
I personally found a path of expressing myself as an exhibitionist. I understand myself.
So you
That's my
enjoy it.
primary
You're not a
kink as an
Trojan horse
exhibitionist.
trying to trying to subverse it.
That was a particular. I didn't show that. That was not on my OnlyFans. That scene was never on my
I'm
OnlyFans. That
talking
was a
about no. I'm
personal.
talking about right now. You have said you have maintained on everything I've ever seen. You do this because you enjoy it. You enjoy your sexual freedom. You embrace your who you are as a sexual creature. But now you're sitting here trying to say that yes, porn is bad or corn is bad, and you are in it as a Trojan horse trying to
In the
subvert.
current
You
state
really
of,
like to over talk when you don't like what somebody's saying. Let me finish, please. You said that you're acting like a Trojan horse trying to subverse the situation. So which one is it, please? That's all I'm asking. So I can understand what your true intention is with this. Please.
Okay, so in my season of not being in any sort of monogamous relationship structure, I have found the platform of OnlyFans to
Okay.
be a good fit for me to express the exhibitionist side of myself while also being able to monetize my body, my sexuality, my journey in becoming who I am ultimately as an adult sovereign woman. And I have found that piece of it to somewhat be the restitution that I have found personally for all the years of abuse that I took, not
Okay.
necessarily consensually. And for me, it was very freeing. It was very freeing. And also, I have had the situation where I had so many of my relationships, almost all of my relationships were based on this caricature I was playing of this good girl, this good Christian girl. And for me, when I decided to open up about the fact that I was a mess and that I needed to go through a healing process and that I had different thoughts and ideas about things that didn't fit neatly into this little box based on my own lived experience, when I started coming out about that, I lost so many of my relationships. And so, what I learned is in order for me to truly heal all of my attachment traumas and all of this and get into aligned, healthy relationships, I have to learn, first of all, who I actually am. And then I have to own the fullness of that self before another. I have to be, in other words, comfortable with
So
my
where does the
full
Trojan
naked
horse
existence.
idea where does the Trojan horse subversing a bad thing come into play?
So, because our
Please.
culture and society is so addicted to pornography and all these manners of perversions that I do not believe inherently that we will ever make the jump from the shit show we're in of addiction all the way just to puritanical living where everything is perfect and this doesn't exist. I think there has to be a bridge to sort of wean everybody off like a methadone clinic to wean the nervous system off of this toxic
So
thing.
what's your harm reduction then, Des? Like what are you saying? What's
Yeah.
the weaning off? What's your methadone that you're giving
Yeah.
people on your OnlyFans?
So that is coming back to I don't go with this delusional model where I'm sexting with the guys or letting them have these fake relationships with me. It is truly just an exchange of voyeurism and exhibitionism, which is a consensual kink between two different types of individuals. Me as an exhibitionist
Okay, but
and
that's
my
not
fan base
okay.
as voyeurs.
But
I
that's
don't
not
then
sex
you're
with
Desiree.
them. I don't have like these
That's not true though.
relationships.
That's not. I mean, we in our interview this came up. This was like a year ago, but we talked about this. and you started off by saying you don't role play, and that was your distinction. But then later on, you said that sometimes you do role play. So like,
No, I don't role play with fans. I will do role plays with my own partners and different experiences and dynamics, but I don't role play with fans. In other words, I'm not their
you've
fake
never
girlfriend.
you've never done that.
I have worked for agencies before, and then they wanted me to go that route and have chatters and this whole thing, and I did not feel okay with that. So I had to always
there's
part
no
with.
Trojan horse subversion of that. Okay. I'm just checking because I don't. You said two different things. Needed to clarify.
Wait,
That was
okay,
all I
wait. Sorry,
wanted to
I
do.
distracted myself in a way. What is
Abe,
the methadone of the
let's go, Abe.
core and stuff?
Let's roll.
What's the hard?
The
How are you off
the
railing people
methadone is
from
the
this?
honesty, is the honest exchange.
You
It's
think that
similar
gets people
to like
off of
when
pornography stuff?
You think that people who consume corn don't know what the fuck they're looking at and what it's doing to them? We have studies all over the place. It's a. Oh my Lord, Jesus help me.
All right.
there are going to be
There's no
voyeuristic
dishonesty
people,
in
and
what's
there are
happening
going to
here.
be exhibitionist people.
There's no
It's just
dishonesty
a
in what's
part
happening
of
here.
the multi-dimensional nature of the collective, right? There's always going to be these different
I just want
expressions
to know.
of
I know.
humanity.
I know Abe. I know Abe. You want to open it? I just want to. I
Oh,
want
you
to
put
know.
the link out.
I
Let's
want to
go,
know,
buddy.
Des. What's the off ramp though? I want to hear an answer to that. Like, if you're a Trojan horse, how are you getting people away from OnlyFans, away from all this? Like, what is the strategy? What's the actual?
Check
thing?
Discord, Abe.
How am I getting them away from it?
Yeah.
I am promoting a return to actual partner communication, transparency, and relationship. So where there's not this bullshitting each other, there's no faking. There's this is me.
Honey, we gotta
These
talk
are my
about the porn
keys.
you're
These are my
watching.
yeses. These are my nos. This is who I am. This is what I have to offer. And who are you? And okay, that's you. Now let's see how we can relate transparently as two honest human beings, not you trying to pretend like you're one way and me trying to pretend like I'm another way, and then us doing this fake freaking dance and try to force this relationship to work because that's what the church says we're supposed to do.
I agree. What you're saying is better, but
me being honest, you being honest, and
I'm still
see
missing
how
the
we
part
can
of how this
honestly
gets
connect.
people to look at pornography less. Like, I agree that is better.
I'm not saying that's not my ministry. My ministry
You said you're a
is
Trojan
simply,
horse.
Yes,
What does that mean then?
but part of it is bringing back the transparency of what this is.
Sure, but you're still keeping. I guess you are in some ways like methadone. You're keeping them hooked.
Keeping them hooked.
That's where we're
you're
at.
keeping them
That's
hooked
honestly
forever,
where we're
and
at,
it
and
might
because
be
Yeah, that's what
slightly
they
better,
want.
but you're still
Ready for more
keeping
than
them
that.
hooked.
That's what I was gonna
internally.
say. Is
Okay.
people don't
All right,
realize
so-
they don't know how methadone works.
I'm going to let you guys
Wow.
each do a closing statement for yourself, and then we're going to open it up, and you guys can discuss this with other people, the chatter
Sweet.
people.
Evan.
Okay? Well, I'm going to go with Confluence first, I think.
Good. I just didn't want to go first.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say. I fucking love this discussion. I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, dating is a convoluted topic. I think we strayed away from the prompts an innumerable amount of times, but I think we had a lot of fun. And yeah, I really have no closing. So fuck that. Okay, next person. Go.
All right. Desiree?
Fucking call me. I love you.
Yeah, I think that it's great that we are all starting to have these conversations and bring our different perspectives to the table, because that's really what it's all about. Judging and insisting on being right is honestly never how we have come up with practical solutions. And even though I'm controversial, I can offer just those little different perspectives to kind of poke holes sometimes in the logic that, in my opinion, hasn't worked up until now. So it's just cool to have the conversation. So thanks for having me.
Of course. Okay, Miss Beth, you ready?
Absolutely, I guess, kind of. Anyways, so I think it's been really interesting. I've enjoyed the questions. I've enjoyed the panel. I think it's been really interesting to see the devaluation and complete degradation of sex, which is supposed to be the most important thing with it, that's holding a husband and a wife, or uh, together through all the hard times. That is the one thing that you guys can find some kind of joy and relief in. And so therefore having it be so just destroyed is really depressing for the future. And it's not, and that doesn't come down to the church. That comes down to human behavior. You can take the church completely out of it, and what I'm saying is still 1000% relevant and correct. So, I don't think people are lying. I don't think there's any fucking dishonesty when it comes down to the corn industry. So, I don't understand what that entire last bit was about. So, yeah. Thanks, Abe. Thank you for having us. This has been
Of course.
awesome. I want to do it again, please.
Awesome. Emmett, to you.
I'm a little bit dumbfounded by the whole exchange, but I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you, Desiree, for having accepted. I know you're coming to probably what you think is an adversarial place, even though we allow you to speak and give us your takes. And I hope you felt it was respectful. We don't want you to feel disrespectful in any way. Anyway, um, I will say that there were a couple of things during this whole exchange that I believe were eye opening if you're looking for different kind of people, especially when it comes to marriage. One of the things is I would really discourage people to date people that talk bad about their family. There's a reason why you're supposed to honor your mother and your father, and one of the reasons why is pretty obvious because you are supposed to be a good example towards others and especially towards your family. The other thing is there is a complete degradation for what we saw when it comes to the idea of marriage. Once before, sex was a thing that was sacred within marriage, and there was a way in which the two people were able to enjoy each other's bodies, as it's given in the Bible. And even though we do have duties to fulfill within those spaces, it doesn't mean that we cannot enjoy each other. In fact, we are mandated to enjoy each other. That's the whole point of marriage, and that's what we're called to do within marriage. It's to enjoy each other, to have a bunch of kids, to create families, and to have fulfilling lives that are good and that bring us joy in the grand scheme of things. So what I would say is we do have a way of looking at people and understanding what they want, and one of those things is when you're within marriage, these kind of ideas, especially very feminist ideas, of the destruction of the family are very prevalent. We can see them, and I would recommend to keep away from people that are spewing this kind of rhetoric that it goes against the family and the kids and the whole proposition of those things. I will. Those are my final thoughts. As I said, thank you very much, Desiree. Thank you very much, Beth. Confluence, you are a real one for allowing us to have a contact with Desiree as well, and obviously Abe. Thank you for giving us the panel.
Yeah. Thank you
Yeah,
all so much for coming up and doing this. You guys ready to talk to
let's go.
chat and
Turn it
panel
on.
members? All right.
And by the way,
Okay.
yeah, Confluence, Desiree, thank you guys. It's been real for sure. Big
Before
soda,
we
Corey Barton.
before
Corey
we
Hello,
move
Barton.
on,
everybody.
there were a
Soda,
couple
what's
of
up?
Hello,
before we
Confluent.
move
Hello.
forward. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Before we move forward, there were some super chats. There are like 3 or 4, but we should read them before we move forward. Okay.
Okay. Which ones? Let's see. We got the grift. For the grift, we have
Lower class.
Very Wise Desiree. What is your relationship status?
I don't talk about my relationship status.
I
Fair.
bet Confluence
Okay,
knows.
fair.
Mm.
Uh, K2 says, is that the chick that thinks truck drivers just get gross OT lot lizards?
I mean, you do K2. I'm gonna say that.
I don't.
I don't know what that means.
Keep on trucking.
I don't know what that means.
Poor
Who
cat.
who enables the weak men? Circles are funny shapes.
I think they're talking about the weak men that are consuming OF, who
Yep.
is encouraging them, and it's like a circle at the end, right?
It sure is.
Let's see. Bucket Button says, cope while just positioning yourself between a Trojan.
Okay, that's good. That's good fucking fun.
That's funny.
I like that.
Okay. Was there any more besides those ones? Those were the
I don't
newest
think so.
ones. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thumping Weevil. Oh. Okay. There we go. All right. There we have it. Welcome in, Thumping Weevil and Big Soda, or should I say Topanga?
You're muted, Thumping.
You're muted, Mr.
Where's
Penguin.
You're muted.
I'll never live that down. Sorry, I was muted. I'll
Where's
never
Anthony?
live that name down. Thanks to Emmett or OX. Emmett OX or XO.
Oxy Emmett.
Oxy Emmett.
All right. So, what's up, guys? What do you think? What do
This
you
was
think of
a
this?
fabulous discussion.
It was a train wreck. Like Jesus. It was
I
just,
It
love
was
you, Weevil.
amazing. I agree with Corey.
it was horrible.
Voted.
Well,
No,
all I can say is that Confluence, you're a simp, obviously for her,
Well,
and
come
obviously
on.
you know her for her content. I know you've seen it all.
No.
No, he hasn't. He's very prudish. He is very prudish.
I'm very Desiree has
I
told me
told
many
you he
times
has
that I'm very
intimacy
prudish.
issues. They're
Okay?
deep.
I bet he's your number one fan. I bet he's your top
He likes me as a
contributor.
human.
He's
He
got
likes
the top tier membership, baby.
I mean, I will say, if you guys look in my background, let me see if I can point. Which finger? Do you see that? Desiree, do you
Oh my
recognize
god, is that
that?
my book?
That is your book.
Did you
It's
read
okay.
it?
Desiree,
Don't
you know that.
Oh,
When I interviewed you, I bought your book. I just put it there as a
Oh
prop.
my god.
Of course, I
God.
interviewed you. Of course, I read your book. I'm a journalist.
I'll
Okay,
never
I'm
be
like
able to look at
Hassan.
you
The
the same
fans
again.
that I have that actually read my
Yes,
books
he
and then
puts something
have
new there every day.
conversations with me.
But not subscribe to the OF. Okay, trying to
He
trying to
doesn't
get Des
subscribe
off
because he's
that.
a prude.
Yeah.
It's okay. I would send him personal.
Okay, you don't have to. You don't.
I
You don't
bet
have
you
to.
would.
You don't have to go into that.
Well.
You don't have to.
Well.
He's blushing.
Confluence
I was just trying
getting
to make him
the-
blush. I'm just kidding.
He did get red.
There's personal
Yeah.
content.
He did get real red. Look at him. He's like,
They're looking for that commune together. You know, a good one to run off.
Look at
I
him.
love commune.
He can't even be.
Commune
He can't even be on camera.
Sorry, guys. I just dropped something.
Wow.
I dropped
He had to
something.
dip because he got
You
so
gotta
red.
look
I'm dying.
You got a little bit of that red peel.
Okay.
Oh,
I
he's
am
got-
dying.
he's got
What is it on a
tabs in that
freaking
book.
Face is
staff?
pale.
He
Okay, I
has
got a
tabs
purple.
in the
purple
My
light
book
in
is
the
on a
background,
staff.
Okay? It's perfectly pale.
Oh.
Don't look at me. Okay.
Oh my gosh, Confluence. You went bright red before you went off
I
camera.
don't
You had to
think-
do some
I
deep
don't-
breathing.
I don't think that's.
He's sweating a little bit.
We've
I
had
never
these
sweat. I'm like
long
that Prince
conversations.
guy. Okay, that was on Epstein's Island. I don't sweat.
We're
Prince
both
Andrew.
sapiosexuals, as they say.
Yeah, well, that's true.
That sounds gay.
It does. Okay, it does sound gay.
I
but it's not
mean,
gay.
the gays paved the way for the sapiosexuals. Okay, now we're just all
Oh
freaks.
man.
Okay, disavow that.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
what do you?
No, go
So
ahead.
what
Sorry.
else?
No,
Weevil?
I was gonna say, go ahead. Tell us what you think.
Well, I'm a little upset with Confluence for quoting that saint and not knowing what it meant or
I
not
do-
reading any other context.
I'm fucking knee deep in theosis. What are you even talking about?
Well, you quoted him and you didn't even know it came from a saint.
Of course what? Of course I did.
Okay. I was just checking you on it. So, what's the context behind the quote?
I explained the context.
Yeah.
Do you want me to delve into theosis again? I feel like that.
No, just that specific quote.
I'm not sure what you mean. Like, do you want me? What do you want me to explain? Exactly?
Well, he wrote about that quote and what he meant by it, and you just didn't add the context of what he meant by it.
I do have the context of what was meant. I mean, again, I don't
Well-
think I'm not even saying anything Emmett, who is an ortho bro, would disagree with in what I said about theosis. That it is the process of us partaking by the Eucharist and other sacraments into becoming, in a salvific way, through sanctification, into the partaking in the nature of the divine. That is like, that's off the dome, by the way. And that is like, that's fucking ortho bro stuff that they would agree with.
Sure.
Good job.
And you're
Good
saying
job.
that's what
Well-
that quote specifically talks about? Is like the Icarus and stuff like that?
No, I'm saying
Or,
that's what theosis means in the Eastern Orthodox Church. That's what I'm
well,
saying.
I just meant that specific quote. I guess I wasn't trying to make it too broad.
Oh, I see. You're trying to
But
gotcha
then
Yeah,
me.
my
You're
bad.
trying
My
to
bad.
gotcha me. What, you
doesn't the
want me to like
question?
verbatim quote what came before and
Well,
after? Yeah, no, I can't do it. I don't have it fucking memorized. I'm not
Yeah,
fucking that ass
but
autistic.
doesn't that question then become
He's not actually religious.
how can you possibly be divine if you're moving towards divinity or that which is divine?
Well, I
Because
would say
it's
it's like
something that
it's a
you have in you
process.
and you have to grow it.
Yeah, I would say
Right?
it's a
It's like
process.
it's like when a baby human is born, they are fully a human, but there's a developmental process that they go through in order to experience the fullness of being human, right? They have to learn how to eat and walk and talk and drive a car and
Right.
have relationships and the whole thing. It's a process, but it's also given inherently
I think
at
this is
birth.
I think
Yeah,
it's
but
called the continuum fallacy, right? Just
if
because
you're
you can't find a certain point, like what is the point that we become adults? We can legally define that, but from like an
Right, but for
ontological point of
everybody
view,
it's kind of
it's
different.
a process of
It's a developmental process.
maturation into adulthood. So I would say the same thing
There
with
you
the
go.
divine.
It's a paradox we have to kind of stand in the middle of. It is
well, to
complicated.
be
Can
fair,
you?
she said human and not adult,
Yeah.
and
Can you?
that's kind of our nature. So we're born with that.
Sure, but
Can,
I guess
was.
I would
I thought we were all
if I had to
born
steel
human.
man it, I would say
That was
the
the
adult
thing.
thing, where that's a process of
Some of us
maturation
are
that you
being
can't
born
define specifically.
now.
Can you? But can you be? Can you be born already mature?
No,
Can you be a
definitionally no.
okay? So you would have to mature into your mature self. You can't just be it.
Yes.
Correct. But there can be moments at which you become aware of your potentiality to become that. And in a sense, you then can feel yourself as that future version of yourself, even though you still have to go through the maturation process, if that makes sense. And then you can start making choices. It's no different than like when we look around and we see people walking when we're little lumps and we're like, oh my God, they're doing it. I could do it too. And it's like we align ourselves with the version of ourselves that is a walker. And then we just go on to take all the necessary steps, literally, that get us also to be a walker. It's the same thing, in my opinion.
Can I ask
Like,
you what was your awareness like? What was your awareness that you were awoke to?
what do you mean? When I became aware of myself as like a child of God or one with the divine?
Or no, just like one of like what you were meant to be, like what you were meant to do.
Well, I would say that it was given to me each step of the way, depending on what I could handle. So, and depending on where I was at developmentally. So, like when I was an older teenager, it was like I was getting visions of what I wanted my life to look like, you know, in the next 10 years, as they say. So, go to college, pick a field that I like, find a man, get married, have babies, that thing. But then once I got there, then I started developing beyond that. Okay, now that I'm here, what are my new visions? And I have found that human development along the divinity trajectory works like that. At each time that you reach a level of mastery and where you're at, then you're given an upgraded vision for now what is your task next, what is your dream
When
next.
were you married? Like did you have like a high school sweetheart? Were you married at all like at an early age?
Yeah, I had a high school sweetheart that I broke up with because he wasn't a Christian and I had become a Christian, so I didn't think that was
Were you
okay.
married? Did you ever get
So,
married?
then I got married. Yeah, I got married at age 26 or 25, and then I had my first child at 26, and I had 3 children in the marriage and did the whole traditional thing. Yes.
And then what came after that? What was so great after that? Like, are you still? Or I should ask.
I'm
Are
divorced.
you still married to the man?
I'm divorced to the man because we reached a point at which our basic faith structures could no longer hold together our relationship. So in other words, I truly believed that I was on a sanctification path process to healing and development, and he was sort of just stagnant. Like, we're just gonna get to this level and then we're just gonna stay here. Like, we're not gonna
Was it
ever
emotionally
grow.
You
or
could have
was
worked
it
towards mass
okay?
nutrition.
So from what
It
I've
was
heard
nothing
from
that we could work through
okay,
because of the nature of the abuse
Then you
dynamic.
can't
I
move
couldn't
on
keep
without
healing.
reaching
when
that.
it was if it wasn't emotional from what I've heard from the chat, like or from what I've heard when I was in the chat before, if it wasn't emotional, was it like sexual or something? Because that's all it seems to come down to when you say
The break
OnlyFans
apart.
and-
Oh, like I'll explain it this way. The man hated my guts. Like, if you talk to him now, he'll say that I forced us to get married. Like, he never even wanted to marry me, let alone be with me or procreate with me, apparently, from his side of the story. So imagine living in that, and no matter how much I submitted, I cooked, I cleaned, I did the sex stuff, I did everything that I could possibly think of to make him happy, it wasn't going to happen because he had decided for whatever reason that he was just going to basically be a miserable human being who was going to just stay miserable and kind of in his, I mean, he still has like a teenager job at age 40. Like,
what's
he
it
just
so-
didn't want to grow.
Wait,
He
no,
was
no.
stunted.
What, didn't he do content with you?
No, not that not that
Not
part.
that one?
That was my ex-husband. Like, he's still
were you
professing to be.
were you a stay-at-home mom at that time?
Yeah, I was a stay-at-home mom all the way up until last year. That's
Then
how I
what?
kept being a stay-at-home mom, was
If you
doing
were
online
unhappy,
businesses.
if you're unhappy with his job while you were married and you're a stay-at-home mom, why didn't you, support your husband and help?
I did. And then he would get so abusive. He would tell me that I was sinning for example, he had never gone to college or anything like that. And so
Wait, what were you sitting on?
What?
Thank you.
What were you
Well,
sitting?
he would use, like, he would pick kind of religious language whenever it suited him. I think he was just very
That doesn't
insecure
answer
that I
the
would leave
question.
him.
What specific things did he say you were sinning with?
Yeah.
Because he said nowhere in the Bible did it say that I could, for example, pay somebody else to babysit my kids while I went to work. So I was sinning if I were to do that, even if it was like my sister, my mom, or
that. I don't know. I don't know that I buy that one, because
exactly.
even
And
within the
that's what I'm
Bible,
saying
it talks
is
about,
after
even
so
within the
much of
Bible,
this, I started being like, I can't with
the
this.
Bible talks about how all of us are responsible for the raising of the children within our community. We're all responsible on a level.
Right.
Okay,
But this
so
man
therefore,
wanted
you would
to
not have
use the
said that you were
scripture.
sinning by getting a babysitter.
Right.
Because
And so
everybody
I
is
didn't
supposed to do that.
believe I was sinning, but when I would go to do things like that, for example, at the time, he was literally making $13 an hour, and we had a family of 5 in Southern California. And he was forbidding me to work, but keeping us in abject poverty, basically. And so I said, hey, I have a master's degree. Why don't I go work at this Christian university, and then you can go to college for free and get a degree and make better money to support the family, at which time I can quit working. And by the way, I'll pay my mom to watch the kids while I go to work, and you can go to college, and we'll make better money, and it'll be better. And I did that, and it was hell to pay for me. So I only had the job for 3 months. It was just a whole nightmare. And every time I would try to lift us anywhere out, it's like he was addicted to the suffering cycle. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, poverty is a mindset.
Can I ask you something personally then? Because you've stated many times that you had an OnlyFans account. When was that started?
I started OnlyFans about 2.5 years ago. I left my marriage now almost 7 years ago. So it was way after I had left the marriage.
So you
and I
weren't
had another partner. I had another partner at the time, like a domestic partner, and I started OnlyFans with him. at the direction of like my business manager who helped me write my books and like launch myself out into the world as
That is so
I
dangerous for
started
your
calling myself a life
children.
coach, but then I became a consultant.
Was your manager was your manager, was it his or her idea to like boost off an OnlyFans for you? Or was it your decision? Or was it like their decision?
It's mutual. I would say it was mutual. I would say that I was kind of bursting at the seams. My exhibitionist self was kind of bursting at the seams, while at the same time he had experience with launching businesses in that industry. And so it was just kind of this marriage between both thought processes of like, let's try this. Like, worst case, I do it for a little while. I don't like it. I shut it down, which is still the case. At any point, I could shut it down.
If I can interject, so he already had experience in like bringing people into OF?
Not OF specifically, but the sex industry. Like, for example,
Okay, I have a question.
Clients that were escorts
question.
that were then launching bigger business. They were scaling up.
So then, wait a second. Did you not see any of this as being a massive red flag, considering the fact that you had 3 small children at home and this is the individual you're bringing into your home?
He wasn't in my home. He was a business associate outside of the home.
Wait a second.
That I lived with just went along with it and was like, "Oh yeah, I'll make the content with you."
Again, yeah, perfect. He went along with it. He was game for it. He made the content with you. Do you not see this as being a huge red flag that your children could potentially be in danger to be bringing someone like this into your home?
I didn't read it as a red flag personally. That's not how I
Or
read
as somebody that has experience in it, do you think that they kind of, I don't want to say groomed because you're old enough to know right and wrong, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But do you think they, in a sense, did kind of groom you into something that
I do.
What you are now.
Hindsight, I can see that the men in my life, including my kid's dad, like literally all the men in my life were not necessarily looking out for my best interest in any way, shape, or form. They were just more kind of playing out their own.
What about the guy that got you onto OF though?
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your ex. I'm not talking about your
I'm saying
I'm talking about him.
Yes, I would agree that it started out. My entire life started out to be sort of the guidance of men in my life that wasn't necessarily to my best interest. Then once I got into it, and
so
that's where the paradox also comes in with the.
So why would you want a man in your life that wanted you to go out there and actually produce it and sell it in your life? If you have experience in your life of men continuously doing this, why would you keep a man in your life and say, "Hey, yeah, this is a good idea. Let's do this," and keep that and actually do what he says?
My
why are you going to listen to a man that does this to you?
Because my nervous system was addicted to that type of.
Are you sure it's not a victim mentality that you're addicted to?
Don't say was, because
no, I really was addicted. I was addicted to being essentially pimped out because that's the dynamic I had with my dad. So that was what was comfortable.
You're still doing it. You're still doing it.
Except now I'm the pimp.
It's generational trauma, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know.
Welcome, Bucket
it's the
Button.
epigenetic stuff.
Bucket Button is just cracking up down there. I want to hear what you have to say. I really want to hear.
I don't know if there's like a topic or something, but it's kind of interesting. I mean, the girls are just fucking kind of going at it, so I'm just listening at this point. But
your facial expressions are
a man's favorite thing.
Oh, there's been some hilarious shit. The whole thing's been fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I brought this ice cream because this is just great. We need some mud in here, and it will be perfect.
I like how right when I got here to wait, it just totally changed, and now just getting good entertainment. And I don't know if it's like a life story or what, but the almost interrogation is pretty fucking hilarious.
You watched the whole show, or right? Yeah, you were here for it. I saw your speech.
Oh, yeah, I was talking shit.
Yeah, what'd you think of the show, and what do you have to add?
I guess we need like a starting point to really add to it because there's so fucking much to break down. There's just so much cope because I thought the whole thing was like something about dating, and then it's like if you're just explaining how you're pretty much a prime example of what not to engage in, and then trying to promote it as if it's a good thing is like fucking just wild.
Hey, I never said it was a good thing. I was just saying it was my path. That was my path.
Not even good, or just like justifying it in any way is kind of wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As if it's supposed to be, well, in relation to what's supposed to be of something about dating or anything like that, because I can't imagine anybody with any type of half sound mind is going to take away anything productive from learning to cope with the justifications from OnlyFans. Like, that's just never going to do it.
You mean it doesn't play into the dating economy well?
I mean,
Like
it
it
does,
doesn't.
but just in a negative way. I mean, you're basically, it's why I brought the full circle, because you're basically, you could point your finger, they could point their finger, but it's like,
Yeah.
yours
I
doesn't
mean,
really hold
to
any
me,
weight
I
when
look at
it
it
goes in a
like
full
this.
fucking
I
circle.
look at it like this. I look at it like this. I also have a day job these days, waitressing again, right? So I work at this like French bakery with all this sugar and shitty food. And everybody who starts to work there gains a bunch of weight because they all eat all this food. Now, I mean, honestly, there's customers that come in morbidly obese and they are ordering all these pastries. And my job is to sell them these pastries. Now, do I feel personally great about selling them pastries? No, I want to say you don't need to eat this. You're dying. But my job is to sell them the pastries. And while I am
said repeatedly
physically
you love doing
participating
OF.
in the construct
your-
and have to pay my bills and get by, I do certain things. I participate in society in ways that I don't necessarily
Okay.
feel are the
Wait,
best.
no,
wait,
but
wait,
yet
wait,
here
wait,
we
let
are
me jump in.
together.
Let me jump in.
Like, what's the difference?
Wait.
Down.
One at a
Okay.
time. One at a time.
Okay.
This
so,
is your trauma therapy. What the fuck are you talking about right now? Like, am I the only one? Weevil, I'm not losing my mind here, right?
No, you're not. You're
No,
really
wait,
fucking
so
wait,
not.
for
before we-
example,
before we
I took
go
the
into
job.
that-
I took the job as a waitress to stabilize my
Jesus.
sense of
Okay,
financial
Des,
security
can I
apart
interject?
from the OnlyFans.
Can I interject? The difference
No.
is a small amount of pastries is not like an immoral act, but a small amount of pornography.
It's not
Is.
small.
No,
It's
but
literally
no,
like
I
you
know,
look
but
at
you
these
could
people
be
and
a
you're like,
pastry
"You're gonna
salesman,
die if you
and
eat
it's
the
like you can
pastry."
use a
There's no
pastry in a
fucking comparison.
responsible way. I would say you can't use OF in a responsible way. I think it's you even
I think
compared
you
it to
can. I
methadone.
would disagree.
You even
I would
that's
say
obviously
you
not an
can
optimal
subscribe
thing.
to
Tomatoes
see how
are
I do it
still-
responsibly.
I know I get that you're saying you're doing it better than most people. I agree with that, or I at least concede that. But I'm saying
How
you
many
can take
people jerk
pastries
off
in
to
moderate
pastry?
amounts and be healthy. Do you think you can take pornography in moderate amounts and still be
That's
healthy?
where the cream filling came from.
I also think that we have to
How
make the
many people jerk off to
distinction
that?
between
I got a second
pornography
job,
and
too.
other forms of adult content. For
sorry.
example, sex
I'm sorry,
education,
too.
which lots of my videos are literally tutorials.
No, come on.
So sex education,
no one's
and
watching.
erotic
Desiree,
art
no one's watching your
as
stuff
a form
for
of
the pure sex
self-expression for the
education of it.
business.
Desiree,
Wait,
that you
Desiree,
don't believe
Desiree,
that.
thank you so much.
I'm
Wait.
teaching guys how to make a woman squirt.
I
for
understand.
God's sake.
Thank
I
you.
understand
Okay.
that,
Do
but
it.
they're
Why
also
don't
Desiree
like
get
jerking
our
off to it, right? Like you have to
I
have
don't
the
think
self
women
awareness.
need another woman
Confluence.
to learn that.
Aye.
I would
Thank you
rather
so
them
much,
jerk
Desiree.
off to a mature,
Hey.
real woman than some trans,
Yeah, it's
like
super mature
kid
to learn how to piss in
looking.
your
What are
pants.
you
trying to say?
I mean,
I
that's
want to
better.
wait.
What people should
I
be
want to
learning.
thank Desiree for letting
They're
us
super
know
educated.
Apparently,
what
the
sex
trans are
education
taking
means,
over the
so that we
porn
can take it the
industry.
fuck
Thank
away
you,
from
thank
schools
you.
because we don't want that at all near
You
the kids.
Nobody
So
actually
thank you,
learns
Desiree,
human
for letting us
sexuality
know.
in school. I hate to break it to you. People are learning about human sexuality literally
Yeah.
via porn.
Without you.
I'm not
I
saying
know.
it's
No,
right.
And it
no,
shouldn't be on
no,
school,
no,
so
no,
thank you,
no,
Desiree.
So
Thank you.
maybe
So-
the
Hope you
adults
bullshit.
among us
Let me
should
tell you
take
something.
that
Okay.
into
A good marriage.
consideration.
No. Listen to me. When you have a good marriage, all of that fun shit, you learn about it together with your
Yes.
spouse, and it is fun, and it is memorable, and it keeps you guys strong. And when you got to
Well,
fight,
I'm
you know
super
exactly how to
happy
take
for
it out.
everybody
It's
who
wonderful.
creates
And
that.
guess
I
what?
just
You
simply
don't
am
need
not
porn
in a
to
marriage.
learn it. You don't need porn to learn it. What you're doing is you're keeping
not
people
saying
out
you
of
do.
healthy marriages.
I'm just
Oh,
saying, here we are. A lot of
Wow.
marriages are not happy and fulfilling.
I don't
Okay,
need your
it's
fucking
just
help
the
learning
truth.
how to do
And
shit.
OnlyFans is a big reason why
I'm not saying
marriages
you
aren't
do.
happy,
I'm not here
because
for the
some
people
people
who
are
have it
addicted to
figured
porn,
out.
just like
Yes,
that.
that's right. It's cope
You're-
because there are people who
you're
are
con-
addicted to
You're
it.
contributing to addictions. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. You're contributing to people's addictions. Do you get that?
I mean, you could say that these
No.
online
Do you get that?
judgments
Yes
and
or no?
arguments are feeding
You are.
into people's
Yes.
addictions.
Yeah.
Like,
You are.
we're very
Yes.
addicted to all this
I'll
Remember,
chaos
she's
and drama.
methadone. She's
I'll take
I
that
don't
as a
know. I'm
yes.
addicted.
It's not a methadone. It's an
You do
addiction.
anything.
Yes. And
They're just
methadone.
addicted to me. It's not my fault.
Yeah, I'm just teaching them what to do. I mean, come on, honey. Don't play it like that. Just be real about it.
And
I'll be real with you. I'll be real with you.
Keep
This
them
is
from
real
over talking.
shit.
I gotta go
This
for a
is-
second.
This is okay. This is
Just
real
send
shit.
the chaos, Abe.
I have a
It's all
particular
shit from here
body
on
and
out.
presence that I was born with, whatever. And me walking around the world looking the way I do, no matter what
And how do you look?
profession I have had or how I present myself, I have had the gaze, we could say,
You
of
make me
men
so happy. I never
Not
got
the
Botox.
gays.
since I was very young
Yeah, the
because I
gays.
developed very early.
And
So I
confidence.
have found actually charging men for the gays has sort of made me feel better about the whole situation. I don't feel so taken advantage of.
You should.
I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah,
That's
nobody's
just me.
saying that it's wrong to feel good about
You really
it.
should.
There's nothing wrong with that. So
Well, I think
don't
it's the
know if
other
that's
way
not a
around
point of
this year. I
contention
think
for
you are taking advantage of lonely men. So you are the one that's actually taking advantage of people.
Yeah.
The actual
How am I
moral,
taking
the actual
advantage
moral
of-
problem
I'm just
is not
there.
on the
It's
men,
not like
it's
I'm
on you.
soliciting them. They're coming
Yeah.
to me.
No, you are. You're out there.
It
You're letting
wouldn't
them
I don't
know
even
what
have
kind
your
of shit
time.
you're doing.
I
You're
don't
taking
know what-
advantage
It
of the
would tell
guys.
you if you weren't
Addiction.
advertising with your tits out there and your ass and shit. That you have to sell a product. People don't just automatically know that it's there by some weird intuition.
Oh, they
Okay.
hunt it. They hunt it.
Well, it's
Trust
weird
me.
too because it's like if you saw
Exactly.
Because there are
Addiction.
women like you who put it on display.
Ask for things.
Type conversation.
The
It's just kinda
fuck?
wild.
What?
It's
Fuck it.
addiction.
You're quiet, honey.
I don't know, it's just like if you went to a store and just saw a fucking faulty product, you know. It's pretty much the same thing when trying to put this into context of a dating conversation. It just makes no fucking sense, and you can.
Well, I think we went
justify
off
it
the
however
rails
you
of
want.
dating like 3 hours ago. I don't think we've been talking about dating for a long time.
I think
we're
No, we
talking
have
about
been
other
talking
things.
about dating.
Relationships.
I think it does. It because honestly, the porn addiction is a lot in relationships, and it has corrupted a lot of relationships. And
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say it: people like you and OnlyFans have given these people their dose of addiction. You're giving them their drugs that
That's
they
like
want.
saying that it's the food's fault for people being fat. I mean,
No,
come on.
Des, I feel like I already clarified that. A small amount of food is healthy. A small amount of pornography is not healthy. That's the distinction.
I don't make that much
Yes,
content.
it is.
I don't make that much
No.
content.
No, but I'm saying
If I make
anyone
content,
taking in pornography is inherently bad.
Hold
That's the
on.
difference.
Hold on.
Calm down.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead,
we're gonna
Weeble.
go thumping Weeble. Go ahead.
Desiree, you claim to be some kind of Christianity or believe in God in some sense, correct? I've heard it in the chat, so you can't deny it. Some kind of
I
Christianity.
definitely want to
Dream
agree
about
to your,
Okay.
to your idea.
Beth.
Okay, I'm not believing her in any sense, but
A higher power. A higher power.
any man that lusts over a woman that isn't his own has already committed adultery in his heart, correct?
Amen. Yeah.
And that is even online. If you're looking at a woman online, on the photos, in life, whatever, you're committing adultery. So you have.
What's that? Facts. Is that your beer?
Have.
Because
that your-
K2 is saying I'm drinking Bud
So,
Light. I'm
a
just
lot
want
of
to
men commit
refute that
adultery.
message.
Oh,
that
Bud
you
Light?
said.
How
That's
can you
all.
put yourself in any kind of God stance or Christianity stance? How can you when you?
I
when
don't.
you-
I don't. I
that?
don't put myself in a Christianity
Can-
stance.
Can you
I
tell us
simply
again
don't
about
know.
your?
You don't now. right? You
What?
did earlier, but you don't now.
No, I never did. I simply said I came from that background.
Agripolis.
That was part of my
Okay.
development. Part of my
Agrolopolopolis
development.
Rexosaurus in the
Okay.
house.
Love
Okay.
it. I love the name.
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Again.
we can.
All right. Cool.
So
Do you
can
have
you
a, you have
tell
a
us,
wait,
can
wait,
you tell-
before.
for those who don't know about it, can you tell them the dream you had about you and Jesus?
No, wait a second, Beth. I want to go
You
back
really
to it, but
studied
I'm going
me.
to do two things. First,
That was
K2, thank you so much. K2, thank you so much for the 5. Why is Confluence drinking Bud Light? Because he's in the closet.
It's
And
not
then-
Bud Light. Again, I
It's
will
not
show
Bud
it.
Light.
It's
Oh.
not, does that look like Bud Light to
10%.
you? I'm on the
It,
boycott.
looks,
yeah.
it looks close
Not
enough.
Bud
I'm on the
Light.
fucking boycott, K2.
Closeted enough. So, the second thing, I want to go ahead and see Agrilapolis. Agri, do you have a take of this thing?
I missed the past about 5 minutes getting my shit set up, so I don't know if I missed it.
No, but I
you're
mean,
good.
you have a take in general in the whole talk debate ish.
The whole, I mean, you guys were all over the fucking place.
Thank
That's
you.
why I had a hard time.
Like,
when I got
I,
up
I
here,
had a
like,
hard time keeping up, but you guys got
implications of
into the
dating
weeds
stuff, and
really
then
deep.
into like prattle for fucking
Yeah.
20 minutes. I'm just
Hey,
sitting
But
here
look,
like,
at
overall,
least
though, what kind
10%
of
was
input
about
that you
dating,
got,
right? At
Love?
least 10%.
I'm gonna bring it back to Beth. Beth asked your question. I think she wanted to get some more wine, so it's one more time. Which makes sense.
I'm
Confluence knows
sanctifying,
about this.
you know? Eucharist.
Yeah.
I can empathize.
hey, Confluence, tell us more about that book on your wall.
That book?
Are you
Well,
feeling enlightened?
again, if you want what Beth asked about
Are you on a
Desiree's dream with
spiritual journey?
Jesus, you can actually, if you go to my channel, Confluence 358, you can go to me and Desiree's interview where we talk
All right, let me check
extensively
it.
about the
You know
dream.
what?
I didn't
And
even
that's
know
how I
that.
got
All my
that book.
devices
So
are broke,
always
man.
be plugging, check out my channel, watch the interview. It's goated. Me and Desiree talk for 3
Yeah,
hours. You
it's-
hear all
it's-
about the dream she had with
It's Gnostic
Jesus.
Prattle. If
highly
you want to know
erotic.
about Gnostic Prattle, you can talk to Marilyn. You will get the same thing.
Well,
No,
no,
it's
she had
not.
a
No,
dream
it's-
about her and Jesus, and I
No,
heard it. I'm
yep,
not sure
that-
everybody else on the panel is familiar with it. I think
Well,
it's an
that's
actual.
Desiree.
there's a
that's
lot of
really
details
interesting.
on
What
my
I heard
channel
her
about
say
it,
that
Beth.
she was, you know,
Wait,
something
Hey.
of
this one
Christianity.
too.
Not every Christianity is the same, but I'm part of it.
I
Oh, yeah.
am not part of Christianity. I do
I
not
have one too.
feel
They say the
comfortable
same things.
lumping myself into the.
Okay, then don't bring it up
Yeah.
next time. Don't bring it up then next time.
Okay, Beth, you want to ask Desiree something? Let's go
I've
there.
asked it a few times.
ready.
I'm getting
Yeah,
ignored.
just
so,
go
you
ahead,
know,
do it right now. She's right there, listening to you.
for like a third time.
Mhm.
For the knowledge of the people on the panel who maybe haven't seen some of your other content, like your interview with Confluence. Sorry, Confluence. I'll get over there. And get that, I promise.
Out.
Yeah,
Can
I haven't heard any of that.
can you tell them about the dream that you had? Just because, yeah, I know you're disconnecting yourself from Christianity right now, but I think that kind of plays an interesting dynamic in that.
I think you're probably referring to my most taboo and longest standing fantasy that would come through, and I would always push it away because I was like, no, that's terrible. How could I be thinking that? But the fantasy was of Jesus on a throne, and essentially me just having sex with him, like face to face, having sex with him, riding him on the throne. And finally, when I allowed that fantasy to just like take me over, I felt a distinct merging, like re-merging of my spirituality and my sexuality, like on an embodied cellular level. So I understood it to mean not necessarily sexual in a physical manner, but just that reconnection, that reuniting of myself as a spiritual being with myself as a sexual being, and those two things being back in relationship and oneness with each other. So I was able then to reach a new level of maturation, I guess you could say.
Yes. That makes so much sense. Fucking Jesus is totally not sexual.
Wow, that was
Well, you guys are the ones that are
You're
talking
welcome.
about
Fucking
sexuality
horrible.
being so sacred and all that.
But
And
thank
I'm
you,
saying
Beth,
it
for
really
bringing that
is.
to
It's
light
a
again.
spiritual connection with
Fuck
somebody.
that. Fuck
I
that.
just I think it's silly to think that the creator of the all of everything, who uses whatever savage means necessary to get its task accomplished in the creation process, I think it's silly and honestly very small-minded, in my opinion, to think that that big of an entity would be squeamish about human sexuality. I just
No, I don't think that God's
No,
squeamish
it's
about.
not. That's
I don't
not.
think God's squeamish
I
about
think
him
you're getting that
sexuality.
mixed up. He doesn't want you to go out there and be a whore. I'm sorry.
I
He doesn't.
personally don't even think that the
No.
creator of the all of everything should be called a he.
You lost me. Hun, you lost me. You
It's
lost me.
equal
God.
parts masculine and
Well-
feminine. It would be more accurate to say they.
No, I'm not going to say they. I'm going to say he. You know why? Because Jesus was a fucking man.
Yeah, but okay, Thumping. Do you think God in all his divinity is more male than female?
Male.
I mean, who
Yeah.
birthed
You don't think he
Like,
transcends those
Fucking
labels?
fuck, Just say it. You're trying.
Do you,
Oh
I
my
guess
God.
no. I actually want to ask. Do you not think that God the
I just
creator
wanted to let you talk.
transcends
Confluence,
those
I mean,
labels?
you have supposedly the
Confluence.
virgin birth.
Yeah.
You
You have
should
been
be a
cool.
boy with
I have
marriage.
seen you on grids. I agree with you on a lot. But right now, in this panel right now, you and Desiree are like almost the same person at this point.
Now we're married.
Because
Official.
honestly, you guys have agreed, then disagreed more than anything.
Okay, but it's weird that you didn't answer my question though.
Because I honestly didn't hear it.
Okay, well I'll ask it
Somebody
again.
has a mic issue going on.
Yeah,
by
I
the
don't
way.
think somebody's echoing.
Who's
I think it's Confluence.
I don't know because I've heard a lot of echo with a lot of people.
yeah, somebody's got a. I'm not sure if it's me.
He's just Canadian. He always fucking sounds like that.
Not Canadian. Okay.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
How about now? Is it better?
Still Canadian.
Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't really change much.
Oh, Agra. I think it might be Agra
I think
Labola. I
that's-
think there's something going on with your mic, honey.
He's muted.
Probably.
Yeah, now that he's muted, I'm not hearing
Yeah.
the crackle anymore.
Okay, so my
Yeah,
question to
There's
you,
so
I
many
guess.
people.
Yeah,
So
uno
I-
momento.
So Thumping,
You
I
got it.
agree from a biblical narrative. Obviously, God is described as a he, and from the metaphors we see, he's best described as a he. But if we look at what he and she means, we're talking about like large and small gametes through flora and fauna of God's creation. The God that is transcendent of all that probably does transcend the labels of he and she.
Exactly. That's my point. Is like
That's
the
not
that what
fact
she's
that
saying?
we
There's
even
no
have
fucking
it
point
so
there, what?
ingrained in
Wait, how-
our
Thumping, then
collective
respond.
There is no
is
point.
causing
Don't
Why
say
did
your
you
point,
chime
Thumping.
in?
Respond to my point.
There was no
I
point.
refuse.
What the
Wait, what?
fuck?
You
Wow.
want me to repeat it?
to say that
You
God
What
is
am I
a
walking back into? Holy
Did you
shit.
hear
Apparently
me?
God
Oh
is
my
a
God.
they.
What the fuck are you
It's the
saying?
gender
I'll
of
repeat
God.
it again.
Hold on.
If
He
you-
and
if
she
you
was
didn't-
there and then what?
Well, I'll repeat it again if you want. I'm saying.
Do it.
God is a they, them now.
Hey,
Abe.
Desiree, don't interrupt.
Okay, so
Don't
everyone
interrupt,
let me
girl.
talk. Okay,
No.
so I'm saying, so biblically, yes, under the metaphors that we have, God is best recognized as a he. But I'm saying biology obviously is so much disconnected from God. God is transcendent of all of the creation and the universe that he has made. And biology is, we talk about he and she in terms of large and small gametes. That's just the biological truth. So I would say God transcends large and small gametes. God does not possess small gametes. Jesus did, yes, but God himself, transcendent of that, did not possess small gametes. I think that's like the man in the sky version of God that like no one should.
Good night, Big Soda.
You are fucking coping over the gammies right now.
Yeah.
Wait, that's
Jesus,
not an answer.
I'm
By
sorry.
gammies,
Answer
I
my
mean
question.
fucking
I believe
Don't make a
Jesus
joke.
is God.
Fucking
Everybody
answer
throws
me.
this
Jesus
word
is
around code
right.
like
was
so
the
God is a
conversation
man.
about-
He came down in a human. He came down in human form
Yes, and he
to
picked
the
a
world
man. I
as
agree.
a
I'm
man.
talking about God.
Why would he come
through
down
a
as a
woman.
woman?
Through a woman.
I'm not, but something.
Weren't
I'm
we
not
all
talking about
born through
Jesus.
a fucking woman?
He wasn't
Obviously,
there.
Jesus is a
We
man.
were all
Something.
born through
Biology was
Sorry.
created
I mean,
that way. That
We were
doesn't mean
all born through a
How
Why-
else was he
woman.
supposed
wait.
to make
No
him
one's
come
gonna
to
answer
existence?
me,
Just
are they?
proof him in
Y'all
the
make
Why-
fun, and no one can give me a fucking answer.
Why would there need?
Possibly
I'm
need
with
an
you,
answer
Conklin.
to.
I'm with you.
Skilled
The
man.
God
Why?
of
I want an
everything
answer. I want to hear. If
made
y'all
Go
are
ahead,
making
Abe.
the
Hey,
answer so
hang
easy,
on.
give me a fucking answer.
Guys,
What?
Slow
So
down.
why would there
Our
need to be a
image.
sex? Why would there need to be a sex
Exactly.
at
There
all?
doesn't need to be
Why?
a sex.
That's my
There's not.
argument. Sex
A
is obviously
soul
a
and a
universal
spirit
thing
entity
that happens
doesn't have
in
an
the
embodied
universe of
sex.
biology. It's tied to
Sorry,
small
we're
and
not
large
all
gametes. It
spiritual
obviously
like
doesn't
you,
apply to a transcendent
Desiree.
God.
When
let's
the
also
all of
talk
everything is
patriarchy here.
extrapolated to, it doesn't matter.
Force doctrine, patriarchy. There's a reason that I think these are good
Know what it's been
indicators.
about.
That's all universal bound. I'm talking trans universe. That's what I think we're not talking on the same plane. I'm
Transcending
talking-
I'm
all
talking
of
about
these
trans. I'm
concepts.
Yeah.
talking about
Yes.
realistic.
God made Adam in his own image. Okay, he made
No,
Adam
he
first.
made male
He made
and
Adam
female.
first.
So what makes
He made
God,
Adam
Beth,
first.
what
Here.
precisely makes the divine God, who has no form, right? If we're talking about not Jesus,
Sure.
but God, right? What makes him a he? What would you
Yeah.
say?
Exactly. What quality?
Does he have
Okay.
small
The-
gametes?
The
Cool.
I'm gonna
masculine
try really
particle.
hard. I'm gonna try really hard.
But
to
there
explain
has
it
to
for you.
be
What the
feminine
fuck does
energy
that have to
with
do
the
with what was
masculine
brought
in
up?
order to create a
Every
whole
woman on
entity.
this panel, every
Zero.
woman on this panel has
The
a
fuck?
bunch of eggs. Every month, you shed one, you lose it, it goes away unless somebody's there to fucking fertilize it.
Yep.
So therefore, life actually comes from men. Hate to tell you, but it's kind of a biological thing.
Wait.
What the hell does any of this shit have to do with any?
Yeah,
fucking
I'm-
way? We're talking about mounting Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
So confused at what I've
That's
walked
why I
I'm
into.
just telling
Okay,
you
this
that
kinda
is
why I
was
was
God.
like,
You're
It
right,
comes
interested
down
in
to
the
the
debate
gender of
about
God.
creation.
It comes down to
Me.
gender of God, and all life
Both of
comes
you.
from God.
That's all.
Then
No
look,
lightning struck
it's
me.
going.
My life
the
didn't
weeds.
turn to hell when I surrendered to this fantasy. I actually felt a deeper oneness and
Okay.
healing of my spiritual self
For
and
now,
my
just wait till you're
sexual
40.
You
self
also
coming
felt
back
the same
together.
fucking thing with your head in the
Coming
toilet and
back
a dick in your
together.
ass.
What a
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
thought.
You know,
I'm
it
sorry.
does a lot better when she's allowed to talk.
Yeah,
Not to be a dick, but
we gotta try not to overtalk each other's.
I'm getting sold on just this whole concept. It's just making a lot of sense to me, and I just need to hear more.
Okay, my bad.
I'm probably the
believe
least
that the
religious here, or
inherent-
definitely am, but it's just this is really opening my eyes.
I believe, like many of you believe, that human sexuality truly is the highest form of divine expression that we can experience. And so, therefore, where I was at in my spiritual maturation was at this convergence of my conceptualization of spirit being embodied as Jesus and my conceptualization as sexuality being embodied as me converging into one cohesive picture.
So you
And
felt
then
that Jesus
our
got
mind
on
thinks in
OnlyFans.
symbolic form. It doesn't, our minds don't think in alphabetic logic. Our minds think in terms of concepts. So once I was able to merge those two concepts together on a cellular level via my bodily system, I then reached a new level of coherence between my divine nature and my human nature. And I'm not saying it was perfect or anything. I'm not saying that everybody should do that. I'm just saying that was my authentic path that led me to the next step in merging the parts of myself back together that were split. That's all.
I'll leave
So,
you alone.
so I can achieve this for only like $5.99.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not making that claim.
I'm sorry.
I'm just one example of a human in my process of merging back together with my divinity on a step-by-step basis. That's
Okay,
it.
so
Fuck
having
it,
a
but-
dream
and
Jesus
I-
gets on OnlyFans, that's great. That's great.
I think.
I mean,
Desiree, I
we
think
could say
No,
say
that's
the
what you
same
said.
thing if you want to get
Okay.
nitpicky about people's health habits or not, about their smoking, about their overeating,
Desiree.
about their this and that.
Desiree.
We could get all
Desiree,
Not
yeah,
everybody has
Desiree.
those
We
dreams,
listen.
though. Not
This is-
everybody has those dreams.
This is what I think gives me pause, because okay, so I read a lot of Carl Jung, and he has some stuff in his like autobiography of like similar, not sexual, but similar like blasphemous thoughts about God. That it sounds similar to you, but just not in a sexual way. But then
Yeah.
I guess what gives me pause is that so if you had this revelation, I could almost maybe steel man it, and like you're talking about sexuality is sacred and all this stuff. I can almost get on board, but then it's like you still have the OnlyFans, and so then that's where my mind disconnects because I'm like, if you had this revelation, then like why would you do something that you almost admit is bad and you compare it to methadone? You said
part
it's a
of
Trojan
my
horse and there was all this
part
confusion.
part of my process was understanding myself as an exhibitionist, as someone who has a deep-seated desire to be seen in my fullness,
But Desiree,
not in the fullness of my perfection.
I have
but
a
in the
lot of
fullness my
desires, Desiree, that
humanity.
I don't satisfy, right?
I
Like not every
desire
desire
your
is something you
imperfections
can
seen
to
and
satisfy.
accepted.
Like I can
Wait.
you have a
believe
desire to
that
be an
most
exhibitionist.
humans I believe that on a core level, most humans are longing to be fully seen for their raw, imperfect self and to be accepted by someone. Now, for me, I found that I needed to go through an intermediary process of being able to access the complete acceptance of God. I needed to put
You're
myself
not
out
being
there to the
accepted by
public
anybody in your
and
dreams.
have the
though. That's the
public.
thing.
No, a lot of the public doesn't accept me. Some of the
Can-
public does.
I'm
but
not
what
saying
it
the
did was
public. I'm saying in your
create
dreams. Who you dream
I-
about, they're not accepting you for that, for what you
But-
do. They're not. Trust me.
Can I just ask, like, couldn't this just be a learned response or a learned behavior that the same as most behavior is, and you're perceiving it as divine revelation?
It could, but what's the difference between that and anybody else who is raised in a particular thought process and grabs a hold of that thought process and it works for them? I mean, to me, it's like, if it works for a person, who are we to judge?
If it works, but it's objectively wrong, is it still okay?
I don't believe that there is any such thing as something being objectively wrong. I think everything is
So,
on the level of
Emmett's
intention.
champing at the
Wait
bit
a
on
minute.
that one.
Emmett.
Come
this goes
on.
back to when Emmett asked you about supply and demand when it comes down to sex slaves, and so you're going
there you
back
go.
to what you said. It's not objectively bad in your opinion.
I don't any longer
muted, Emmett.
personally.
You muted Emmett.
If I go on and I make
I
a
don't
ton of money
personally
selling a
subscribe
bunch
to
of
hold on.
slaves,
those
you wouldn't be
kind
wrong,
of
right?
dualistic rules. I look at it like this. Obviously, this is what collectively the species has decided we're doing right now. So,
It's
for whatever reason,
well,
let's
Species.
just figure out our roles
when
in
we
this
decide
and help another
collectively-
Bone cages for
decide
all
to
women.
do it a
That's
different
it.
way.
We're in the bone cages.
Try not
Wait.
to
Wait,
overtalk.
So if I go and I have a bunch of people that decide collectively that slavery is gonna be totally fine, and I'm making a ton of money selling slaves, that would be perfectly understandable, right?
Tons of people are doing it. You want to join them? I mean, that's up to you. Go freaking do it.
No,
if you
that
want.
would be
Desiree,
up
what?
to
How it
you.
pans
Wait,
Desiree,
out.
what?
Because
What?
I'm asking about
What?
your moral
What?
framework, right? It's your moral
You can have
framework.
my
It's not
credit
my
card.
moral framework.
I don't subscribe.
You see confluence? You see
framework.
how I was
Desiree,
correct? And
Desiree.
you see that?
Reap what you sow.
Desiree,
if
but
you
you'd
wanna
say that's
fuck around
wrong,
and
right?
Find out with the universal laws.
Desiree,
go
sex
ahead.
slavery
wait.
bad.
Wrong.
Sex slavery
Wait.
bad.
Are you
There
saying-
is
Great to
no
be right.
reward, as they say.
But are you saying that you can make no moral claim that owning another human being is wrong?
We own our children until a certain point.
Mm.
Is that not right?
What?
Wow.
I'm speechless. Speechless.
I don't.
I'm
Just
confluence. It's like the third time in your life and you have to admit I'm right, and I'm just waiting for it because every single time it feels so
I can
He
bring.
never
so
fucking admits
awesome and
it. Not
justified.
once.
Yeah,
I'm
fucking
not
Bun's
saying
right.
these are easy concepts to
But
think
Desiree,
about, but it's
Desiree,
still
please,
shit.
Desiree, please, don't let me get fucked by Emmett here. Sex slavery bad, yes? Yes.
Listen,
Smug face. Look
I
at my
personally
smug
think
face.
it's bad, but does the collective agree that it's bad? No,
Does
it
God
doesn't yet.
does God
Yet-
think it's bad? Does
yet-
God think sex slavery bad?
I don't think God is as squeamish about
sex
human
slavery?
experience
You don't think God is
as we
squeamish about
are.
fucking sex slavery?
Holy shit.
What are you talking about?
God is
Oh
good.
God!
It's sex.
God
I'm not talking about.
sent
I'm not
his
talking about.
only
I'm not talking about
son.
queer. I'm not talking about trans. We're
This
talking
is
about.
beautiful.
We're talking about non-consensual sex slavery. You don't think God looks at that and thinks that's not good?
Think about it.
I remember that
I
time when
think
he
on
was
a
like,
soul level,
yeah.
we are consenting. I really believe that souls make their contracts with what they're gonna do on
Wait.
Earth before they become embodied.
That's
so
actually
I do
based-
believe
that's
that
based-
there is a consent going on.
That's based.
However-
but sex slavery is
Fucking
still
No.
bad.
No, however, this take
before being alive.
this take though would be and would have all these logical entailments. Like, for instance, nothing we do here can ever affect our soul. So what would that matter if that's the case?
No, I believe our soul is learning each incarnation.
Then something has to be bad. Because
Just
what
like-
are you learning?
I don't
You're
think of
like
it as bad. I think
almost
of it as
Buddha?
I think of it like this. There's only truth objectively or not truth objectively.
Is not
the
truth
sensory
bad?
perception of truth is
You
actually
just said you don't believe in
subjective.
anything is subject.
Okay, but not truth would be bad then. Yes?
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's further away from truth.
I feel like you just don't like the word
Let's
bad,
do it.
Desiree. You agree? Sex,
Well, because I
sex
think that
slavery
there's a
not
lot of
optimal. Will
baggage
you
and
give me that
judgment
at
to
least?
it, and I
Sex
really
Sex
think
slavery
it's
not
all a learning
optimal.
process.
It's
Please.
because
I
I
don't
think
want to
she,
be judged.
she knows
for
deep
Excuse
down
me.
what she's doing is bad, so she doesn't want
I'm
to say
really,
bad.
I'm really curious about this idea that
Fuck you,
they
Emmett.
consented to be sex slaves before they were ever even born. Please help me.
Very
I'm
controversial.
lost.
Very controversial. I don't talk about that a lot in
I'm
public.
very lost. Help me, please.
Well, I believe that we each have a soul that is eternal, right?
Yeah.
That soul doesn't really give a shit about all of these kind of made up weird human rules that we make. That soul is simply on a mission to learn certain lessons and expand itself along a certain trajectory for whatever reason that soul wants. And so I believe before we are incarnated, there is a consensual agreement to enter into a particular family system, a particular religious system, a particular time in linear history, you could say. And I believe that that soul consents with God, or whatever you want to say, to taking on that mission
So-
or that
So then
learning.
you consented to
Wait.
your own
Yes.
captivity and your
Yes.
own abuse. You
Yes.
consented
Yes,
to it.
yes.
You wanted
Yes.
to be there.
Yes.
Wait a
Okay.
second. I have a
Emmett?
wait.
Emmett?
Enlighten me.
Desiree, you
Yeah.
told us that your family and your upbringing was all of these people that were in your eyes abused.
Well, I'm speaking to you
But
in
wait,
common
wait.
terms of the
Wait,
I
living.
no,
understand.
but
I
you
understand that.
consented to it.
Wait a
Hold on.
second, Beth. Give me a second,
My
okay?
soul
I'm
did.
trying to cook. So you said that there was all these
trying
people that were in your
cook.
eyes abused. If that is the case, that they came into this world knowing exactly what was going to happen and they consented to it, wouldn't that be not abuse then? Because there cannot be
Yeah.
any kind of abuse if that is
It's
the
not
case.
abuse.
In the spiritual realm, yeah, I think that would be
She
correct.
asked for it.
So
Oh my
how
god.
exactly do I get?
I get it
If that
now.
is the case, if that is the case, wouldn't my epigenetics like say that to me at the end of the day? Would be like, shut up, you
There
victim
would be
thinking.
no trauma.
You
You
asked
don't
for
come
it.
across as a person who's particularly connected to the data that your body is giving you. I'll
I
just say it
understand
way.
that. I am disconnected. That's why I'm asking these kind of questions, because I want to connect. I want to
Yeah.
have these hertz going, the waves in my brain. They want to connect with your waves in your brain. So
Yeah.
if wouldn't my body just tell me to shut the fuck up about my supposed abuse because at the end of the day, I accepted to it. Like I
That's not
agreed
that's
to
not
be
how it
abused.
works. That's not how it works.
Yeah, no,
How do you know,
No, it's
Confluence?
because you consent to it ahead of time, so
No,
Yeah, you,
therefore
you
okay.
it's
consent
Okay.
ahead of
This is how.
time.
and
This
What are
is
you
how
talking
it
about,
if
happens.
you
Confluence?
consented to it,
That's
if
what
you
she
consented
said.
to it and you
That's
asked for
exactly
it,
what she
how
said.
can you be traumatized by it?
Because there's a gap. Okay, first of all, I hate to say this in some ways, but I also love
She
to say this.
nodded with what I said.
Yeah,
I'll
I
say
agree
this.
with
I'll say it
everything
this way.
Desiree actually
There,
said. I
that's
do
where the
co-sign what she
relationship
just said.
between the
But
spirit self and the
yes,
Confluence,
there's a
let her
we're
explain.
confusing the planes here. You can
Shh, Confluence, shh, let her explain.
okay.
She was explaining to me like
This is the way that I
Right.
understand it. I understand it like this. Like, for example, I have had to do relationship repair work between my soul self, my spiritual self, and my physical self. And I have literally had to apologize. Like, my soul self has had to have empathy and apologize to my human self for putting us through this, you could say. But my human self has the awareness at this point in my development to understand the purpose in all of that in order for my gaining of perspective, of empathy, depth, complexity and understanding and the work that I'm doing in the world now. So it can understand why it was, and the understanding of that doesn't necessarily take away the emotionality of it, but it starts to help. And then when my soul self comes in with empathy and just acts as the witness to my traumatized body self, and they are able to just sort of sit together in this awkward situation for long enough, then there's a release that happens where my body and my soul start to vibe with each other. And
Excuse
then
me.
that's where
Did you
I have navigated the different trajectories and nuances of, for example, my sexuality, and I have changed over time. I have developed different expressions of my sexuality that to me feel like it's becoming more and more and more aligned with this idyllic concept that you guys are talking about of a divine union, we would say.
That's
Right?
half of
But
my
I've
word
had to
salad.
go
I
through
kind
the
of understand
process to
a
even
little bit,
trust
but
that as something that I
Daggone.
want.
oh my, that's
When I was in
Beth,
my 20s and I wanted my ex to spank me, I mean, I didn't find that traumatizing, so I don't understand where the trauma comes into play. If you're asking
Yeah.
for it and wanting
Well,
it.
I don't understand what the trauma comes in
Well,
when
you're
you
not
sign the
always
contract.
consciously asking for something. So if you're
Well,
unconsciously asking for
this
something, then your subconscious can be inviting it, but your body is not picking up what it's putting down, and so there's a disconnect there.
that's
So if
right. I'm just not understanding where it comes from. This like trauma thing when you knew what's gonna happen to you. You, like pretty
Okay,
much decided to go
can I
on
Yeah,
speak?
you
and
Can I
get
speak? I
I
feel like I
get
can
it.
clarify
I
this.
didn't
It's like
always
when
consciously
Can I
know.
Confluence,
A
speak?
lot
I'm
of a
speaking,
lot of
okay?
my
I know, but
Get
I
back
feel
to
like
the
consciousness.
I can
closet
Go
while
find
I
that
speak,
clarify
commune.
this.
okay? Let me be
Go find
done,
that
and then you
commune.
can come out
Okay.
of the closet.
I
Give
want
me
to
a
talk
second.
okay,
next.
hold on.
I just don't understand how is it that I can, let's say that I decide to come here and I know I'm gonna be trafficked as a sex slave whose name
Well,
is
you don't
Natalia
know
because
that.
that's
You
what I wanted,
forget.
and I signed the
You
contract,
forget.
and then I come here and I'm like, oh my god, woo me because I'm a sex trafficker
But you
whose
don't
name is
know that
Natalia.
until
But
a certain
I don't
point. You
understand.
don't know. You
but
don't know that.
here's the issue,
But you do
Desiree.
know.
Here's the issue, Desiree. If this is true, if what you're saying is true, then all things are permitted. All
Yeah,
things.
Yeah,
there's
in the
no
in the
such
in
thing
the
as bad.
existence of the all of everything, of every different potentiality and timeline, I do believe that everything is allowed because that's the only way that consciousness can actually evolve itself. It has to try out every different
Wouldn't
possibility
that? But
so
that
it
would.
can decide for itself what should stay and what should go, essentially.
That would.
That's
But that
not
would
mine.
also.
That's
But that.
above my pay grade.
But that would
I'm
also
just
mean.
here experiencing things as a nervous system giving feedback to the
Sure.
creator. That is what all of our jobs essentially are. And the simplest way to say it is that we are all individual perceptions of what it's like to be embodied, and we are supposed to be giving that feedback to creator. Now if enough of us give the feedback to the creator, that we don't like this whole sex slave thing has got to go, I believe that the creator will listen and then will guide us collectively in a different way. But
Yeah, but
if that's not actually our collective truth, then it's not going to manifest. I hate
Yep.
to say it.
But what I'm
just
saying
not
is,
sure. I'm not saying that I like this. I'm just saying that appears to be what the evidence is showing us.
right? But what you're saying also would be permissible for one man, say, to end all life on Earth, and that would be totally cool. We're good with that.
If we allowed it to happen, because it would be super easy for another guy to just take that guy out. But if he
No,
doesn't,
because there'd be nobody left but him.
well, I mean, we
Just
see that we might be seeing that happening, and we're letting it happen. So
Or it would be perfectly
that must be
permissible.
what we want.
Yeah, it would be perfectly permissible, as I said, to just put them all in cages. That would be fine, right? Yeah, I love you. Desiree, you're in my wheelhouse. At least you take the ideas and you're like, yeah, I agree with them.
I mean, she
I
is
just
standing on
I
what.
don't
that kind of
see
thing, yeah.
historically how forced censorship and the manipulation of data or facts has actually ever helped us. It hasn't. It's like, I think that the parental generation always thinks if they can steer our consciousness and our thought process in a certain way, then we would all be safe. And I don't think that that's ever actually true. I think we actually just cause more damage and stunting to the species as a whole when we don't allow for the literal natural evolutionary process to happen, which is a survival of the fittest, down to the level of the logic. Who
But
can
that wouldn't be
actually
wrong. Desiree.
solve the problems versus
But Desiree,
I
having
think
to
we
be
can
right?
understand you more if you do this a little bit more, a little bit closer to the camera there.
But Desiree, just one thing, that I would like to say that I think is important. If we do all of that and we stump all growth and all of that, it wouldn't be wrong either, right? Like, we agree that we're gonna stump all growth of humanity anyway. So it would be
How do
perfectly
you
fine and
feel it?
understandable.
Do you feel
I
it
don't
as
feel
right
it. I
or
feel
wrong? I
amazing.
mean, that's up
You
to
know,
you.
if I could just put everybody in cages, I would be fine. I would feel great. So it would be amazing.
You're
right?
not presenting a genuine agreement with that
Well,
concept. So for
Mike-
you, that wouldn't feel good to you,
How do
but
you
to
know
others,
that?
it does feel good to them. We see it happening. I mean, they're literally creating clone babies in order to have in cages and use in sex trafficking situations. The survivors are starting to come out and they have to write about their lives in terms of science fiction, because the average fucking person like you can't even compute the level of weird shit.
But they signed a contract. They signed a contract saying that they wanted to be that.
And think that that's the biggest issues that we're having. And
You
it's
think
like,
because we don't
No,
promote
they signed a
we
contract
understand
when they were going to be born.
retarded.
Before they got born, they signed a contract that they
well, I
agreed
don't know
to
if
do
that's
it.
the case
I
if
want to
they're
clarify
cloned
this.
and they're not even being brought in by
Can
the
I
divine
talk?
human process.
Turn your mic up,
then
Bucket.
I
I
don't
want to hear what
fucking
you
know
want
what
to
the
say.
rules are.
Okay,
I have no
Desiree, if
clue.
people are being cloned,
I want to.
who's cloned? Name
What?
name somebody or something that has been cloned. Name a situation.
What do you mean name a situation?
Yeah, you're saying things are being cloned right now. People are being cloned in sex trafficking or whatever is being cloned. What is being cloned?
Look it up.
No, tell me. You know it. You brought it up. Tell me.
Yeah,
Tell me.
I know something that's been cloned.
Yeah. Okay, but tell me, Desiree, you brought it up. So let's talk about it then.
There's
Yeah, bring it up.
I mean, this would be a chance to put it out there if.
Yeah,
it's not for me.
I'm
It's not for me
serious.
personally.
Let's
to
talk
share
about
other
it.
people's
If
stories.
it's a big
Hold on,
hold on.
guys.
It's a bigger situation. Please tell me. Bring it up. Let's talk.
It appears that
You
cloning
brought
has
it up.
currently.
Let's talk about it.
So cloning has currently happened between 2 beagle puppies in South Korea.
Yeah.
And with
First
Just
thing
right
I
no,
pulled up.
cloning has
Dolly
happened
the
in the animal
situation.
kingdom.
Let's
Really
talk
bright.
about it.
Cloning
Bring
has
it
happened
up.
a bunch of
People.
times. Okay, like Dolly,
Where?
the fucking
What-
sheep.
Yeah, it's just the first thing
What
it pulled up.
people? Please,
Yeah.
please. This is something that should be brought to
Okay,
light so that
okay.
people who believe that
There's a
bad
book.
If it's bigger and you're claiming that it is bigger than the situation of OnlyFans, if it's bigger than everything that we're talking about, please bring me the criteria. Please bring me any kind of websites or whatever that you're talking about. Please bring it to me. Put it in
Okay.
the
Yeah.
private chat right now.
There's an
Put it in
author.
the private chat right now. I would like to look up what you're talking about right now.
What would it do to your nervous system when you discovered that your whole paradigm of reality was based on a false
Oh my
narrative?
God, bring it
It will
up.
enlighten us and get us on board.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Are you
there's this
insinuating they cloned people
No, I don't
thousands
want
of
to hear
years
about
ago?
it. But okay, put
Don't
the book
worry
I
up.
don't know what was
No,
happening thousands
no,
of years
put
ago,
the
but
book
it's
up
happening
there.
now apparently. Okay, so breeding rings. So okay, the elite
What?
circles actually breed, and now they're starting to clone. So there's a woman who just came out with a book
Who's
that's
the
called the
woman?
Sophia Code.
No.
Sophia Code. You could look it up. And
Well,
she was
Sophia
one of
the one
the
who put it up. Her name
children
is
that
Sophia.
escaped. Huh?
Her name is Sophia.
No, her book is called the Sophia
Okay,
Code.
what's the author's name?
Just Google her name. Here, I'll do it for you.
Yeah, do it. Bring me some information. You want to talk about all this? Bring me some information.
Oracle, Kaya,
I mean,
Raw.
you can just manifest it with God, anyways, right?
Yeah, there you go, Kaya. It's
Apparently
Kaya.
with her.
Kaya. Okay, yeah. So, and now she is actually writing her story, and she said that she has to do it in the narrative of science fiction because that is the best way that the collective can palate the atrocity of the information that she has to share from her personal narrative of her life.
It's
But
like
she
claiming
says
that,
that it's
that Star
science
Wars is
fiction.
real.
She
No,
says-
no, no, no. She's releasing it in that genre so that it is more socially acceptable, you could say, because our collective is so concentrated on these peddly little issues, I hate to say it, of what other adults are doing with their sexuality consensually, that we don't even have eyes to see the magnitude of the perversions that are actually going on, which we may want to address.
So
That's what I'm trying to address
because we
with
don't
you.
promote these types of
You're bringing
things,
it up.
means
I'm
we
addressing
can't
it with
acknowledge
you.
it.
So what are they? That's what I'm trying to address. You're bringing up a book.
I had
that's
two
talking
people
about it.
ask-
So talk about it. You brought
talk
it
about
up.
what?
We would need to be privy to all kinds of
Oh my
documentation
fucking
from
God,
foreign
dude.
nations and stuff.
You were like talking to a brick wall. You know that?
I have a very different perspective than
I
that.
don't even
No.
think Desiree's
No,
Desiree's
you're
claiming there's
talking
like
to
a bunch
brick
of research
wall.
articles on this, though, right? Like, we have to, you know,
Well, here's the thing.
you're
We
not gonna
have reached
find
a
this in
point-
like some peer-reviewed thing. I think we all agree with that, right?
No, she wants to talk about it. She knows about all these things that are going on. There's all these things that are going on that's other than OnlyFans
For
or
example,
cloning and
for
stuff. She brought up cloning.
there are 3 to
obviously has some sort of
400,000
cloning,
children
but
going
she doesn't want to bring it
missing
up.
from the United States of America per year that are not being reported to the feds. Why, you say? Where are the children going? 3 to 400,000 children being trafficked from the United States of America. Where are they going? Where are they coming from?
Right, but what? But do you think
Why
that's
are they not being reported?
okay? They could be being sex trafficked, but I guess do you think they're being cloned? I guess is the question.
They're
Yeah,
being sex
like,
trafficked.
Right, but
You
Some of
brought
them,
clone,
some of them are
so I
clones.
want to
So
hear
they're
more
never
about it.
actually
That's my point.
considered real people.
But we all, I
Clones
think we
are
can all
not
agree there's probably
documented
no
in the same way.
evidence. There's no hard evidence of
If they're
cloning.
not documented,
Desiree, I think
how
you'd
would we
agree
know
with
about
that.
it then?
Thumping, you'd agree with that. There's no hard evidence that we
So
can like
here's
point to of
here's
cloning.
an issue that we are coming to where we are no longer accepting personal testimony as evidence that's valid.
But we
which
shouldn't.
is very interesting
No, but
because
Desiree,
the
we
Bible
shouldn't.
is all based on personal testimony.
No, I know, but look at like alien abduction accounts, right? Like, there's you
It
would have
happens
to.
it's a phenomenon that has happened with
I know,
so
but you
many
can't. You
people
have to
that
be
we at
scared.
least
You have to
have
maintain
to
a
look
skeptical
at
mind.
that.
You can't just like take someone's word for
Yep.
something.
But
You would
we
be
have to
believing
I really
look at
everything.
that
love
as
how you
like,
guys bounce off of
okay,
each other.
what is happening here?
So
So many people are experiencing this supposedly that we need to call this something and we need to look at
Sure.
why this is happening.
There's some. I
right, but
agree.
So
There's
many
probably some
people
phenomenon happening.
believe that at some point a virgin had a baby.
I agree.
Maybe we should
I
look at
think
this.
I think
you
it
need
points
to
to
We
some
know
have to
how to.
think
archetype.
bigger
I
here. We
agree.
have to think in pattern
I
recognition.
know,
We
but
have
how?
to
But
think of it in terms of archetypes and
I agree.
symbology.
But with the
If a
cloning
pattern
thing, I guess
repeats itself
the cloning
enough
thing
times
specifically, that seems to be
throughout
like
the
a
collective, we can
small group of
understand it
people.
as an underlying truth of our collective human experience. We don't have to call it this or that. What's the difference between demons and angels and extraterrestrials, for example?
Look,
What
I
is
feel like
actually the
I could
difference
steel
on
man
a
all the
conceptual
examples you're
level?
giving,
It's the same
except for
thing.
the cloning of the humans. I think is the sticking point with thumping woo.
Whoa,
And
that
I think it is a fair sticking point.
everywhere.
But I think we can all agree there is just like small anecdotes of humans being cloned. We don't have any hard evidence. Can we all at least agree on that? We don't have
No.
any. We don't have
Except
any
for
like.
the actual
No.
testimonies of the people who are
Somebody
talking about
I know
it.
brought it
from a
up.
couple of
Went
people,
from
Desiree.
angels
Like
to
a couple of
demons. Like,
people
what
have
the
claimed
fuck
this.
was that?
Like less than
Girl,
Project
well,
Monarch.
I'm
Like,
simply
take your
saying,
to be
I
honest, right?
personally don't
Please.
understand how people can be adamantly believing in the concept of angels and demons, and yet they are adamantly saying that the concept of aliens or extraterrestrials cannot be. I mean, that doesn't make any
Where'd
sense to
aliens
me
come
agree.
in?
I agree with
objectively.
you,
Who the
but
fuck said aliens?
yeah, what does that have to do with? I agree with you, Desiree, fully. But what does that have to do with the cloning part of it?
Who the
I was
fuck said
talking about
aliens?
if enough people start talking about a concept or testifying to particular experiences, I'm not personally saying it's true or not. I'm just saying if enough people are saying this, we should probably all be looking at it
I agree.
as
But have enough people
well,
said it?
No, we're
Are a bunch of
all.
people saying
No.
this though? Like, I'm honestly
we
curious.
have. Do you know that in Japan is starting to allow its citizens to actually marry AI bots? What the fuck is the
Yeah,
difference between
that's
creating an
Wait,
anatomical
wait, is this true?
correct
Is this true?
body and putting an AI chatbot in the brain
Wait,
and then
is this
letting
true?
a
Does anyone else
Wow,
know this?
Desiree, you
No,
marry
said
maybe
that?
one
This is the
thing
way
How
this
is
is
that
that
written,
I've
right?
different
actually
from
heard
cloning?
about.
Is this
You
actually
said
well,
true?
one
because
thing
it's
that
not a
I've
person.
heard.
maybe I
Wow.
signed a maybe I
But
signed a
but
contract
for
that I
the
wanted that in
person
my
who
life.
is
What would be wrong?
marrying
I don't know.
that and being allowed to marry that, it's a
Desiree,
person to them.
my
They
Well,
have
soul
a
chose it before
relationship.
I was born.
can I ask you something? Can you
Yeah.
please learn how to use quotes? When you say this, learn how to fucking use them.
I'm autistic. I use things in different
Wait,
ways than
Japan is
average.
not allowing people to marry bots. Okay, I just googled it, Desiree.
Autistic.
listen,
People are
even if
symbolically marrying
learn.
AI in the same
even
way that
The
people can marry
Japanese would
themselves
say
in
something
Canada.
different.
yeah, but
And
even
don't
if
you
they
Government
were,
of Japan does
understand
not
the
allow
nature
it.
of
I'm just saying
censorship?
that.
even if
Come
they
on.
were allowing it, it isn't marriage because it's not between a man and a woman.
Sure.
So
If you
that's
want to
just
fact
a
check
mis.
it,
That's a
they're-
conflation,
All I'm
regardless.
fact
saying,
check
we
it, they're
know
not.
it's happening. You can look right here in America and see the testimonies of people literally leaving their physical marriages because of
Sure.
relationships they are beginning
yeah.
with their chat GPT.
No,
My
I
question
agree.
to you, Desiree, you
And
said we should all be looking. We should all be looking if these people are saying that they've been cloned. I tend to agree that it should be looked into if that is the case. However, I think it's bad for a bunch of people that know nothing about the science that would be used to create cloning, and then projecting out what they think they know about it. Because if we had 1 million people, 10 million people who know nothing about it and then start looking into it, they're going to start leaping to all these different conclusions that they have no idea whether or
And
not they're
that-
true or possible.
And that's the exact same logical conclusion that all of these people who are talking ignorantly about the healing nature of conscious BDSM or how conscious kink has a role in the healing of extreme sexual traumas, when people just flippantly talk about it out of their ass, not knowing any of the scientific evidence that supports that,
As opposed to
or
into
the
their
lived
ass.
testimony of the people who experience it. It's no different than that. So I would agree that it's not the best for people to just pop out and start speaking out of their ass about subjects that they literally have no scientific or lived experience. But I would say this, that scientific experience or knowledge will never trump a
Wait,
person's
so do you have
lived
wait,
experience.
Weevil, hang on, Weevil, please, real quick. So if you've done so much work on healing your multi-generational trauma, why are you still so traumatized?
I didn't say I was traumatized. Where did
Was
you
I
get that?
here for the start of the I was here for this. You guys were here for the start of the conversation, right? We all heard that. Wow. Okay.
Desiree, what would you accept to be traumatized?
You have talked all night about how victimized you are.
Yeah,
but
I
you've done all this work.
I told you I left
heal
the
your
marriage, I
trauma,
left the church, I
yet
left
you're
all the
still
dynamics, and I went my own
fucking
way.
I just don't.
I honestly,
You went
Beth,
your
I'd
own
have to
way
go back to see if she
and-
said she is traumatized or if she was traumatized, because I'm honestly not sure if she
She
passed
has
away.
gone on and on all night long
intended
about how
to speak about
victimized
it
she
in
is.
past tense. As
I have a
I'd
small
have to review the
question.
VOD. I don't know.
I have a small question. If you know you're
My
going to be
trauma is all
traumatized and
I've
you
heard
sign the
all night.
contract, are you responsible for your trauma, or is the person that traumatized you responsible for your trauma? I'm still not entirely sure.
That's
or
because
I
no one
believe
will let me
whether-
answer
whether
my
or not
fucking
I
question. I've
decide
been
to
trying
be
to answer it for
traumatized.
half an hour
Whoa,
now.
hang on.
Wait,
Can
I
you
want
answer
to
his question?
answer
Confluence.
this.
Confluence.
I
That
want
was
you-
funny because you just did what you're saying people keep doing.
Wait, what?
She started answering and you talked over her to say that. You're like, everybody keeps talking so she can't answer. And she was trying to answer.
the
We want her
same
to answer.
question for
Emmett,
30
can you,
minutes.
Emmett,
That's my
Confluence,
sticking point.
shut up, my friend. Shush. Emmett, can you please repeat the question? And Desiree, can you please answer it? Thank you.
Yes. So you talk about generational trauma. It's like, are you actually having generational trauma, or you just decided that you wanted to be in that situation because you signed it before you were alive? In that case, you pretty much decided to have trauma. So who is the one responsible for the trauma? You that signed the contract that said you were going to have a bunch of trauma, or the people that caused the trauma? And if it's you,
me.
then why would you even need to get
me.
over it?
That's why
It's
I
your
wrote
trauma.
books
I like my
about it,
trauma.
and I wrote about my process of coming
Okay,
out of it.
so then why would you need to get over it? Why would you need to get over it if you wanted it to begin with?
Yeah.
I'll go back to the conversation I had where there is this dynamic between the spiritual self or the eternal soul and the actual real-time embodiment of the human. And that is a relationship dynamic that has to work itself out, because there are these two diabolical paradoxical situations going on, and that is the path of divine human connection and relationship that each person has to work out for themselves. And it's messy. It's very messy.
Desiree, do you think that infinite and eternal are the same?
It depends on the context. What context are you thinking?
Well, can something live forever but have a beginning, and something also that's separate from that thing have no beginning and no end and be forever?
Okay, I'm lost in your conceptuality of it, but I'm going to mirror back to you my best understanding of what you're saying and answering the question at the same time. So I believe that there is a source of eternal beingness that has no beginning and no end. However, within the confines of that, I believe that that source pixelates itself into different embodiments that at some point had an originating point. And I believe that that infinite being, most of us call God, that has no beginning and no end, gets to decide if it's sort of done with a particular pixelation of itself, or if it wants to continue on with a particular experience of itself. So that's
So your answer is that we are God particles.
Yes, in a sense. In the same way that a drop of the ocean is in essence the same as the entirety of an ocean, yet it needs a huge constellation of itself to accurately portray the entirety of the ocean. I believe that each created being is like that with God. Does that make sense?
So, okay, so
do you think God is full of trauma?
I believe God's the originator of trauma.
Wow.
Ah.
God gives us trauma.
But can't you just manifest him to change that?
Yeah, you can. Each person can when they wake up to the awareness that they
Oh, man.
are, in
I
essence,
love doing
that
this.
same co-creative force.
I just wanted to ask that. I'm going to leave all the religious questions to everybody else that knows far more than I do. I just felt like that one was a
Can I
interesting
say
thing.
my can I say
Because
my
it's like
thing?
everything you say about it could
Please
you could
say
just
my
manifest the
thing.
opposite.
Can I please?
I mean, that's a very simplistic way of saying it. When the rubber meets the road, as they say, it's an actually whole other beast. But
We're
yeah,
not talking
in
about Trojans
essence,
anymore. We're
it's
talking
that
about
simple.
manifesting your reality into God.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't catch the first.
It's not about Trojans anymore. It's about you being able to manifest anything you wish into God's will.
No, it's more
I
like
know it's very
allowing
simplistic,
God's
which makes it
will to
complicated.
make its way through
it's
what my body vessel is consenting to do.
here's the
in the
issue with
higher
This
form.
makes sense.
here's the issue, fuck it button. So if we are the God particles that she's saying, we're just a piece of what is the divine, then she's not putting anything into God. To her, she is already a part of God, and so she's not changing God, she's just changing herself, which is part of God.
And
No,
I would
she said
say
she could
that is
manifest
literally
God's
how
will. That's
God
the
is
opposite. That's
evolving
your
himself
words.
through us.
That's not what she said.
No, I'm saying that if you break it down, that would be the only thing that would logically be consistent with what she's saying.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
Even-
I
no,
mean,
that's
in
what
essence, that is what I
you're
believe.
making a
gonna
logical
agree.
point of
She's
something
agreeing.
that makes no sense. To be fair.
We would call that a cosmology. My chat GPT says I have a very nuanced and advanced or different non-mainstream cosmology.
Some would call it a
Wait a-
cult.
See what you
Wait
did?
a second.
Oh
But
my
it's only
God.
me. I mean,
Wait
it's
a
not like I
second.
have a bunch of followers. Well, I have some.
You are using you were using
Nobody
ChatGPT.
else that I have found has my exact cosmology. So I
Oh,
would
I
not
know
call
one
it
that's
a
very
cult.
close.
Call that my own
Yeah, we
personal
have
belief
somebody
system.
Yeah,
Your-
we know
your
we know a couple
foundation
we know a
from-
couple.
yeah.
I could get your sister.
Give me a second. You're using ChatGPT to tell you what kind of cosmology do you have when it comes to your beliefs? So you're using a cabal of the elite to enlighten you into what to believe?
No, just to mirror back to me what it is all of my concepts are actually
Ah.
saying in a more simplistic form.
That okay. Never
Yeah,
mind.
you.
Wow.
Desiree,
All right.
you made my night. That was incredible. I'm
Abe,
gonna
I'm gonna get
go
out of
ahead
here.
and.
This is enough brain hurt for me.
Okay.
We've
Have a
always-
wonderful
always so
night.
good to see
You guys all have a good night. Good night,
It was
Beth. Good
all
night,
working.
Emmett. Good night, all of you guys.
Something.
Good night, Topanga Weeble.
Thank you. I'll
Yeah.
never let that down.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my ChatGPT, which is a bunch of billionaires telling me what to think, to tell you, Topanga Weevil, that I agree with me in this case.
I agree
Because
with me.
I am going to go ahead and use the billionaire mind in order to get what I think better, because yeah, that's how it works.
I mean, my
I
shit is
mean,
so
if
scrambled
you're
at this
using
point.
the
I'll take it
billionaire
to
technology, even being on this stream right now. It's a
That's
tool, you guys. Chat GPT is a
It's
tool.
kinda
You use
scary.
it the way that
Uh-huh.
you want to use it.
that it
It's
is.
a tool that tells you what to
I'm
think and how
sorry.
to think, and
Now
takes
It
your
doesn't
biases
tell you
and
what
makes
to
it
Listen,
think unless
listen.
you're telling it to
Well, I
Listen.
can use
think.
It
these.
tells you what you want to hear.
Listen,
and that's
my hammer told me I'm Thor, okay?
exactly.
Well, did you
But your
manifest it correctly?
vibration didn't match with that frequency, so your nervous system doesn't actually believe it.
My hammer told me I'm Thor, okay?
I like that hammer.
I don't know.
And
The particles look a little bit off.
ChatGPT
Honestly,
does glaze
if
a
you
lot.
study the
wasn't
way
trained.
that manifestation really works, it's all about nervous system coherence with whatever it is you are aligning yourself with. So the thing is, why manifestation doesn't work for the average person is because they think it's just about these superficial visualizations and all this stuff. They're not addressing the nervous system alignment with the reality in which that thing that they want already exists in the
So,
quantum field.
Desiree,
Why
would
do
you
I feel like I'm
say
feel, man?
if I asked you if I asked you, are we all God? What would your answer be?
Yes. In practical form, yes. In a level of awareness or mastery of the divinity structures, not really. That's an individual endeavor.
All right.
Not alone.
Man,
People
I
are-
love Gnostics.
Okay.
They are so wrong and they're so sure they're right. It's amazing.
I can't
Um,
change anybody's mind. I can only talk to people. That's all. So,
Yeah.
and it's fun to talk to people.
That's
So,
all any of us can do.
indeed, indeed. Does anybody else have questions, comments, concerns?
A lot of
I
concerns.
don't think my brain can comprehend it. It's a very high level.
You've blown everyone's minds, Desiree.
still
You've blown all the minds.
Hey,
think-
that's what I'm best at, guys, is blowing the minds.
I am.
Contrary to
Someone's not blowing
popular
it, that's for
belief.
sure. So,
Blowing the minds, guys. Get your head out of the gutter.
Mines.
I'm so happy that Confluence is here.
For the $8,
I'm so
you
happy that
get your mind
Confluence is
blown
here. It just
too.
makes me happy.
Happy too.
Thank you. It's not even Christmas.
Thank you, guys. This has been a lot of fun.
For real, thank you for hosting this.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a good
This is-
time.
But this is a lot of fun.
Yeah,
This is
it
a
was
lot of fun. We got to
I
do
would
it more.
again.
Hours.
I
You've
would
been
do
To be
doing
fair, I have learned a lot,
Yeah,
and also I want to give you some credit because we've kind of been talking a lot of shit. But you're the only person I've ever heard use empathy in a realistic way.
that. To me, honestly,
Because it was from
If I-
you,
if-
looking
if
within
I could-
yourself. This
if I could leave you
wild
with one thing
situation,
that
but-
I'm about, it's about the fact that we all need to be embodying what we say we believe. If we can't actually embody empathy or love or grace or any of these things, what is actually the point of us going out and speaking about it? And I'm literally saying that from my own experience of trying to pop out and preach all these things when I couldn't even embody it in my own being. So it was like, what does the Bible say? It says it's like a gong or whatever. You know, what Bible verse is. If you
We
can't
get it, Thor,
actually
you're multiplying.
bring, right, if you can't bring the presence of
Wait,
empathy
Tony.
and grace, what is the point of preaching anything? Because you're not going to be received in the spirit that you are perhaps, at least intellectually, intending.
Well, that would depend on what's true.
And then you'd also have to determine what's good and what's bad, right?
Well, I think that duality system was done away with when Jesus hung on the cross and said, "It's finished, guys."
It can't be
It's
because then
done."
it can't be because then there'd be no true or false. There'd be no alive or dead. There'd be no soul and no soul.
Well,
Like, you
I
can't-
think that that's where the concept of truth and not truth and a whole spectrum of in between comes into play. I think that's all there really is that exists. It's just what is true, objectively, vibrationally, before God, fully exposed, and then there is what is absolutely not true, and then there's a whole range spectrum in between, which we all are experiencing the nuances of in our moment by moment existence.
I would say that spectrum in between is perception, and it's not doesn't mean it's true or false. It just means it's unknowable. It wouldn't mean that it's true or false, and so you would just have varying
Yeah,
degrees
yeah.
of closer to truth or farther away from truth. And
Yeah.
that doesn't make it true or false, because in the end, those aren't objective.
That is why I talk about truth on a level of frequency data being objective, but on the level of the five senses, it is subjective to how we are interpreting it. And each person is able to perceive the truth of the frequency data, or the in terms of the heart math, it's what is that electromagnetic frequency, the truth of it actually putting out. Because Mr. Christian Pants over here, he is preaching a particular narrative logically, but his heart frequency is very constricted and very adverse to actual human intimacy.
Okay,
Which,
I'm gonna.
at the end of the day, that's what it's all about: is transparency and intimacy. I mean, that's
Is
the
it
whole
though?
nature of connection. Yeah,
Is it
I
though?
think
Because wait, because you're saying that we're all souls or spirits, right? And we've chosen a lot in life prior, which means we're going to continue after this physical body, making this reality the false. In the false or true equation, this is the false,
I
which
don't
would
think it's the
mean
false. I think it is very tempting to interpret it with a false narrative, but I
then
don't
what
think it's inherently necessary to interpret it from a false narrative.
then what point does heart math have to do with anything if your
Because
longevity
the
is in the
heart,
spirit?
because the heart actually radiates the actual truth outside of all the paradigms, outside of all the programming, outside of the conditioning. The heart can't lie, is another way to say it. So the heart frequency and what we feel from a person, yes, it has to do with our own ability to perceive love, you could say. And the more traumatized we're allowing ourselves to stay, the more we're going to perceive actual love and intimacy as a threat, as something other than us. But the more we continue along our own healing journey, the more our heart opens up to being able to actually be penetrated with the true frequency of unconditional love. Unconditional. That is the love of God. There is literally no conditions on it. Period. Period. You could be the most despicable human being on this earth, and the love of God is right there for you the second you awaken to it. And guess what? The second you actually awaken to it is the second you will no longer be the most despicable human being on the earth, because light penetrated you. And when truth and life penetrates
Stop
you,
saying penetrate.
you begin,
Please stop saying
Always
penetrate.
begin a trajectory of transformation that, yes, it's a grueling process. And some people have done such despicable acts that it merits the death penalty or whatever consequences are natural to this embodied experience. But that doesn't mean that God loves them any less, because God created them.
But wait
They
now.
are
So if they're
children of the
penetrated,
divine.
wait, I have a question. So if they are penetrated by the light and transformed, then does that mean that nothing they do that's bad is actually bad ever again? Like having sex slaves. What if
The
they have sex
concept
slaves?
of,
Is that
you have
bad
to think
then?
of it like this: the concept of good and bad is down here, and God is up here. So
My question is,
good and bad as a concept is our conceptuality of the spectrum of truth and shadow, or truth
I'm a little
and darkness,
slow, so
light and darkness.
I'm a little slow, so I'm gonna make this a little easier. So, like, let's say someone is penetrated by the light of God and they are transformed. Is it bad if after that they have sex slaves? Is that a bad thing? Are they doing
It's
wrong?
not. It's not that. Well, I'll tell you this: they will very likely no longer experience the same level of gratification with that act that they once did, and so they might continue to do it a little bit just out of habit. But they will very likely, if they truly allowed God to penetrate them and keep that connection open Now, it is true that, and the Bible talks about this, sometimes seeds are planted and then the evil one with the evil one is your own shadow self. It's your own trauma responding. It's your own repeated addiction cycle. It can come in and choke out that seed of light that was planted. But if you don't choke it out, if you allow it to keep growing, like you talked about, the fruits of the Spirit will begin to emerge. And I'll give you a great example of this.
But again, that didn't answer my question when it came down, like, absolutely specifically, because we were talking earlier, and I'm still maybe a little confused as to what is what here. Like, if they have sex slaves after they've been penetrated by God, is that bad for them? I mean, like, or is it just neutral?
It is no more bad or good on a level of karmic balance than it was before, but now they are aware that that act has a debt, and that debt is separation from that light that they were finally able to experience. And if a person really falls in love with that penetration of light, then they will want to engage less and less and less in the behaviors that separate them from that light. Not because it's bad, but because it's on that spectrum towards the dark side, the shadow side, instead of the light side. That's all it's about.
Wait a second, but I thought that you said that souls can consent to being a sex slave before they're born. So therefore, wouldn't they be denying those souls what they wanted before they came into existence?
But you have to understand that time is not linear the way we've been taught. Time is dimensional. So
that's not answering my question.
So as soon as that soul has a new revelation of light, you could say, the entire timeline is reformed. It's rewritten. So their new trajectory, their new consent is something entirely different. That's this rebirth experience that is talked about in biblical language. It's literally a new trajectory for that soul, which you could think of as a constellation of atoms that stays together throughout all time and space, because they're all vibrating on a resonant frequency. They are a cluster or a soul family. Okay, so that's what they travel around together in all these different experiences or embodiments.
Before we continue, thank you so much, K2. Keep on trucking. He's asking the great questions. Why is confluence gay? And the answer is because he's in the closet. Continue,
the wine
please.
Closet.
He's
the wine.
not gay.
The wine closet.
I have never gotten a gay vibe from Confluence, and I deal with a lot of men. And I can read the vibe.
Thank you, Desiree.
I think there's different levels, and I think it means something different.
I vouch for you. I do not find you to read as a homosexual on a vibrational
I'll take that.
So,
yeah, she's making you look real gay.
Intimacy issues, perhaps, but not to the level of a homosexual.
So, is it bad to kind of meddle and prevent a soul that's consented to receiving something? Is it bad to stop them from receiving something that they wanted?
If you're feeling a strong conviction to intervene in somebody else's story, you could say, then I would say from experience, it's important for you and them that you obey that conviction. But you have to be very careful not to cross the line into habitual codependency, which a lot of us fall prey to in the attempt to do good, you could say. We'll call it the Karen syndrome. Okay.
So then I
have fallen prey to that myself.
So then I should have a sex slave because they consented to it beforehand, and I would be denying them something that they wanted.
Do you honestly feel the passionate drive towards getting a sex slave? I think you're missing the point here.
Say that it's not bad because there is no bad.
There's karma. This is getting to be. You want to fuck around and find out? Go ahead. That's your prerogative. But there is a balancing system.
What if I am the one, and I just decide that I have to intervene in everyone's lives on the planet Earth because my conviction is so much greater than yours that I must influence the lives of all people?
that's a heavy weight to bear, and I would like to see the human try to do that and be able to survive on the level of a nervous system, because we got a lot of guys trying, and it's like very heavy, and they usually get assassinated. But again, go ahead, fuck around and find out. I mean, it's everybody's
Wait, what?
prerogative.
Wait, what?
No, I didn't. I survived. People think I did, but
They usually get.
I'm here.
Oh, are you speaking as Abraham? Who are you speaking as?
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's Abraham.
What did you
Abraham
mean,
Lincoln,
Desiree?
okay?
What did you mean with that?
I just meant that there comes a point at which every adult human needs to understand what is your role and responsibility.
No, I
in
mean with
this
the
life.
assassination. What did you mean if you didn't recognize him as Abe? What did you mean with the assassination?
I'm just saying, typically, people who go around and try to claim ownership of the entire global population usually end up in a tragic ending.
Can you give some
Just
examples?
saying. Hitler.
Hitler wasn't assassinated. He fucking game ended.
Well, it goes one way or the other. A lot of them kill themselves, but
She's
it's
just
still,
saying they don't survive.
I'm
It's
just
her.
saying, they usually don't survive when they try to carry that level of burden that is not their fucking responsibility for all intents and purposes.
Okay,
But
sure.
that's where it comes into play, where you really need to get to know your own soul destiny, not try to grab for somebody else's, because I think that's where a lot of this convoluted bullshit and corrupt leadership is coming in, is because people are exiting their lanes in order to take on the sole mission of somebody else that they feel inferior to, instead of actually sitting with themselves and honestly deciding what their soul came here to do. Because I'm telling you, the way that it works in any ecosystem is that if each soul is actually in alignment with the creator frequency, it fits together like a fucking puzzle perfectly. There is no weird shit going on. It's just everybody starts falling in line, and the kinky people end up going with the kinky people and leaving the vanilla people alone, and the gays are over here, and the heterosexuals are here, and the families are here doing their family thing, and the psychopaths are over there being Dexter and making weird movies and porn and stuff, and all the people who like that are over there. There is an order to creation that, if we understand the nature of diversity and natural segregation based on resonance and what we each feel comfortable with, and we allow that to be okay, then society naturally starts splitting itself off, and then the different realms of being that are expressing an extreme deviations from that, like predators being in the fucking jungle, and like sea creatures living in the sea, and land creatures being on the land, and air creatures being here. We start to, I'm telling you, we are a species, and we're trying to like
I think
make
I
each
think
other
I get
all
what you're
be
saying.
together,
I
and it
think-
doesn't fit that way. It just
I think
doesn't
my
fit that
favorite
way.
word of all the words you just used was alignment.
Alignment. There you go. Alignment. If
My
you
favorite
just
one was when she
follow
said
your
that Gays and
little
trans
ass
people and
on the trajectory with your people that think like you and that move like you and that you vibe with, for to sound cliche. I don't mean to sound cliche, but we
So I
really
just-
need to link back up with our own tribes of people that we vibe with, and
It
all
won't
of
work.
this shit will solve itself. Like,
It
there
won't work.
are weird fucking people
Wait,
out
wait,
there
wait.
who are gonna be
Are
weird.
you
trying to get the
advocating for
frequencies right.
segregation?
Huh?
Are you advocating for segregation? That's what it sounds like.
She's tribal by nature. She's already said
Yeah?
that.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so segregation's good too again, guys.
Look, that's some radical ownership. You got to give her props on that one, Beth. Come on.
Hey,
Come on, that's 10
It's probably
toes
the least
down,
If you
baby.
controversial thing
literally
10
we've
think
toes
about this
down.
logically,
It's the least
black
controversial thing he
society,
just said.
different
That's
societies
true.
were
brave
doing
as
great
fuck,
before we tried to
Confluence.
force them all
Brave as fuck.
together.
I'm sorry. What I was answering Confluence. He overtalks a lot. My bad, honey. What?
Really?
Get
I
back
want to
in your
say
closet with your
I
wine.
want to say that I'm trying to
Fucking
get in the
Karen.
frequencies right, to
Commie.
get the correct alignment, and it's kind of hard because I think
It's
you
no
are like
different than the concept of us learning that a believer should marry a believer and
Yeah,
the
being
non-believers should stick with each other. I mean, it's no different than that. I don't know why we make this
that's
like so
different.
taboo.
That
wait,
is different because you're talking about an intimate relationship as opposed to a communal situation,
But
right?
the way that it works on the smallest individual or relation or partnership level is the way it works on a whole societal or national level. That's how everything is organized. It's the
Yeah.
smallest entity represents the largest entity. That's literally
Con-
how
What,
it
what's
works.
true
in
of
the
the
this is-
small is true of the individual.
Confluence. It isn't even Christmas. You are like this. Man.
This begs a huge question because that would mean everyone would have to be in alignment with everyone.
Do you
No,
remember the
it
beginning
means
of the
that
conversation,
everybody
Abe?
needs to be in alignment with their particular resonant society, we'll say.
Do you
Their
remember the beginning
resonant
of the
family.
conversation, Abe? When I made exactly the same critique to her argument that she's doing right now. So when we're talking about the beginning about dating, and I said that it was about dating is supposed to be about marriage, and then you said, well, but it's not true for everyone, and I was like,
Well, that
well,
is true. Dating is
I
not
know.
the vernacular
But if it's whole,
that
but if it's
everybody
whole,
uses to describe what you're describing.
but I mean, our argument there was if you, oh God, maybe I need a little bit more. I'm getting
Sometimes
better
dating just means
resonance.
getting fucking railed for like $8. New type of dating. And tomato.
You're going for the top tier membership, aren't you? Fuck it, button.
I couldn't help it. I don't know. Somebody must have manifested.
Oh my! What?
I've been enlightened.
Oh man.
You work on that generational trauma. I want to hear all about your progress.
You're
I
all
don't have any
grounded.
trauma anymore. It's been solved.
Well, I got books.
You're
you
grounded.
know,
You're
read
all
all
She
grounded.
about it.
got the
I
books.
just want to
Okay.
hear about his progress. My trauma's good. I took care of
What's
myself.
what's trauma?
I'm Jewish. I'm still working on the one about the
Trauma
Egyptians.
is trapped emotion. That's all it
Taco
is. It doesn't
peeing.
need to be so.
Wait, you have
hokey-pokey.
emotions?
I'm Jewish, and my epigenetics are still working on the trauma for being a slave by the Egyptians, which is kind of harsh for me. I tried to talk about it with myself a moment ago, and we decided that we didn't understand Egyptian anymore, so it's kind of hard to talk about it because it was so long ago. But I'm working on it. Okay,
Desiree,
it's my trauma,
Desiree.
and I'm working on
You were
it.
just a slave.
Are emotions just energy in motion?
Yes. You got it. But what keeps it trapped is the stories that our mind is telling us about why those emotions are there, etc., etc. The moment that you just allow yourself to feel the feeling and you let yourself just witness it and say, for example, I feel agony or I feel the deepest level of grief, and you don't blame it on anything anymore,
So we
it
just have to
actually is able to release.
we just have to break the diodes and surpass our limiter.
Is this fucking Scientology? What is?
I don't speak that language. What's the diodes? Explain what those words mean. That's why I use my chat GPT to tell me.
Diodes only allow electricity to travel one direction.
Okay.
So in a circuit, you would use a diode to keep electricity from traveling one way, but it's allowed to travel the other way.
Well, what you need is, I don't know what the technical terminology would be, but you need to allow for frequency to move through your body and be released. See, what we do is we feel a frequency or an emotion hit us, and it feels literally physically uncomfortable. For example, think about when you're embarrassed and you flush, you get hot. There's a physical reaction to that sensation. And we are taught from our earliest childhood from our parents and caregivers and cultures that those things mean something. And so we constrict around it. And as we constrict around it, and then they give us these stories to tell ourselves, you're embarrassed because you were doing a naughty thing. You're flushing because you were masturbating and you got caught or whatever. And so we constrict and we tell ourselves these loops of shame and all this stuff. And so we never can just flush the system of the emotion that we're experiencing. So what happens is literally your body plays these emotional storms on repeat over and over and over. And we actually manifest situations that trigger these emotional experiences over and over and over again. But
So
all
it's my
it
fault.
is, huh?
So it's our own fault.
Yeah, you could say it's both and. You could say that you didn't necessarily program yourself as a child with those thought processes, but you do consent to it if you are unwilling to notice your own patterns at a certain point and do the work it takes to get out of the pattern. And all you have to do to get out of the pattern is take personal responsibility for the experience and for the results of your life. It's simple. And then you just allow yourself to, now I say it's simple. It's actually hard work, which is why most people don't do it. We're scared of it, but you just have to allow all that emotion to actually run through your nervous system, which for some of us, we have a lot there. So we get to the point, what we're trying to avoid is the feeling at which we basically want to die. We don't want to exist anymore. That's the agony of separation and unworthiness that most people I have found, and for myself personally, are trying to avoid. So we're doing everything to avoid feeling this. But feeling it doesn't make it
Again.
the truth.
I'm just trying to wait for her to get done talking, but she just keeps talking.
She
Can
don't
anybody
stop.
hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear
Oh
you.
my god, my mic works.
Yeah, we can hear
Holy
you.
shit. I've been trying to talk for like 20 minutes. Holy shit.
Oh Lord, what you got? What you got?
I don't even remember. It's been like fucking. Oh my god.
God, I
All
love
right.
those mutes.
Okay. Glad you can hear me now. Cool. I think I fucking unplugged my mic and then it just didn't work. All right, my bad. Carry on.
Carry on.
Desiree, I have a great question for you. This is a very important question that everybody needs to know. What's your favorite crystal?
Crystal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite crystal?
not
That
bad.
is,
Is
a
that
nice crystal.
selenite?
I wouldn't mind being trapped in
I think
that.
that's
I don't
selenite.
even know what the crystals are, but I've just collected these different pieces.
That's
different
selenite, and I see quartz, and I see rose quartz, and
yeah, so I don't like necessarily grasp. I'm not like a crystallogist or these people, but I appreciate nature.
I like geology. But yeah,
I
the
love
primary,
geology.
the base
Yeah.
of that, and the center, that's actually selenite. It's salt, essentially.
Okay, so this is kind of the extent of my crystal life. And I just think it's cool, and it like helps me remember. I think my brain, you could think of it this way. I have something that's called hyperlexia. So essentially, I'm addicted to learning.
You have a lot of
things.
addictions.
I do.
I'm worried
But
about
that one, well, I was born an addict. My mom was an addict, and so I was born with an addict nervous system. So I am learning to make the best of it. But all that to say, my mind, I have hyperlexia, and so I am just this insatiable addict of concepts and knowledge and this and that. And so what I've learned to do is break it down and notice the patterns of things. And so I think of myself as more of a symbologist at this point, where I don't necessarily ascribe to the legalistic frameworks of things, but I'm looking at the underlying repeated patterns of things that I learn. And then I'm like, okay, there is obviously some truth embedded in this pattern if it has repeated itself enough times throughout all these different thought processes of consciousness.
So wait,
Um,
so if you've got so many, I mean, like you've mentioned multiple addictions at this point, why have you not really worked through that to overcome those addictions? You know, using the, I mean, you know how to heal yourself and how to overcome generational trauma. So why not addiction too?
Well, the hyperlexia I choose to keep. See, that's the thing. When you go through a recovery process, you get to choose which aspects of yourself that was once problematic that you actually want to convert and to start
That's a good point.
channeling it into something that you've learned to enjoy. So, for example, the hyperlexia is staying. I do have boundaries with myself. For example, I always put myself to bed by like 10:30. I usually cut off my logical feeding of my mind by 8. So for example, if I'm listening to a podcast or reading something or working on a project, I stop myself typically at 8. This is a little off the beaten path,
Thank
but
you. Thank
I
you
have
for
had to
staying this
create
long. We appreciate it.
I have had to create, honestly, boundaries for myself to keep me grounded. Otherwise, I literally will just keep devouring. And what I found is that because I had PTSD from, whatever we want to say I had it from, I won't even blame it on anything. But my level of emotional maturity wasn't always at a point that could hold the level of information that I was giving myself. And so I would have these ungrounded situations happening in my real life. And so that is something that I have been working on, taking a step back from the public and different things like that, toning it down a notch with new
How old
information.
are you?
I'll
Do
be
you mind me
40.
asking?
Yeah, I'll be
40?
40 next, 40 in
When did
December.
you when did you start having kids? How old were you?
I was 26 when I had my first
Wait,
child.
so you're 39 right now?
Yeah, so I'm 39.
Wow. Am I the oldest person on this panel? I might be. Holy shit.
Bullshit.
And
When's your birthday?
I didn't find out. I actually,
I'm
I finally
41.
I
I'm
finally
41.
found out
So
I
When's
have
your birthday?
autism.
March.
Fuck.
Beautiful.
I'm May.
You're not that much older, 41.
You got me by 2 months.
So we
Boo.
have 2 people older than me.
I don't mind it. I like getting older, honestly.
I love getting older. It's the best. I would never
Yeah,
want to go
I
back.
started getting grays when I was
I'm
like
also 41.
30.
Are you 41?
Yep. April.
Look at us, the millennials. You guys, we
I
have a lot of
am
fucking
I
pressure
am
put
the
on
oldest
us
one
as
on
the
this
millennials.
panel. And as for the grays, I don't know if you can see them. My hair is not blonde. Okay.
Emmett,
I've got like full poltergeist streaks in there, and I love them. I can't wait till it's all gray.
I'm
It's gonna
getting
be so
wrinkles on
sexy.
my neck. I
Emmett's
haven't
got
gotten
that
grays
jet
yet,
black
but
hair,
I'm getting
man.
wrinkly here.
I'm gonna be one of those silver foxes. I can't wait.
Rose feet.
Girl, I got the worry lines. That's horrible.
No, yeah, I just put
I
on
had
my
that.
glasses if I feel like the wrinkles are getting. I'm not doing all the Botox and all this shit. I'm sorry. That
So,
is my contribution. I am staying natural. My ass is real. The wrinkles are real. Okay. The whole situation is real. And I think that that is actually contributing something because these girls are getting so carried away with the fucking cosmetic procedures that if the one thing I can do is say, hey guys, remember what it meant to be aging gracefully? Nutrition, well, coconut oil. Let's do the thing. And you know what I found that was very healing for me because I struggled with chronic eating disorders, very bad eating disorders for most of my life is going into the sex industry technically helped me heal so much from that. And the strippers tell me the same thing because we are so self-conscious of every little perceived imperfection on our body and we have no idea that the men are literally not noticing any of that and they actually like love the
At least
whole
they know it's
fucking
real.
thing. So that was very healing for me. So
Yeah.
me being in the
Abe,
sex
you've
industry
got a
has been a
question on
mutual
chat.
experience of I've learned so much from actually getting to know men, real men. Now I'm not saying it's the healthiest thing or whatever, but for me, I didn't even understand the male psyche until I entered this industry. Now I feel like, okay, I have a better grasp of like what their struggles are, what their actual thoughts about women are, how women could maybe help the situation. I had no clue before that. I feel like the spiritual leaders, the pastors and stuff, they're like female porn. All the women think that men are just supposed to be like these fucking Billy Graham idols. And then the men are thinking that women are all like porn stars, and there's just this huge disconnect between what men and women are expecting of each other versus what
This
we're
is
actually
perfect.
capable for.
This is perfect timing. Abe, can we ask her that question that was posted in the
Sure, but I don't know what the phraseology of the question was.
They
So.
they asked if she could please comment on the SAing of Andrew Wilson on the whatever podcast.
Oh, okay. So Andrew was getting very aggressive in his degradation, we'll say. And so my response to hold my boundary and sort of shut him up, I was wearing a dress. I was wearing underwear. I don't understand how it's like everybody
Okay,
acts like I was
you got
naked.
verbally and you got physically aggressive. There's a difference. All right, I'll just say it.
I didn't
the
get
stuff that
physically
everybody's
aggressive.
thinking.
I just went over to his
You went
area,
over and you put your ass on
lifted
him.
up my dress.
You guys were
I
having
didn't
a
touch
conversation.
him. I never touched him, and I was wearing
on camera.
underwear the whole time. I never touched him. I literally didn't.
Okay.
You can look.
Okay,
Actually,
you got within
have to
inches
pay.
of touching him
Those
with your
guys are
ass.
making so much money off of my ass
Right.
because in order to see the actual footage, you have to subscribe to their Discord.
I made some money off your ass
I
too,
watched this
Desiree.
shit
I'm just
while
gonna
it
say
happened
that.
live.
Everybody makes money off of my ass at this point, and you know, it's like, okay,
Shake
whatever.
my fucking head.
If God
can
gave
take
me,
it back.
I can say this definitively, God gave me this ass. I don't know about the rest of it, but I can tell you definitively, I did not buy this ass. God gave it to me, and it seems to make a lot of people
Nobody gives a
very
fuck if you
happy.
bought your ass. What are you talking about?
I never bought my ass. This thing's
Nobody
real.
said you did. Who
I know.
cares?
I know. I'm just saying, in the world of BBL,
It's not
and
all
all this
about you and your
cosmetic surgery,
ass.
apparently
Oh my
it's a
God.
big deal.
There's
Apparently,
7 people on the
that's
fucking
the piece
panel,
of the
and you keep
puzzle that
talking about
I'm
your
here
ass
to
and yourself.
contribute.
Pardon
Real
me.
ass, guys.
I got my mic back.
Real ass.
I've never seen you get frustrated before. This is wonderful. Please keep going.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's
I'm
not.
a
There's 7
proponent.
people on the panel, and all you're doing is talking about your ass and yourself. Nobody's even asking you. Just keep going. Nobody else is fucking talking because you keep talking. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we could ask.
So if you
You
wanted
said
to bring it
you
around to you, I just brought it around to where you were touching your ass on Andrew. Okay, I was
I didn't
watching it
touch
when it was
him.
live.
I never touched him.
I watched it live too. Yeah.
I never touched him.
It sure as
But
fuck looked like
if
it.
a grown man is going to be that disturbed by, in a crowded room of people, a female
You're missing the point.
skin
You are missing the point. He's a married man.
Missing the
He didn't
point.
want your
If-
ass anywhere near him.
Does
If
he
a
go to
woman
the
touched
beach?
my husband like that, I would have a lot to say and do about it. So that's the point. Not that
I've
he
never.
felt like he never
they
felt
have
like
my
he was.
number.
Hang on,
They
time out.
have my
He
number.
never-
They were never actually able to have an adult conversation with me about it. So I'm led to believe that it was all for clickbait.
This year, I have a question about that. Let's say that I go on and I start, you said that everybody wants your cushy. Let's say that I go on and I start showing myself to you. Would you think that is some kind of sexual misbehavior?
I personally am not the one to ask about that.
I'm
because
asking you
my
about it.
comfortability with human nudity is probably
So you would be
outside the
very
range
happy if
of
I
normal.
go woo with you, right? It would be like, yeah, that guy is amazing.
I wouldn't give
Let
a
me just
shit.
go. Let me just go rub
Personally,
my ass
I
on
wouldn't
you. Let's
personally
see
give
how
a
you
shit.
like
my
that.
God.
I
If
personally
they rub their asses on you, you'd be okay with it and
Yeah,
let it
you'd
happen.
be okay with me just coming up to you and getting within inches of your face with my ass? You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I honestly would not care.
So why would you do that to somebody else that's married?
She said she wouldn't care. That's
She
why.
said she
It's
wouldn't
not
care.
something
You
that
wouldn't care?
bothers me.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
we do stare through a glass darkly, so.
Shit.
Oh,
I I
Well,
guess I won't throw.
I
I can
mean,
say
at least
this
you're
that those
consistent,
guys have
Desiree.
made a shitload of
Yeah, at
money
least
off
you're
of me.
consistent.
Much
I
more
mean,
money off
at
of
least
me
you're
than I ever
consistent.
made off of that.
I'll give her
I
that.
mean, at least you're
Well,
consistent. This is way worse that you didn't care about this, about the trafficking either. So I can agree with that. It makes sense to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it is very consistent with the way it's gone.
it's true.
Um,
If nothing else, it is consistent.
it is super interesting. I'm trying to think here of some other
Well,
good ones.
you said you helped a bunch of men and like learned about them through all the OnlyFans stuff. So what did you learn and how did you help them? Actually help them, not
Good question.
further
Oh, so
subscriptions.
some of
actual
them
help.
end up being clients, and so I help them work through whatever life dynamics they're having, whether with relationship issues they're having, or they are having intimacy issues, or stamina issues, or all these different things. They'll actually pay for consulting sessions with me, and we'll talk through these more intimate topics that they don't feel comfortable talking to anybody else about.
Like about what?
For example, if they are like, I have a client recently who is trying to decide if he wants to transition. And he is like a 50-something-year-old, like Jewish businessman. And he is getting himself in this dynamic with a dominant who I had to tell him based on the feeling that I got from the session. I said, listen, I don't personally believe that your soul wants this. I think this is a um, pornography and sexual addiction escalation, and you have essentially allowed kind of somewhat of an inner demon possession to take place here with this dominant. And I don't necessarily think that your 75-year-old version of yourself actually wants to transition to a woman. I think you probably are just a little confused here.
Did you continue to provide this person with content after you reached this conclusion?
He's not into my type of content right now. He's into
But I mean,
men,
like,
but
you
he
looked
sought
at
me
you.
out. So, so just to preface it, ironically, most of my fan base are people who are not necessarily looking for pornography in the traditional sense, but they're looking for a guide of
Okay, I got
somebody who
another
can
one.
help them navigate where they're at in sort of a confusing time in their sexual or spiritual development.
So, do you think it's appropriate then for some of these men who are in relationships to come to you with intimate details from their intimate relationship with their partner and, share that with you? Do you think that's appropriate?
It's not my personal place to judge them and how they are evolving themselves. It's simply my job to be the place that they can come, and then we can have open dialogue conversations. And I will tell you explicitly that after certain points of getting to know a man,
You just rub your ass on him.
when I can tell that he's no longer in alignment with who he wants to be, I check him. I say, I either cut off the connection, or I say, what the fuck, you're cheating on your wife, or this or that. But I don't do that until we have a certain rapport built up to where they trust that I'm not speaking from a place of condemning them. I'm speaking from a place of knowing them as a human being and understanding that they are not acting according to their own personal highest conviction. And so it's my job as a coach not to speak to people where I want them to be or some idealistic path, but it's to speak to them where they're at and help guide them to the next level up. The next level up.
So
For some people, the next level up is like admitting to themselves that they're a piece of shit. Like, and that's a very delicate
So, but wait a
process,
second though.
you know?
If these men are coming to you, and let's say they're in a relationship, and they're coming to you with problems that they're having and struggles, do you think there's any possibility that things that you are saying to them, or even just the fact that they're sharing it with you, could make could damage their relationship further and potentially to a point where it can't recover? And if so, I mean, like, how do you feel about that?
Okay, so for example, this is no different than the burden of responsibility that a marriage counselor or therapist feels. Do you know that statistically, if a couple goes out and seeks couples therapy, they're like 400% times more likely to divorce than if they didn't go get counseling. So
Well,
in my
especially
That's
in
when
probably a
their
my
therapist
correlation,
is
though,
showing
right?
them your
You mean to say
showing
people
them
having
your
troubles in
tits, I mean,
relationships keep having troubles?
Yeah.
so
it,
so the way I
and the
look at it, the
therapist
way
is,
I
you
look at it
know,
is the
yeah.
way I look at it is the relationship is obviously not working in its current form.
But
My
then
role
why
is to
would you
come
feed the
along.
problem? Why would you feed the problem with OF
I
talk?
don't believe it is feeding the problem if I am helping one individual to find their true self so that they can communicate that true self with the partner. Now,
Using
a lot of
sexuality.
times, a lot of times when a person is actually able to bridge that fear of intimacy and tell their partner the truth of perhaps a fantasy they're having or a kink they have that they want to explore, a lot of times their biggest fears never happen. Their partners are actually fine with it, and then it actually heals the relationship. But sometimes,
But
for example,
are their partners aware that they're talking to you on OnlyFans to do this?
this is not my lane. I don't fucking
Do
know.
you
Do you know when your husband's going to therapy or when he's going to the bar to
do
talk to a
you
homie? I don't know. That's not my lane.
but
I
do you
can't
think
micromanage what everybody's doing in their relationships or their sexuality. I can only answer their questions as they're coming to me from the highest level of
but
connection and consciousness stream that I have available to me at the time. That's all
but
I can do.
but Desiree, do you think there's a conflict of interest when it comes to like people consuming your sex work based content and then coming to you for advice?
Could be. It's a messy industry. But I will say that there's so many inherited authority issues going on right now where essentially people are very, on the whole, therapy resistant to where they're not actually working through their issues with professionals. So the workaround is that they're coming to fringe authority figures or permission fields, you could say, like me or other influencers or coaches or whatever. And again, whatever each coach and whatever industries or influencers people are doing, I can't micromanage what all of them are doing. I have had to, as I go, embed my own code of ethics into my practice. That's all I can do, and I'm learning as I go, to be honest. Like, there's lots of stuff that I did in the past that I look back and I'm like, that was messy, wouldn't do that again. But I
But
wouldn't have known unless I had the learning experience.
but
I mean,
Desiree,
I'm making shit up as I go with a lot of
right?
things.
I understand that, but Desiree, what code of ethics could there be if the whole of the law is do as thou wilt?
The ethics that I use, that I subscribe to, is essentially a balancing system. It's you reap what you sow, and it's a system of trusting that my nervous system knows the true interaction that needs to happen. So, for example, a lot of things that I wouldn't continue, that I don't continue in my practice, is I don't do things anymore just for money or just because I need money. For example, if I have a guy coming to me and he wants to have like a phone sex session or something like this, and I read that he's just trying to avoid actually going to get his own relationship, then I'll just say no. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like my best interest or your best interest. Like, it's just a no. And I don't even explain myself. I'm just like, no, I'm not available for that. But if another opportunity comes in, perhaps a guy wants to have a consulting session or whatever these guys ask for, it's all different things. He wants a dick rating, a video dick rating or something like that, and it's this much money. And then I can be like, yeah, I'll do that. Sure. Like,
Wait, so that
I'll
one,
go,
that one's
I go with
that's
the
the
flow.
example of the healthy interaction. Is the dick
Yeah, it's
rating?
like yin and yang, you know, like sell your ass, but then teach people how to not be addicted to buying the sold ass. It's like the yin meets the yang.
Yeah, I'm confused
I
at how the
think
dick
I
rating is the
think that if
positive
you
example.
I think
Oh, that's
personally that if you were to actually subscribe to me versus other women, you will start to understand the nuanced difference that like the people that are coming for my content, they may very well be coming for the typical, you know, jack off
Oh,
material,
they're
whatever.
coming.
They're coming.
Or they're coming. But they are not having the same experience that they have with other content creators or with other forms of pornography, and so a lot of them
Your
don't
example was
stay.
dick rating. How does that elevate? How does that come from the highest part of yourself? Rating
putting in
someone's
a
fucking
request.
penis.
Well, if a guy is, if that's where he's at, where he is so needy or insecure in himself, unsure of his own masculinity, because look at this shit show we live in. I mean, some of these guys, a lot of these guys are virgins.
But do you lie
They
about the
don't even know how
ratings?
to talk
That's what
to
I
a
was gonna
woman.
ask. Do you
Do
like
you
pump
give
them up
fake
a bit, or you're
ratings?
like, oh, that's a massive hog brother?
No,
Or are you like,
no,
oh, that's
I
like
get
a
no. I don't do my readings that way. I actually tell them from my experience
But when you
what
tell them
I
4 out of
enjoy
10, that's
most
kind of
with
depressing.
that shape and size that they're working with, and I walk them through different positions and what I like for her pleasure. That's how I do it. So it's very personal, and it's like tailored to each
not really a rating then, though, if you think about it.
If they just want a quick rating, then I'll give them like a sentence, and that one's complimentary. I give like a 2 sentence, but if they want
You
a
add a
more
couple
in-depth,
inches, is what you're
personal, like video rating, then I do it much more in depth, and I talk about positioning and what I personally enjoy with that size and shape as a woman.
Oh, you do. So, wow. I just want to say that if my husband was having conversations like this, with you or any other woman for that matter, the marriage would be over. Like that.
Wait, Beth, you'd be mad if your husband was getting a dick rating from an OnlyFans star? I don't
Oh, I'd be
get
furious.
it. That
As
doesn't
well as
track with
getting,
me.
as well as
Imagine.
getting some input on positions that OF person might like and things like that. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Believe it or not,
You
a
know what?
lot of
I'm
my
not
fan
even
base
sorry. It'd
is
be
the
done. It'd
couple
be over. It'd
together.
be kaput. What you're doing is you are enabling men to cheat, and you're using your body to reel them in and convince them that it's a good idea, and that shit is wrong. 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 Wrong.
Well, I would say this: if
I
the
don't
marriage was
understand.
actually
I
healthy
don't
and
understand how you don't
aligned,
feel
the
bad about this
men
at
would
all. I'm
not be
starting to
going
think you're a
somewhere else
sociopath.
to get validation.
I'm
So
starting to think you're a sociopath.
could be.
Desiree, can't you
Oh my god.
have you ever thought about excluding at least like the married people from your client base? Like
Come on.
take the single
That
people
would be like
on.
me refusing to sell the pastries to the fat people based on the fact that they don't need the calories. I mean, come on. It's like
Selling
you can,
pastries
if you're
and
gonna
selling
go
your
with that
ass is
logic,
two
it
different
just
things.
gets very
Yeah, I don't know if those have the
convoluted.
same.
I mean,
Everybody out
granted,
there is
pastries
an
can
adult.
equal ass, but it doesn't mean it's the same thing.
The pastries is an issue of an aggregate, right? It's like over time. But I think if I was married and my wife did this once, that'd be like one pastry ruining our whole relationship. Whereas
Well,
one
then
pastry
that's a
doesn't make
very
you fat.
fragile fucking
You know?
relationship that you might want to think about.
If my wife went to
grounding
like
little
a
deeper.
man OnlyFans star and was like, "Give me a clit rating," that would be dunzos. I'm sorry. I don't know if that makes me fragile. That would just be
No,
it would
don't
be
be
Jover.
sorry. Don't be sorry.
Thank you.
That's real
I
because
mean,
that's violating the sanctity
Yeah,
of marriage.
that's what we're
And
trying to say.
anyone who promotes that and participates in that willingly and knowingly is really seriously fucked in the head.
Well, not everybody has happy little lives with happy
Whatever
perfect
cat
little
that was,
marriage.
they agreed.
It's not about having the happy life. It's about just promoting garbage. It's a lot different.
I don't even promote myself. It's just there. People
you
find
just-
me.
You got monetized, and now you just don't
Promoted
do it.
every aspect
Yeah,
of the business for like fucking
the
2
cat
hours.
agreed.
Well, you guys are the ones bringing it up. I was trying to talk about metaphysics.
We
That's
didn't.
true. We have been pushing her on
It
her
always comes
OnlyFans.
back to
To be
OnlyFans.
fair,
Barely.
Everything.
Hashtag not
0.25%
simping,
pushing.
but we have been
3
pushing
minutes
her on
of
it.
0.75% her just talking.
Yeah.
You got to be fair.
Interesting.
It's all true.
We barely
but
asked any
to be fair,
questions, and she's talked the whole time.
Yeah.
It is kind of fascinating, so it's hard not to listen.
Yeah. That's part of it.
Trying not to
It's
interrupt.
Desiree effect.
I'm learning. I'm learning.
Even
a
though I
lot.
got my mic back, I haven't been talking.
I'm just asking
Well,
questions and trying
I think
to.
we're all
Little. I'm
just
sorry. I
true
gave a
enlightenment.
few opinions. My bad.
I think everybody gives some opinions, which
We're
is,
all
you know,
entitled. Everybody's
that's the idea of the
I'm not
panel,
just
right?
facts. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I was being a smart ass, Abe.
I think we solved
Yeah.
modern dating. I think. Am I
I
right?
think we're all smart
Yeah,
asses.
that's bullshit.
I
Modern
think we
dating.
did it.
Listen,
Do
I
your
just
inner
had a
work.
stream.
And pick aligned partners, guys.
I just had a stream the other last night with Marche. I called it the death of dating, and wow, I think I need to do a part 2 and have Desiree on.
Yeah, you can learn how to squirt.
I
I
think
think dating is a joke. I think that's honestly a lot of why I got into OnlyFans is because I was trying the dating and I got on the dating apps and I was like, what in the fuck? 10 years went by. I thought the guys would grow up, but they all just want nudes and hookups. Like I might as well be making money off of this shit. And
Right.
honestly,
Well,
that's a
I
lot
wanna
of where
be-
it got birthed. And I was like,
Crazy when people are
they're not
taking
looking
it.
for wives. They're not looking for partnership. They're looking for like some sort of quick fix or me to
Would
like
you-
feed their ego.
well,
or something.
Desiree,
Would you
wait a
agree that
second.
that's prostitution?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Okay.
So
Perform.
let me give you the perspective from our side because we don't grow up. We just like expensive toys. It's like we get expensive and expensive. Right? So every time I hear like women talking about growing up and having all these kind of weird thing, I don't understand. It's very easy to make a guy happy. 99% of the time, is like food here. Oh, happy. Okay, it's so easy. It's like 99% of the time
I mean,
you
that
can
doesn't
do
get
that
me
and we'll
wet.
be
I'm
freaking
just
happy.
not
Feeling
gonna
really
get
sad. I
wet
think
by
I'll buy
a
another gun.
caveman.
Holy shit, I'm happy.
I don't know. I think
Yeah,
there's
it's
a little
like,
more going on up here.
No,
I
not
like
really.
some conversation. Call me crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's like you put on this. Imagine if you know Star Wars. Imagine the conversations you can have with a guy if you have like the minimal knowledge of Star Wars. You go and say, do you remember Chewbacca? He will tell you every
I'm
single
working
detail
on the
about the
Star
Chewie.
Wars. My
Yeah,
ex is
I
like
understand
such a
this.
Star Wars guy.
This is
I
what
never
I'm
got
saying.
it.
That that's what I'm
Pretty
saying.
confident
What I'm when I
statement.
talk about the woman having a little bit more responsibility on the dating area, about getting out these kind of emotions. It's about that. Women should just look a little bit more to Star Wars to get a little bit more romanticism on our end. It's just my idea. I'm gonna leave the panel because I gotta go. But I was very happy to have you on this on the panel and on the conversation. I hope you don't take anything I said personally. I don't mean it as being mean to you. In just wanna I
That
thought it
really
was kind
comes
of
across.
interesting.
Thank you, AG.
Oh yeah, I know, but it's because I'm Mexican. You have to understand it. It's
Sure,
like
it's an ESL
I-
issue,
You
Desiree.
guys are a whole
It's an
different
ESL
breed. I've
issue.
experienced that myself.
I know.
I
That every time a Mexican says something, it's like, oh my God, how dare he? But it's just because it's a racism. Okay, it's just a racism. It's fine. I accept your racism. You have to accept mine. It's how it works.
Hey, you gotta
Okay.
figure. I hear it all. I
The
see
facts.
it all. It's fine.
So
Facts.
like thank you for being here and the whole thing. It was very nice. I do think that your worldview is completely out of luck, and I would recommend you to go to church, to an actual church, an Orthodox church, and to actually understand what Christianity is, where it comes from. Don't listen to Confluence. He's kind of a Gnostic. You're kind of a Gnostic. Leave heresy. Come back to Christ. Be have a better
It
life.
takes a lot of
I
work.
can't. By the way, people are saying that I can fix her. Fuck no, I can't. There's no way. Okay.
You can try.
Hell, that I
Give it
can't
the
do
old
that.
college try, Emmett.
Emmett,
And
that was.
we'll get the rocks
You
together.
can't fix divine perfection, for God's sakes. Why would you
Yeah,
try?
dude. Jesus Christ.
Do this.
Take, you know,
So you'll be dreaming about
take
that
this
tonight,
anathema
Emmett.
and put it on her, put it against her, so that she can probably get to know you. That's all I'm gonna say when it comes to that. No, can't. But yeah, I would say that you were a good sport. Thank you for being here, and I hope you grace us with your presence at some time in the future if we have another topic that you think will be cool. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Confluence, for all of this, and thank you, the panel and everyone. So
See ya, Emmett.
be
Good night, Emmett.
Be
It's
good, Emmett.
wonderful
Have a good
as
night, bud.
always.
Good night.
See you later.
Yep. I was actually gonna say I'm about to end this as well. If everybody wants to do like a sign off, we can do that, and then I'm gonna raid you guys probably over to Emmett if he is going live, and
Is
we'll go
Emmett
from there.
Is Emmett going live?
I think he is.
Copy
I
that.
think he
Want to
is.
start?
Probably already talking shit.
Is
I
anybody
don't
going?
understand a word of it, but I bet he's talking shit.
I don't want to go by myself.
Well,
I think I'm gonna end up once you end. I think I'm gonna call it a night. I am exhausted. I have had so much fun though here. I want to do this again. And
This has been
seriously,
great. This has been so much
Desiree,
fun.
Confluence knows how to get a hold of me. I hold panels all the time. Would love to have you.
I love having all these weird, quirky
This
conversations.
has been great.
Oh, shit gets real weird sometimes.
I love weird.
And I better see you at my channel too sometime. Watch.
yep.
Yeah, this was definitely interesting. I feel like it started out with actual topics, and then it basically turned into like 5 people that disagree with one person. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm going up to talk
That's always
shit.
what happens to me on the channel.
There's like no more.
I apologize. I apologize if I sounded frustrated. I was a little frustrated with my mic, and then I started to like actually be able to talk. So I apologize.
Agrolopolis, it was epic. I've never like.
Yeah, I'm always cool, but I was
He
a
was
little
getting
bit.
he's getting ornery.
My mic.
Yeah, you
He
are.
does get ornery at times, but it's only when he's already frustrated generally.
Yeah. It takes something else to get me kind of pissed. But in this case, I couldn't talk, and then when I could, I was like, "What the fuck?" So it's all good. Sorry about that.
It's
Good talking to
okay. You
everybody.
know I was a battered woman. I'm used to it.
No, I kind of had so many questions that I wanted to ask, and I couldn't in time. So
It's hard to rattle me at this point.
Write them
Oh,
down for
man.
next time.
yeah,
All right. Well,
appreciate
anybody
you.
want to? Yeah,
Abe.
of course. This has been fun. It's been a good one.
Thank you
Yep.
so much for having
Pocket
us.
button, Confluence,
Of course.
And
All
Beth,
of you,
as
thanks for
always.
having me, Abe.
Desiree.
Thanks,
Nice to meet
Desiree,
you.
for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Great to
Thank
see
you all for coming. This was a lot of fun. We'll do more.
Oh yeah.
I know Emmett wants to do more of these as well, so we'll
Yeah.
host more in the future. And you guys know me, I always have open panels and random crap going on here, so we'll have lots more
The
fun.
Abraham Lincoln thing is hilarious. Never seen that. Original.
He
Let's go.
is, he's an awesome guy.
Is it a
Like,
mask too, or just like?
No.
Authentic
That's
beer.
all
It's
real.
real.
What about,
It's
what
all
about your
real.
face?
Authentic.
Do you put makeup on? Are you like?
Nope.
No,
Are you pasty like that?
Well,
It's the
my
one
lights in
little.
here are LED,
Oh, okay.
but you know,
So it's just
maybe I am. Maybe I'm not white. Maybe I'm just gray because I'm really old.
You're only 41. 40? What did you say?
41. He said.
41,
from
but I didn't
Florida.
say 41. I didn't say how many of what. I just said 41.
My excuse.
You gotta call him pasty more often. He's got that confidence glow.
Oh. Pasty.
All right, so I
Fabulous like
imagine.
you, Confluence.
Appreciate you.
Not
Yeah.
fabulous like you.
Very much
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Fabulous
Thank you.
like
This
you.
was an awesome night.
Thanks for having my book.
Oh,
Here's a
of
bag.
course. I read it. I read every word of it, Desiree.
Did you?
Look, I
You
have.
did like 5
Look,
typos
wait.
in
This
it.
is
Hold
your-
on. Give me
He's
one
giving
sec.
chance for shout outs, so why don't you give a shout out for
Yeah.
your book? I mean,
Yeah, give your shout out.
do you have
Okay.
a copy
Okay.
that you can?
Okay, guys.
Okay,
I
never
took
mind.
notes,
Confluence.
Desiree.
Confluence
Do you
has
see
it.
this? I took
I
fucking
wrote
notes.
my memoir and guide to personal
See all that?
liberation. in a very
Yes,
racial
confidence, you're a bad bitch.
narrative. And then my publisher told me that I needed to also create a workbook to go with it. So this is 90 days to becoming a bad bitch. Bitch is an acronym for being in total control of herself or now himself. It's 2005. So
Whoa.
that's my book is the Bad Bitch Handbook. You can get it on Amazon. That's my story. Very
Disavow.
racy but
Disavow.
watered down. And the 90-day process, essentially, it's my rendition of the 12-step program mixed with all of my other weird, quirky modalities that I've pieced together over the years. Kind of an addict to recovery is what I found. So I spent about $200,000 on educating myself, and then I condensed it down into these lovely books that
Who
are
knows what kind of divine
compared to-
blasphemies are contained therein? So buy the books.
Who
Find
knows?
out.
It's just my testimony and my process that works for me. And I have found over the years that for those of us who are deviant in whatever way, neurodivergence or just not fitting into any other category, I have found that my process works very well for those individuals who are particularly therapy resistant and anti-establishment, I guess we would
Bucket
say.
Button just had an eye twitch. I just saw it.
Nah.
His fucking eye twitched.
That was excitement.
he was like,
He's like, I can't wait to get on Amazon. And
I just
buy.
know a really good bargain when I see one. When I
Yeah.
see $200,000 turn into something I can buy.
Don't
Oh,
forget
shit.
about your monthly membership to deal with that multi-generational trauma.
holy shit.
Never forget about it.
You want to
It's not
learn
bad
how
anymore.
to make her squirt or whatever?
I...
I'm Desiree Noel on OnlyFans, America's favorite MILF, as they say. Anyway, the kids these days, you know, they're weird.
Yeah.
Abe, I'm
Yes,
gonna
we
dip
are,
out
very
of
still
here. I
play.
thank
Good.
you so much for having me.
Thanks for having me.
You want to shout out your channel again? And
Absolutely. My channel is Culture Corrections over here on YouTube. And we have open discussions, debates, pretty much whatever floats your boat. It's a good time. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you to the chat for supporting Abe here. I think everybody should get in a few more donos before he shuts down. This man has most certainly worked for it tonight and given everybody an amazing show. So donate to Abe Dinkus for his efforts and his time and his energy.
thank you.
Have a
Confluence.
great night.
You want to call out yours?
Yeah, I'm Confluence 358 on YouTube. Just made episode about a whatever podcast where a crazy guest threatens to Charlie Kirk Brian Atlas. So you should check that out. It's both humorous and enlightening and also traumatizing.
Wasn't me.
You cut out.
It was not Desiree.
Was not me.
Wow.
So yeah, Confluence 358 on YouTube. Subscribe to my channel.
Awesome.
All right. Peace out, everybody. Good seeing y'all. Thanks
Thank
for having me, Dave.
Bye.
Abe, I meant to say.
You know,
Bucket
I
Button,
just get
thanks.
called all kinds of names.
Thanks to Grilloposaurus Rex. Good to see
Sassy
Desiree
gays.
as always.